What is going on out there in YouTube land? What's up?
That was the longest fucking intro ever, girl. What the fuck?
That's
Were you
that
just
was
sitting?
not.
Hang on. No, 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 quiet. That was the
You
longest intro I ever had to sit through. All right, what the hell were you doing? Sitting there, wondering, should I even fucking do this? What's the point? Is it
uh
gonna turn into a
er,
dumpster fire? Were you crying
earlier
before you had the stream?
actually earlier I was debating to hit the go live button or not. I was like,
See, there you go.
I think I might just abandon it because
Abandon ship. Shut it down, Goyam. Or the Goyam, no, whatever.
yeah, because here's the thing. I've been pretty bored today. It's been a productive day. I've cleaned the bathrooms, I've rearranged my studio, well, studio in quotation marks, and I was like, I don't really know if I feel like streaming. But then I
Hey,
got bored.
how big is your house?
Not very big. We've got 3 bedrooms, and actually we do have 2 living rooms, but don't let that fool you. It's still not a big house, relatively speaking.
Well, my house is 600 square feet, which is now, sorry,
Yeah,
650,
yeah, that's
which
not
is a
big.
which is an apartment. So it's not really a house.
Well, look, Midnight, what do you think about Dr. Josh? Gur streams couldn't start on time if his life depended on it, which I'm not gonna lie, that did make me laugh because that's true.
I could just, I could just, I could just imagine, I could just imagine somebody kidnapping you and telling you, okay, girl, you need to go live at 5:30, at 6 o'clock, at six, you go live at 6. Damn it, girl, I thought you to go live at 5:30 and kills you, or just, I
Pretty
don't know.
much, yeah. Anyway, so Midnight, how is your day going, my brother from another
Uh,
mother?
fairly well. Last night I went on to last night I went on Richard Manson's fight 375 sub party. Um, our favorite go to bed knock Indian was there.
Did you speak to him?
Well, at first, at first when I went on, he's like, oh, hey, Richard is like, midnight. I really don't want to let you on. And then Ray just like, oh, no, no, let him on. And then, I told him about the comment, and he's like, well, I knew what, I knew what I was saying. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's okay, it's okay when somebody makes the racist joke, but it's towards you, like you tried to to be spiteful about it, like, you know what I mean? But
That does
the
not surprise
difference,
me.
yeah, but the difference is that is that making a racist joke, just for laughs, isn't gonna get anybody killed. It's just for laughs. You know what I mean? You telling me to go get a tan. Well, that's a bit different, isn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah, because he did tell you to go get a tan, and you did not take that very pleasantly. To be pleasant.
Like, look. You wanna make albino jokes towards me? Fine, but they had to be all right. Like if you tell me they tell me to get a tan, well, that's a bit too far, don't you think?
Well, I, I do understand to a degree because anytime somebody makes a joke at my expense, if it's funny, then hell yeah, keep going. But if it's not funny, it's like, okay, that's just lame.
Yeah.
Lame. Kind of like Dr. Josh's jokes. His jokes are pretty lame. Well, so I don't. Hopefully, there's not too much of an echo. Uh,
No, the only echoes in your head, Gur, because there's nothing in there. Hello, hello,
it's
hello.
very hollow. So, uh,
Okay, hold on. I can just imagine this. I can just imagine it. You say, "Hello, anyone there? Hello, anyone there? You're an idiot." No. I'm an idiot. You're an
oh
idiot.
yeah,
You just imagine the echo. The echo.
that
Just.
that was on a movie. What movie was that? The
I don't know. I
Grinch.
don't know. Yeah, the Grinch.
Yeah, because he would say something and then it would echo. So he was like, "You're an idiot," or he would say, "I'm an idiot," and the echo would respond, "You're an idiot."
like honestly, I really liked the the old Grinch movie. Not a lot of people liked it because they felt like it. It expanded. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh god damn it! Why did you let Wesley on? Why did you let Wesley on? He came on Rick
Because I
Evangelist
have
thing,
no.
and he made no fucking sense. Like Jesus Christ, Wesley. I don't know what the hell is wrong with you. Whether you're just trolling or you're just
Yeah.
whatever.
Well, I'm the one on earth that is willing to confess to all mankind that I did see Jesus wearing a Beatles wig at Wrigley Field.
Hey, Wesley,
I'll say this for Wesley. At least he's good comic relief.
I will give Wesley this. At least he does speak uh, his mind. He speaks what he
And I
considers to be
don't.
truth. I
And
mean,
I
you do
don't.
too, but well, actually, you're both pretty comical. But yeah,
Oh well, fuck
Wesley,
you for different reasons, obviously.
Wesley, do you happen to have a reason or an idea of why Jesus was wearing a Beatles wig or whatever you had said?
I've imagined a couple of ideas about that. I was in a Yahtzee's Pizza Pub across the street from Wrigley Field. There was a game going on, so the place was
Wait,
crowded.
fuck you, Spooky. Okay, fuck you.
Okay, go ahead, Wesley.
I had to comment
And
on
I
that.
was I was doing what I did in those days. I was drawing caricatures to try to make some extra bucks. It's expensive to live in the city. And I was drawing caricatures of people having their pizza and their beer and waiting for the Cubs game to start. And I was also a little tense and frustrated that what I believed I was given by Jesus to teach was not being listened to in any way. And Jesus appeared over my left shoulder, leaned over my shoulder, gave me a Hollywood smile, made a hippie peace sign, and he was wearing a Beatles wig. And then he
I
vanished in the blink of an eye.
Are you sure that was Jesus and not either a guy that just looks remarkably like Jesus? And I
Actually,
you know what?
that's a good question. How did you know it was Jesus, Wesley?
Well, his children recognized his voice, and I recognized his Beatles wig.
Wesley, what do you do for a living, or do you work, or have you worked?
He's a
No, I
stand-up
do not work
comedian.
now. I do not work now. I used to be the music director for Second City Comedy Theater in Chicago.
Okay. Uh, so do you just are you retired or what?
Sort of, yeah. I also designed trade show exhibits. Jesus blessed me with a lot of gumption and talent, and I'm a pretty good visual artist and musical artist. So I did
Mm.
that, and then I right now I am living on Social Security insurance (SSI), and I get food stamps. And right now I'm homeless, living in a tent next to the Ohio River underneath one
Oh
of those
no
big,
shit.
huge iron bridges. Yeah. Been here for almost a year and a
So,
half.
So what the hell do you do with all that money if you're living in a tent?
I was going to ask, like, how come you're homeless? That might be a silly question, but why are you homeless? Maybe that's a better question.
I made some I made some poor decisions in who to trust.
Mm, okay.
So how are you on the what? How are you on the internet now?
Well, I'm linked in with my AT&T Wi-Fi, and I've got a little Android phone here, and I've got a huge you know camp battery, a Jackery battery that I can keep electric things sort of working here for a couple of days at a time. And
Hmm.
so I'm on a cell phone. All of my computer equipment, my recording equipment, and my speakers, my piano, and all that are in a storage at a friend's garage,
Well,
boxed and safe and ready to move.
Wesley, this is off topic,
More than
but
yeah. Sorry, I'll try to go straight to the question and not wordy it. Then
no,
sorry.
you're fine. You, you seem like a nice guy. I will give you that much. Is there something that you wish atheists or non Christians would understand or recognize about Jesus or God or Christianity?
Well, there is, and I did teach it on the streets of Chicago every day for 8 years. I took one day off, and then I did it for another 6 months. Inside of everybody is His Word, and it is in the form of a pearl of great wealth, snow white of color. It's big as a soccer ball, really. I saw it inside of me, and that pearl is the seed planted in the ground. Is the pearl of great wealth. Is in order to restore your soul, you tell what's in that pearl. And what is in that pearl of great wealth, that snow white light, is the words of the vision that the
Sir,
angels have been telling everybody on earth for
is that making sense to
nearly
you?
12 years.
Well, okay, I do have another question. When a sinner becomes a Christian, do you believe that that sinner will always be saved, or do you think that the sinner can lose their salvation, or the Christian
Sinner
can
can,
lose their salvation?
the wages of sin is death. Even a person that is baptized and their soul is washed clean and made whole, as they
Midnight. God
continue to,
damn it.
if they continue to sin, that sin still turns or burns the soul into dead ashes. So a person can go and be baptized many years ago, but they continue to do little sins here and there, or big sins for all I know. And every time a person sins, baptized or not, it turns the soul into an ash, like a flake of ash. And that is death. That's what those ashes are. The
Okay,
wages of sin is death, the
okay,
valley of
so
death.
so a Christian can lose their salvation.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. No, I theoretically, yes,
Matter of
I
fact,
would agree with that.
I say that all of them have. So I say that there are no ministers in any pulpit that believe that Jesus is God. For Jesus told every one of them, no time to talk, Allah. You want war. He told that on two separate occasions. The last time, about last November, a year ago. And he said that to every minister on TV, every minister not on TV, and every pulpit, and every parishioner, and everybody on earth. He said, no time to talk, Allah. And that's when he said that, it means no time to talk, Allah. It doesn't mean you're a good Christian, you're doing my work, glad you're baptized, way to go, good job. It does not mean that. So that's what he said. That is his judgment on all mankind.
Well, let me ask you this, if you have an opinion on the matter. What do you think about evolution? Do you think evolution is a an actual science, or do you think it's nonsense, or what have you?
It's an imagination. It's a very adept using some things, but it's an imagination. I my what I say to contend with it, I suppose, or to argue against it,
I'm sorry. What was it?
When one third of the angels
Oh
were
boy.
cast out of heaven with Satan for not
Hmm.
telling the vision, their bones were put under the ground and transformed into what we see as dinosaur bones, and their
Well, wait,
spirits.
wait. The did you say? Just correct me if I'm wrong. That the angels that rebelled became bones, and those bones we identify as dinosaurs. Is that what you said, or implied?
Yes, an angel is, just think of it as a person. A
Right.
person.
Okay.
They've got a body, a head, a face, hands, arms, toes, bones in their skin. Um, and when they were cast out of heaven, Jesus separated their spirit from their bodies, put their bodies under the ground, and transformed them into the shapes of dinosaurs, much in the way of character. They were dragons, every one of them. They dragged the word. They didn't profess it. They dragged it. And that's what dinosaurs are the bones of the angels cast out of heaven. And
Okay.
their
Well,
spirits are the diseases and the illnesses that afflict mankind.
okay. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at a comment that
Sure, I'm
says
more than happy to be laughed at. But
no. Well,
this is to say
this comment that
Jesus
says
did that. Jesus did that in a moment's time. And I'm going to branch out here and leap my faith into the abyss with you now. That you have seen people appear in the blink of an eye where there was nobody standing there before.
mhm.
And that they didn't evolve.
Well, okay. So,
Jesus created the heavens and the earth in
yeah,
6 days, rested on the seventh. He did it about 5,000 or 6,000 years ago, and there was no evolution. There
Wesley,
really isn't any evolution.
Wesley, these angels that rebelled, um, did God know that they would rebel before He made them?
Jesus knows everything. Everything I've ever
Okay, so
thought, everything I'll ever
yeah,
say, everything I've ever done, He created
yeah.
everything.
Okay, so
And yes, He does.
when God created these, like when God created Lucifer, who became Satan, at least according to some Christian doctrines, would you say that before God created Lucifer, He knew Lucifer would become a rebellious angel and then tempt most, if not all, of mankind?
In His Word, He says He created good and evil for His purposes. So He knows everything. Yes, He knew what Satan would be. He even says he was a liar and a thief from the start.
So He created God create or Jesus created Lucifer as a liar because he was a liar from the start.
Well, He says that Satan was a liar and a thief from the start. And Jesus
So
knows
He created him that
everything.
way, didn't He?
Yes,
Going
He
by that
did.
logic. So God or Jesus, let's just say God as a colloquial sense that would include uh, Yahweh, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit. So God created Lucifer as a flawed creation. Would you say that's correct?
I know Lucifer, Satan, is only evil. I don't want to
Did
be,
God create him that way?
you know, uh, stands to reason that that's what he did.
Why would an all perfect God create an imperfect creation?
Jesus said he created good and evil for his purposes.
So God does create evil. Oh, and I would agree that the Bible definitely does say that God creates evil. God said it
Yes,
himself in the
he did.
scriptures that he creates evil. Although most Christians don't want to acknowledge that, where they reject
I
it.
know. The TV money, Ted Jesus people.
Like the Joel Osteens of the world, Kenneth
Yes,
Copeland's. Yeah.
I call him Ted Jesus. Yeah, they're all about making money, and the only way they're going to do it is if they do the Jesus is love, Jesus is love. Send me your money. Jesus is love, Jesus is love. They
Hmm.
don't use the whole word. They're like a head unmoving in a pit. missing half its brain, looking up into their own minds, and
That
unable to
still leads
move
me to
and unable
ask,
to and not really saying anything.
but that still leads me to ask, why would, or maybe how is a better way to word this, but why or how would an all perfect creator create an imperfect creation? How is that even possible?
Well, yeah, that's I, I try to look on the good side of that, and it can be confounding. This he did say he would confound the wise. So that's the only answer I can honestly give.
Well,
That
if
is
he
his word about that.
if he
He said
creates
he shall confound the wise.
if he creates his some of his creations with flawed uh, with some sort of flawedness, if I can say that, and corruptedness, then does that mean that the wise were created wise from the start?
Well, he
Because if
confounded.
evil is created from the start, then wouldn't that logically follow that compassionate and wise people are created that way from the start as well?
Well, for me personally, it means I can't really answer that question. I'm confounded. And not only that, I'm confounded because I never thought of myself as wise. But he said he shall confound the wise. So that's my answer for that question. I don't know the answer to
Well, that's fair. I'm, you know, as crazy as I think you are, I don't mean to be insulting,
that. That's
but
fine.
just being
I am a little
honest.
bit. I am afflicted. I am afflicted
Well,
with an iniquity. And it
as
troubles me to
as
be a
out there as
representative of him and to have this affliction
yeah,
it can be
well, as
beguiling.
out there as I think that you are, at least you can say I don't know to certain questions, where others just can't seem to come around to say I don't know to certain questions.
I don't I never want to mislead a person imagining answers for Jesus and telling them to you so I'll sound smart for my own glory. That would mislead you, and that's the last thing I would ever want to do. So
Well,
I would
what
just
if
tell you I don't know and not be afraid of I don't know hurting you.
if you had a smart answer that would convict me or convince me of God, wouldn't God be using that to His glory though? Because
Well, I think I suppose so.
because then it's not that I would be following you or your theology, but I would be better enlightened on it to make
I would
a
never
wise
want anyone to
decision.
follow me in any way. I wouldn't have it. It would. My ego would be floated up, and the next thing you know, I'd be in the back of a limousine getting a head job from an expensive prostitute. So yeah, I'm an evil man. I am not a good man. I have never been good in any of my days. I know that Jesus is God. I
Wesley,
believe in Him, but not. But I fall short in my belief of Jesus Christ
uh,
as God.
Wesley, this is random and off topic, but do you have a favorite YouTuber, like a Christian YouTuber that you think others should listen to or that you admire a little bit more than others? And then after you answer that, I want to say hello to Brainbug, but go ahead.
No,
Okay.
no, I don't. Sorry.
No, fair enough. What's up, Brainbug?
Hi, I heard you guys talking about dinosaurs and I had to come in.
Okay, so Wesley thinks, and correct me if I'm wrong, Wesley. I don't want to get you wrong. Wesley thinks that dinosaur bones
Mhm.
are actually bones of fallen angels. So that's new. I've
Yeah,
not heard
that's
that one
what
before.
that was a very exciting thing to hear. I'd like to know more about that. I just so what we got to understand about not just dinosaurs, but any extinct megafauna that we find the bones of is that we don't just find the bones of and sometimes we do isolated bones here and there, but a lot of times we find a lot about the ecology of the world that they lived in and the way that these different species interact with each other. Ecology is like what we have today with the way different animals interact. You got your predators, you got your prey, you got your scavengers, you got the different
Mhm.
plant life, the different fungus, different microbes all living together and creating this unique ecology. And they're in we see that in the fossil record too. When we find organisms, we often aren't just finding, this dinosaur or this mammoth. We're finding different things about the world that they lived in and how they interacted with that world. So, is the idea that the fallen angels, were they all of these different species? All of these species are angels.
They were all men and women and their unborn children. Yes.
Were they all of these different
Hey,
species?
Assembly of God, I have you on mute for a second. We're getting a lot of feedback from you. I'm going to unmute you, but just giving you a heads up.
So,
Go ahead, Brandon.
Wesley, go ahead.
That was more echo. So go ahead, Brainbug.
Wesley, so we have again, the dinosaurs, but we also have extinct mammals and different, and even before the dinosaurs, we have these large-bodied synapsids.
So we have.
I'm getting it. Just Assembly of God was just echo. So you're gonna have to, if you got the stream playing somewhere, you're gonna have to mute that before you can interact with us.
Yeah, Assembly of God, every time you're unmuted, we get a lot of echoes of like what we're saying gets feedback to us through the stream. So I don't know if you have headphones or not, but if you do, please use them. Okay, there you go.
So are you advising that the way that your worldview is that these bones were transformed into mammoths? Like these were people that were transformed into mammoths upon death, or?
Wesley?
You still with us, Wesley?
Wesley, if you are there, we're not hearing you if you're trying to say something. Wesley?
I don't know.
Okay. He just posted in the private chat that he is resetting his earbuds. One moment, please.
It probably hurt his ears to hear what Assembly of God
probably
earbuds in. Yeah.
Assembly of God, we're not hearing any echoes at the moment, so that's good. And shit. Oh, there he goes. Yeah. What's up?
I think you just had the stream playing in a window or a tab somewhere. Is what it was.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's up, Assembly of God?
I think my volume. I think my volume's too loud.
No, your volume's fine, at least
good.
on my end. Okay, yeah, so it's good. What brings you by? How you doing tonight?
No, I'm getting an echo now.
That's weird because I don't think anyone else is getting an echo.
I'm not hearing an echo. Wesley, you hearing an echo?
No, the sound is just fine.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay, so Assembly of God, apparently you're the only one getting an echo.
Okay, I'm gonna refresh.
Okay.
Anyway, Wesley, I was asking, were these people turned into dinosaurs and mammoths when they died or before they died?
They were in heaven, just as the angels would all see, and they would not tell the vision of the valley from Jesus Christ.
Was Jesus needed at that point, though? That might be off topic.
Needed. Yeah, of course. And Satan used only the words of the Bible, but he sort of leapfrogged them. He would not use the verses that Jesus chose that are specifically concerning the vision of the valley. And after his patience was finished concerning that, Jesus cast Satan out with 1/3 of the angels. And at that moment, their bones of all those 1/3 of the angels were put into the ground at the creation of the earth.
As various animals, though.
Well, as Tyrannosaurus Rex and Stegosaurus and Brontosaurus and all that.
Rhinoceroses and mammoths and Dimetrodon.
Well, did you know? Well, not as rhinoceros. Rhinoceros is actually the biblical unicorn, where the unicorn is written in the Bible. It's the rhinoceros.
But we have Brontotherium is it's an ancient one of my persiodactyl animal that is related to modern rhinoceroses and horses that lived millions of years ago, and all we have of them is fossils that are they're old and fossilized, just like dinosaur bones. So why is it the ancient diapsids that are angels? So are angels? So and the difference between diaps is the clade that houses modern reptiles, birds, dinosaurs, crocodilians, things like that. So you're saying that the angels were turned into these specific clades of animal. Why were they turned into those specific clades of animals, but they weren't turned into rhinoceroses and things such as that?
Wesley?
Gentlemen, I'm sorry if I'm interrupting you. I'm not getting any audio in at this moment. So I'm going to disconnect and try to refresh.
Okay.
If you can hear me. If you can't, I'm going to type it in chat. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, no problem.
I don't know if he can hear us or not, but did you understand what I was saying, Gur? I don't know if.
Yeah, no, I was following.
Okay,
I went ahead and removed him from the stream just until he gets his stuff together.
Right. There's, and like Titan saying in the chat here, there wasn't not just diapsids and synapses. There's there's invertebrates and plants and fungus and all these organisms that are only known from the fossil record. Why are specifically dinosaurs the ones that we are saying, hey, these ones are demons?
Right, and that's a good question, because oh shit, hold on.
Why do these animals why did the angels get turned into these animals and not those animals?
Right, because like, why draw the line at dinosaurs, essentially?
Right,
you are a dinosaur.
Midnight, why'd you bail earlier? I was going to come in, and I'm like, well, Midnight left. I'm not going to come in, and then now you're back.
Well, to tell you the truth, I don't like being around Wesley.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's understandable. I will give you that, because the first few times he joined my stream, I did kick him out because I thought he might have been having, and this is no disrespect, but I thought he was having some sort of mental episode. But I've come to realize that that's who he is. That's how he conducts himself. So I'm like, okay.
How does he function in the real world? I'm sorry, but I just.
Yeah, I don't know. Because like I said, the first couple times I thought, okay, this guy, I think he might have some mental issues, like actual like episodes. But no, this is kind of.
So, Gur, I need to ask you something. Why do you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. I love Assembly of God. I love how you pull the midnight while midnight.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, can you hear us, Assembly of God?
Yeah, I can hear you. Why are you guys over talking each other?
I think you might have some lag on your end or something. No one's over talking each other.
Not yet, anyway.
Yeah, not yet. I'm sure we'll get there. Real quick, what's up, Pixie Wings? How you doing? Oh my God.
Okay. I just came to point out that just because he's consistent doesn't mean he's well. I have a schizophrenic uncle.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I would agree with that.
So wait, does that mean that Gur doesn't mean that? Does that mean that Gur isn't well either? He says he's consistent. But no, okay. Look. I have a question, Gur. Why do you let yourself on your own stream? You're clearly not well, man.
This is my outlet.
And just I want to have some solidarity with Wesley and Gur if you have problems too, that's okay. I do struggle with mental health problems, so I can definitely get on board with that and be an ally to anybody who's especially if they're out there trying to get help.
Brainbug, hold on. Brainbug, please don't use the term ally anymore. Okay, it's
I like what Titan Uranus says. Gur hosts YouTube Open Hangouts. He's obviously
He's
not
obviously
well.
not well. So wait, so Titan Uranus, you just described Wildheart as well. I hope you know that.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
No.
Yes, we can hear you, Assembly of God.
Are we still talking over each other on your end?
Oh, come on,
Assembly
don't be
of
an
God.
asshole.
Assembly of God, can you hear us? Are we coming
Yes,
in
I
loud
can
and
hear
clear?
you guys. Yeah, I can hear you now.
All
Okay.
right. Did
I
you
think-
have a question or something you want to bring to the table tonight?
No. I think I solved the problem.
Okay. Well,
I am okay with it being called out by your friends.
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know.
okay.
Oh my god, you let him back on? I'm done. I'm leaving.
Wait. Midnight. Is just for a few
I just
moments.
wanted to say thank you.
Just for
You're correct.
clarification.
I do have mental problems. I have schizophrenia, and it's not the heavy form; it's the light form of it. And I'm okay with you all calling that out.
Okay.
I mean, way to make us feel like an asshole.
Hey,
Well, I mean,
I
Go ahead.
didn't call that. He thinks I called that out. What I said was
No,
I have a
I know you didn't.
schizophrenic uncle.
Yeah. No,
It's a beguiling disease. It really is. And I agree that how can I be a representative of Jesus Christ and be afflicted with this? It's a very difficult issue for me. I'm troubled by it every day.
I appreciate that you're open about it. I campaign myself to end the stigma about mental health and mental health care. The first step is to acknowledge it and accept that yes, that we do have these conditions, but we can continue to be functioning people, members of society, and try to contribute in what ways we can. And yeah, I'll stand by you with that.
Yeah. I would agree because I've got to send you this video, Brain Bug. I just watched it maybe 3 nights ago, and it was this lady. She's this woman. She's probably like 22 or so, talking about her schizophrenia, and everything she said was just so enlightening. And she said something that really stood out to me, which it might be kind of shallow, but she said, as far as my perception of it, might be kind of shallow, but she said, we are schizophrenics are not the boogeyman that you see in Hollywood. And I wish Hollywood would stop stigmatizing it even further. And I thought, oh wow, that's
I do. I do. I do think that Hollywood doesn't do it. Doesn't do.
They do
the
that
best.
with all mental illness, though. You notice that Hollywood they just make like I have depression and anxiety, and I'm not like the people that you see in.
Well, but
Right,
I mean, but
yeah.
Rainbug. Everybody who has depression and anxiety is different. You know what I mean?
Right, exactly.
So just because they portray somebody in a negative light doesn't mean it reflects on you.
Right, but it reflects a negative stigma towards the disorder.
Yeah.
Well, yes,
what I'm
I get
talking
that.
about. Yeah, I get that someone could have those conditions and then they express themselves completely differently or in a way that I would feel was negative stigma. So I do understand what you're saying, though, Midnight.
But when it comes to Jesus, I believe this strongly, that if it is His word and it is spoken, whoever hears it knows it's the truth. Whether they're going to confess it and witness it honestly, or whether they're going to be embarrassed by it, or whether they shall deny it or lie about it or try to keep it secret, they know.
Midnight.
So can we go back to the dinosaurs now?
Oh yes.
So,
Sure.
So modern birds are they're modern theropods. They're in the clade Dinosauria. They're nested well within Dinosauria. Maniraptora actually is the grouping that they fall into. It's with other species like the Dromaeosaur, like the Jurassic Park raptors and things like that. So when we find dinosaurs that are
okay. Sorry.
Assembly, you're echoing again. When we find dinosaurs in the fossil record, those are angels, but modern birds are not angels.
Well,
modern.
angel, if you know any of such as Ezekiel, there's a description of angels that have a face of a man, a lion, an
Mhm.
ox, and an eagle. Those faces are, it's like a poem about their character. Where it describes Satan as a dragon, that's a description of his character. It is not a big undulating snake that flies through the air that like the Chinese dragons and things like that. It's a real person, and that person's character is like a dragon. That's what those animal words used to describe in the Bible are. So those angels in heaven, their characters were like Tyrannosaurus or like, Brontosaurus, and they were put under the ground in a blink of an eye. I can do this. Jesus, would you show everybody on earth from your matrix
Oh boy.
how you cast the angels
Gur, I
out
need an
and gave
adult.
their bones and
I need
do
an
this
Okay,
adult,
first,
Gur.
three do this
first,
three
that's not going
times
to help
in their
anybody,
mind.
Wesley. We don't see it no matter how
Now,
many times you ask for it. None of us are going to see it. That doesn't help anyone.
But we
What
do
I
I
don't
see.
know.
understand is if they were put underground in an instant, how is there a war in heaven? How are they in hell? How are
And
all these things the Bible says if they were put underground in an instant?
and again, these aren't just individual organisms. We have eggs of theropods and sauropods. So we have eggs that they laid where surely the angels weren't.
Just as men and women today marry and get pregnant, and women are going to have embryos in their bellies when they are put into the rapture, put in hell, so to say. That is what was done with the children that were in the bellies of the females in heaven when they were cast.
So you're saying the Bible's not true? When the Bible says that there was a war in heaven, that these cast out angels were
Ugh.
sent to hell, you're saying that that's not right.
I'm saying you don't like it, and you know it's the truth what I say.
Oh boy.
Well, we're going to agree to disagree because I haven't heard a single bit of truth come from you.
Yeah. Listen.
Yeah. But
Everything
then
is
again,
true
you
and
were
nothing is
given
a
a
lie.
healed
Wait,
look.
Wesley.
It's your
Wesley.
contention. Okay.
Everything is true and nothing is a lie. Is
Hey,
that a true statement?
Wes, is it okay with everyone if we just move on and I just let Wesley go? What say y'all?
Yes,
Okay.
please. I mean, I know he's schizophrenic, but please.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it comes to a point to where it's probably best just to kind of like walk away. So, Wesley, thank you for coming in. You
May
seem
I
like
say one little thing and then I'll go?
absolutely. Yeah, go for it. And then, yeah, go
You
ahead.
are all going to be tempted with just under $31,000. Not
What?
real money. Will you listen? You are going to be tempted with free $31,000 in cryptocurrency to take an Omni bar to be branded in your wrist or forehead with a barcode. And without that brand, you shall not be allowed to go into a store to buy
Okay,
food.
Gur,
Okay.
Gur, he's
Either
doing a
do
sermon.
that,
Okay.
Yeah,
or you can
entertaining this
tell the
only helps his
Yeah.
delusions.
No,
It really
Yeah.
does.
I think you're right. And
It was like an
just-
end times prophecy that he was doing there.
yeah, he does it a lot actually.
I just
So
met him today.
why do people let him on? I see him nearly all the time. People just let him on and let him like
Yeah, I don't know. There was nobody in the stream at the time, so I thought, okay, well, because I did have a few sincere questions, as did Brain Bug, but it gets to a point to where it's probably best just left alone.
Yeah, it reminds me of my uncle. And the more when he goes into psychosis, the more you participate with it, the deeper he goes into it and the more he believes it. And it's just not beneficial to anyone.
Yeah, I would agree with that. My apologies, because yeah, again, I've spoken with him a few times on these streams, and the first couple of times I thought well, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Anyway, let's let's move on because I do feel weird because by letting him speak, I do wonder. Okay, by me letting him continue on the stream, is that going to cause more harm than good, especially in regards to the stigma as we kind of briefly talked about earlier?
Well, if he would come on and talk about like normal things, then I would say, please don't ostracize him. Don't make him feel ostracized. Let him come on. But if he's just
Mhm.
going to come on to embed himself further in his delusions, and he can't even take a pushback from it without,
Mm.
going into some kind of crazy prophecy, then it's just not beneficial on either side.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah. So midnight. Now that he's gone, do you have anything you want to get off your chest? Not concerning him, but anything else.
Well, if you really must know, Gur, I hate you. You suck at doing these streams. Okay.
you
Hey,
know,
you
it's
asked. You asked.
I get that a lot, but people always come back. I don't know why.
Brainbug, I have nothing bad to say about you. You're cool. Pixie, ditto as well.
You know what? Fuck
Gur,
you, Midnight.
oh come
Uh,
on, come on, come on. You love me. Why the fuck do you let me on here?
I
Oh,
don't know. I ask
I get
myself
along with
that.
everybody, so
Yeah, Brainbug, you're really cool. I like you.
yeah.
Your extensive knowledge of like insects and whatnot. I'm like, how the hell do they know about all this stuff?
And dinosaurs. I love dinosaurs. That's like okay. I'm not going to talk about dinosaurs.
Okay,
Wish we had been able to
Brainbug,
get.
I do have a question for you. What else? Oh, hey, it's Alpha.
I changed my name just to be appropriate for the stream. Sorry, guys.
Okay,
Althea
I do have
Gore
another question for you.
Bottoms.
What other topics are you interested in?
Um, I really like fungus.
No, no, no,
And
no. I said not like topics, subjects like
Well, that's never mind.
physics,
I'm trying to speak for
physics, math.
Brainbug.
um, but it's
Like
mostly
Jason and
ecology,
Sure.
biology stuff in that area. I don't usually step outside of that.
Hello.
I like I like
Well,
I
history.
swear,
Hello.
you're the new Midnight. Assembly of God, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but everybody's
Okay, Assembly of
get
God, I think
get.
you've got some technical difficulties or some shit.
yeah,
Because
boot
every
this
time you
guy.
come in here,
It's not me. There's only one me. Okay,
Can
and I'm
everybody
beautiful.
just
go ahead, Assembly.
why is it why is there a delay? Why is there a delay?
That's on your end.
Because God hates you. I don't know.
Because your internet is slow.
You aren't going to be able to listen to the stream like on if you're trying to like have it playing on YouTube.
That's
The
bullshit,
background is
man.
going to be a delay. It's like there's always a delay between the YouTube feed and us here live. So you have to mute that. Otherwise, there will be an echo.
Okay. So let's.
What areas are you knowledgeable in, Midnight?
Bits and pieces of psychology, bits and pieces of
Yeah.
ecology. I only know I only know about the tree about the trees the tree symbiosis.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like I can never remember there's parasitic, mutualism, and I can never remember the third one. Not compensation. Parasitic is obviously the one where where only where only one only one organism when only one organism benefits while the other one while the other one basically dies. Mutualism is when both both organisms benefit, and let's see what else. And then the other one
I will be
is
right
where
back.
It's commensalism.
yes, the other one is when one organism benefits while the other one nothing happens. You know what I mean?
Neutral,
Just
yeah.
neutral. Yeah. And another
Like
thing that I found interesting is the interspecies relations, interspecies interactions, and the intraspecies interaction. What we're
right.
doing now, it's intraspecies. right? Like we're interacting with members of our own species. Whenever we interact with dogs, with cats, it's interspecies, and that's kind of the extent of my knowledge when it comes to ecology. But
Yeah. That's you got that. I'm doing interspecies interaction right now. I got my dog here on my lap,
yep.
but I'm also talking to you guys, so I'm inter and intraspecies interacting. What's up, Alpha?
Nothing much. Just about to go for a jog, but it got dark too soon, so I might have to use.
No, it's only 5:30 here, and it's freaking dark out. How depressing, right?
Yeah, like look at that. Like I mean, it's. I don't think I can do like a 30-minute jog right now. I think by the time I got back, it'll be nighttime.
Yeah. But midnight, yeah, I haven't had any formal studies in that. I did a lot of volunteer work for my local conservation department when I was a teenager and stuff. But all my knowledge is I'm an autodidact in that matter.
Autodidact, hey, don't knock autodidacts. We rule. Fuck,
Yeah.
fuck those degree snobs like Jason, and who else? Who else is a degree snob? Dr. Josh. Wait, no, not Dr. Josh.
Dr. Josh does have a degree though. He's a doctor.
Well, fuck Jason. He's a degree snob.
Yeah, I've read enough papers to. I could.
Well, I mean, the key to being an autodidact is actually gaining, learning the right information, right?
Mhm.
Autodidacts are, looked down upon because it's like, well, as an autodidact, there's a chance you may not get the right information and you may not understand it, right? Getting a formal education is like the best thing, because you get the actual information. But that's as its own issues because most of the material that they have in schools, including colleges, is so out of date that by the time you actually get your degree,
by the time you finish your degree program, it's already the stuff that you learned at the beginning of your program's already out of date, right? Yeah. I can agree with that, but I mean, I do respect anybody who puts in the time and gets a formal education in the field, but that you don't have to have a formal education to be knowledgeable in any specific field. All you have to have is the time and the resources to validate what you know about it. As long as you can,
you need the time, the resources, the will, the drive, the curiosity, and the passion.
Validate what you know about it. Is as long as you.
Oh my God! Okay, Assembly of God. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to come
not
in
tonight,
another
buddy.
time.
Not tonight. Yeah, not tonight.
Yeah, because like
God, no love you tonight.
So, like every time you join the stream, it doesn't work out.
I hate the sound of my own voice.
I do too.
So do I. So do I. Every time I hear it back, it sounds whiny. It sounds nasally. It just sounds
real quick.
Like
Alpha, what do you have to say tonight, good sir?
I hate you, Gur. That's what he says.
Alpha, you there?
Alpha looks frozen.
Alpha, you're frozen in time.
Got a nice image of the sky behind you, though. It's like looks kind of nice where you're at. Wish I was there instead of here in cold, dark Illinois.
I'm in Georgia, and it's cold and dark right now.
Yeah.
Semi-cold.
Wait! You're in Georgia?
You know this. I've said this multiple times.
Hold on. Did you meet the devil?
Oh yeah, because he went down to Georgia.
Yes.
He was looking for a soda still. Okay, Assembly of God.
Because he was way behind. He was looking to make a deal.
The problem is on your. No, it isn't, buddy. It's on your side. Stop projecting.
Assembly of God. Everyone here, I think, agrees that it's on your side because every time you come in,
I think he has the stream playing somewhere. Is what it sounds like to me, but what do I know?
Yeah, because I mean, don't get me wrong. If I was the only one experiencing what he's talking about, then yeah, I'd say okay. Obviously, it's on my side. But everyone here knows what he's talking about because it's coming from his side. Anyway, I don't know.
Yeah.
Everybody loves Garf.
What's that, Pixie?
No, I was just gonna say I agree. Definitely on his side.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, dude, like I've tried. You've come in here multiple times, and every time it's just not working. So, just learn how to do a stream or how to join a stream the correct way,
Run an
the
exorcism.
appropriate way.
Run an exorcism on your connection. I think your connection is haunted.
Okay, they said I don't have the stream playing. Well, I don't know what the issue is then, because like that's all it is. Okay. Anyways,
Huh.
so
So, I have a quick question. Why do you like having me on here?
because everyone needs a clown to laugh at. No, I'm just kidding.
Wow. Okay. If you wanna, if you want a clown, I'll get you knock. Okay, I'll go call knock.
Yeah. Look.
Like Knock went to bed, didn't he?
I do appreciate Knock, but I don't know why he was so offended over me saying, "Hey, go to bed," or "You need to go to bed."
Yeah, well, he was.
It's a friendly suggestion.
Yeah, but according to him, he was fighting bigotry, so that takes precedence.
You know what's
Well,
funny is
it's because
go
I
ahead.
think like when you hear that, you're gonna be one of two people. You're gonna be the person that's like, okay, somebody's looking out for me, maybe I should go to bed, or you're gonna be the person who's like, oh, I am not some 12-year-old. You are not my dad, and that is condescending.
Yeah, he's definitely in the latter.
Yes.
Because
Hey, Pixie, go to bed.
because I wasn't trying to be condescending or bossy.
I was.
It's
Just kidding.
just
I wasn't.
you know how if you get worked up over a thing and someone tries to tell you, hey, maybe you should just walk away. That's all I was doing. It's like, dude, okay, I don't know what was happening, but just let it go, walk away, get a good night's sleep.
Let it go.
And,
Let
we'll
it
try
go. Can't
Can
hold us
anyone hear
back
me?
anymore.
What's up?
Hello?
Do you know me? Hopefully, you don't have technical
What do you do?
issues.
What do you do? I just wanted to have some professionals on the matter of explaining to me what ad hominem attacks are and what are some good examples of it. Please, I need to understand what the hell this is.
You're an
Okay,
idiot.
so
That's an
no,
ad hominem
that's
attack.
actually not that.
No,
that's
I know.
actually not
I'm
it.
just okay. Well,
Let's say
That's a good one because it sounds like they say it's an attack on your character, right? But your character is based off of originally from how you think about yourself, right?
well, let's just say I say, oh, you have this really dumb opinion about X, therefore you're wrong about Y. That's a good way to put
okay.
it,
So like,
I think.
like
well,
how
hold
I
on.
treat
And then hominem attack is to the man, right? Like you're wrong about X because you're fat. That would be an ad hominem. It's to the man.
That could be a form of it.
I'm
Yeah.
still kind of. I don't know. I
Yeah,
guess I'm
it's
just well.
simply
But
put, an ad hominem is an argument directed against the person rather than the position they're maintaining.
Yes.
so like, if I'm frustrated with them and I don't understand anything about what they're saying, I could attack them on their, like, I guess calling them stupid or something like that.
Yeah, like if somebody says
There you
like
go.
for example, if somebody's on a weight loss journey, right? But
Hang
they've
on.
lost weight, but they're
Midnight,
still
let
obese.
her finish.
Well,
They've
I
lost
was gonna read
weight.
it.
Wait till she's finished. God damn.
Okay, like,
Fine.
if
Sorry.
somebody's on a weight loss journey, right? They've clearly lost
Mm.
100 pounds, but they're still clearly overweight. And they're talking about how they see this diet. And I come in and say, oh, well, you know nothing about diets because you're fat. Well, I'm not saying anything about why they think this diet is good or bad. I'm just attacking the person.
Okay,
Okay, that makes sense.
yeah. And
Now-
okay, go ahead,
now
Midnight.
I
Go
want
ahead,
it.
Midnight.
And argumentum ad hominem. God damn it. An argumentum. Hey, at least I didn't say fuck you that time. I said, God
It's
damn it.
true. Go ahead.
An argumentum ad hominem is a fallacy where one argues that somebody is wrong because of some character flaw, or character failing. And an ad hominem is not an insult.
Simplicator.
Whatever.
Simplicite. I don't.
Simpliciter.
Simpliciter. Thank you.
Jesus Christ! Use use smaller words, Leo. Jesus.
But yeah, if I say you're wrong about X, therefore you're wrong about Y, that would be a ad hominem and a very
Well,
simplified way of putting it.
can you give me an example this way, Gur? Maybe it'll make
Mhm.
much more clear sense to me. Give me an example of you and a theist. How would you, like, if you were to give him an ad hominem attack, what would that be like? What would that sound
Okay,
like?
so I would say, for example, hypothetically, you believe that the Earth is 6,000 years old, therefore you're wrong about God. I think that would be an example of ad hominem.
Well,
Okay.
no. That wouldn't
They can be
be
wrong
because
about their interpretations, but it doesn't actually address the God claim.
right, but that's
Hmm.
not. But that's not. That wouldn't be. That wouldn't be an ad
And if
hominem.
I'm
Ad
wrong,
hominem would be
yeah,
like,
please
yeah,
correct me.
but he puts ketchup on his hot dogs.
Yeah, therefore, therefore he's wrong. Yeah,
Yeah. So why would you believe what anybody says about God if they put ketchup on their hot dogs?
that's a great way of putting it.
So
Yeah.
what if it's the reverse, like, or maybe it's something along these lines, like, you know how the Bible is has like what, over 50, 100,000 or some shit like that contradictions and there, isn't it? Well, what if a person behaved like that and they're a theist? Would you be inclined to be charitable and assume that they're telling the truth, or that they're right, they think they're right, that they know they're right, or would you just get fed up with it all and just say, you know what, the Bible's wrong, he's wrong, whatever? Like, is that an hominem attack?
Hmm. I hate to say to ask this, but can you say that again?
Yeah, I was gonna
a more
say.
simplified version
Sorry.
of it.
I'm a little stupid. I mean, not like legally or anything, but
No, you're not.
yeah, I smoke a lot of
There's
weed,
like,
so
see, well, that's still whatever. But
Well,
you
like
know,
Alex
basically,
says, your haircut sucks, so your view of God is wrong.
yes.
That'd be an example of ad hominem.
so let's replace haircut with the Bible.
Your view of the Bible sucks, therefore your God is wrong. Would that be an accurate representation of what you said?
Yeah, I think.
Your
What are
view
we
of the
even
Bible.
doing here?
So
Just to suffer.
your
Go
view
ahead,
of the
Brandon.
Bible sucks. So your
Um,
view of God is wrong. I don't know if that's necessarily an ad hominem though, because
No, but
it's
it's not.
relative.
It's not to the man. Well, I mean, I guess we're using your. It is to the man, but at the same time. Hmm.
I like what Leo said. It's a non sequitur. It's really
okay, I just
Okay.
need
Everybody's a non sequitur.
Here's
help me
the
with
best
this
one
thing.
I can think of. If somebody makes an argument, right? And instead of addressing their argument, I say something like, "Oh, well, you're poisoning the well."
Oh my God, it's Leo. Hide. Let's go hide,
Midnight.
everybody.
Pixie, you
Leo knows
interrupt
his
Pixie every
fallacies though,
fucking
so I'm
time,
glad
Midnight.
he's here.
Let Pixie finish and then we'll go to Leo. Pixie, were you finished? Sorry.
It says she's on mute.
Okay, go ahead, Leo.
What do you mean? Go ahead. I just got here.
No, well, did you want to kind of go into the ad hominem fallacy?
Well, I was just gonna say, with the example that Do You Know Me was talking about, that wouldn't be an ad hominem. It would just be a
Okay.
non sequitur. It doesn't follow that because somebody's
non
particular
sequitur.
interpretation of the Bible is wrong, therefore their God doesn't exist.
Oh, okay. All right.
An ad
yeah.
hominem has to refer to like the character or the motive or some generally considered immutable attribute of a person that you're attacking.
Okay, hey Leo. Leo.
And it's
I
not
got one.
just that, like, so if you're in a discussion, somebody goes, yeah, well, you're just a fucking idiot. That's not an argumentum ad hominem. That's just an insult.
Yes.
A simple
Okay.
insult is not an ad hominem. However,
Yeah,
if
that
I
makes
was in
more
a debate with a Christian and I said, yeah, well, this guy got accused of beating his wife, so we shouldn't listen to anything that he says. We can we trust a guy who beats his wife? Come on. That's an argumentum ad
Yes.
hominem, because
Yeah.
I'm attacking that person's character and using that to argue that therefore they're wrong. That's what makes it an argumentum ad hominem. Is
Well,
using
how
that
I-
attack to argue that they're wrong on something.
I
Not
like that one.
just
That one actually
attacking them.
resonated with me. Thank you.
Leo, I got a question for you. It's somebody calling you pretentious and ad hominem was just an insult.
That's just an insult. Now, if you said this
Okay,
person's
so
pretentious, therefore we shouldn't listen to what they say, and they're wrong on this, then it's an ad hominem.
Well, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You know, somebody, you know, if you were talking about physics and somebody said you were pretentious, would that be an ad hominem?
No.
Not if no. Midnight. Are you listening?
No, I'm stupid tonight. Sue me.
Leo, do you put
hey,
ketchup
man,
on your
it's
hot
it's
dog?
okay. Man. I'm more stupid
So-
than anyone here. Just trust me on that.
So,
I don't
Leo,
memorize.
if somebody is doing a presentation like talking about the benefits of veganism or vegetarianism, and I said, like, how can you argue that case because I just saw you eat a steak? That would be ad hominem, right?
That would be more of a tu quoque, which it's either that ad hominem falls under tu
Hello?
quoque or tu quoque falls under ad hominem. Yeah, no, tu quoque I think falls under ad hominem, and it's essentially an argument from hypocrisy, arguing that, well, because you're a hypocrite, therefore you're wrong. But I personally, I don't think veganism or vegetarianism are morally superior to
I thought
non-vegan, but beside the point. That would just be saying that because somebody's a hypocrite, therefore they're wrong. But if somebody who smokes cigarettes came to you and said smoking cigarettes is really dangerous and harmful and it can give you cancer, well, you could say, well, yeah, but you got a cigarette in your hand right there. Right?
Yeah.
Sure, but the fact that they're being a hypocrite doesn't mean that they're wrong with what they said. What they said is still true.
Yeah, tu quoque is like saying, I know
Okay,
what
yeah.
you are, but what am
I
I?
like the way you think, man.
It's like tu quoque is like a grade school argument.
not me, but you. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
so this the reason why I'm asking is because I
Can
don't
you
know.
guys hear
sometimes-
me?
Sorry,
I
yeah,
said
we
Yes,
this
we
guy,
can.
yes,
Yes, we
yes,
can.
we hear you. Can you
Okay.
hear us?
Thank
Do you hear us
Jesus
talking?
Christ. Holy fuck. Can I get
Okay,
a fucking response
um,
from somebody?
Yeah, sorry about that, bro. Yeah, we can hear you.
You
But
did.
because I have a hard time like dealing with people sometimes. Like I'm not gonna say any channel names or YouTube or whatever, forums or whatever, right? But some people just don't. I don't think they see the difference between being attacked and someone just giving their honest opinion, whether it was tempered with love or not.
That's because there's a lot of people that will take somebody disagreeing with them as somebody attacking them, and that's a major problem we have in our society.
Yeah, I mean, I suffer from that too a lot, depending on like my mental state. You know, did I go to the bathroom, take a shower, brush my teeth? Did I eat well? I can't have nothing wrong with me. You know, otherwise something's gonna happen. You know, I might misinterpret something because of some small thing I'm not aware of.
Mm-hmm.
Alpha.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
But
we
yeah,
can hear you.
thank you guys.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bounce now,
Christ.
but I appreciate everyone's help. Thank you.
Yep. Bye.
He's
Bye-bye.
not.
That's all you
leaving.
wanted to know?
No, ignore midnight. Well, Alpha, what's up?
Hey, it's not the one I
guess
say. Hey, that was
I
asked
guess
of
you were
God.
leaving. All right, Alpha, what's going on? You have anything you want?
Nothing.
Any comments you want
Yes.
to add?
No, there's nothing I want to add. I just want to derail things for a second. So there's a Mormon temple that's being built right outside my neighborhood. Is a temple higher up in the hierarchy of Mormonism, or is the temple like their base building?
Is anybody here a Mormon? Anyways, guys, I do have to head out. I'm heading over to buddies, but I did want to clarify that ad hominem because
Yeah,
it does.
appreciate it.
Which the thing was, I shouldn't have had to because Pixie nailed it right on the head with the way that she laid it out. So, but
Yeah.
apparently there was still some confusion after that. So I figured, well, let me give it a whirl. Hopefully I can do better. I don't know.
Let's just get clear that ad hominem is not an insult. It's not a personal insult, right?
Yeah, it's not an insult,
not an
simpliciter.
insult.
It's an argument that somebody is wrong generally by appealing to some perceived moral failing, character failing,
Yeah,
a failing of their motive or something like that.
Right, and it has to do with the argument itself.
Yes.
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 So it's
Your
not
argument is wrong because you just got a DUI last week, so you can't. Why should we listen to you? That's an ad hominem.
Exactly.
Saying you're fucking
Exactly.
stupid. It's an insult. You should not. It's not appropriate to do in a debate or a discussion.
Yeah.
At least an honest one, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's not an ad hominem.
That's right, exactly. It's not an ad hominem. Ad hominem is like saying, like, outside of the argument, there's nothing to do with the argument. It's saying, you know, you're fucking, you have a Coke bottle glasses or whatever, and you can't see straight. That's a fucking insult. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Anyways,
it
guys,
has- okay,
I'm out of here.
cheers.
Have a good one, Leo.
Bye,
Later,
Leo.
later, Leo.
Hi, Leo. Yes, Alpha, a temple is higher than a church in Mormonism. You
All right.
have to be deemed worthy of being in the temple before you can be in the temple. But you can still go to
How
church.
can I flip the camera on the when I'm in Streamlab?
Probably. I don't know though.
I don't know how. Okay, I'm just gonna turn around. Okay. All right. So check it out. So there's this like beautiful. It's a beautiful building.
I don't know. There we go.
It's a temple. So like,
That is nice.
yeah, but it's like I didn't know that that we had developed that high in the Mormon order, and I'm just like, what does that even mean? You know what I mean?
Wait a second. Are you in Utah?
No, I'm in deep South Texas. I'm literally 5 miles from the border.
Fuck, but isn't the Mormons are all secluded to Utah?
No, they're all
No.
over the North America.
They used to have a meeting place. I guess that's what it's called, like a small one. And then they had a hall, and now they have a temple.
I actually had no idea that Mormons had temples. In all honesty, I'm not very familiar with their theology.
What little I know about them is that a temple is supposed to be like a big deal because that's like really important. But I was like, maybe I'm wrong.
No, you're right. Like you can go to church as a Mormon and still not be able to, like, for years and still not be able to go into the temple. Like you have to be recommended as temple worthy by somebody higher up in the church before you're allowed to go into the temple.
So would it be missionary outreach, or would it be like one of their prophets? Because they have modern apostles or modern prophets. That one of them had a vision that this now has to be moved down here, like a new center.
So do Mormons have a strong connection to Israel?
No, they believe that Jesus, either after he died or before he died, came to the United States and preached to the Indians, and there was a secret global war of Indians where they lost all their technology and they went back to the Stone Age, and then we showed up.
Oh my God, that is crazy shit, man.
Okay, here it is. To enter an LDS temple, a person must be a worthy tithe-paying member of the LDS Church, and they must present a recommend, a piece of paper indicating that the bearer is a worthy member at the door of the temple. To determine worthiness and thereby receive a recommend, a member must sit through 2 interviews.
That's interesting. I always get Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses confused for whatever reason.
Okay, I'm going to step out for a second because I'm going to run again. And then as soon as I get done running, I'll hop back in, guys.
Okay, sounds good.
I get them mixed up too.
Yeah.
W's and Mormons.
I don't know why, but it's always been that way since I was a kid up till now. Anytime somebody says Jehovah's Witnesses or Mormons, I just get them confused like crazy.
How I understand they both go knock on doors, but their philosophies are completely different. One thinks you can be like a god of your own world, and the other thinks like there's not necessarily like a heaven or a hell. Like you are, like, okay, they believe like when you die, you don't, like, your soul doesn't just go to heaven or hell. Like you're there, right? And when the end time comes, that's when believers will be risen and they will inherit the earth. They will inherit like a new earth.
Yeah, and the new earth will be planets. Don't they inherit planets?
That's Mormonism. In I'm sorry, Jehovah's Witnesses, they believe that God will remake after the end times and after all that, God will remake this earth, and then he'll raise his believers, and those people will inherit the earth.
But which religion gives you a new planet unto yourself?
Mormonism.
Really?
Oh, I thought that was Jehovah's Witnesses. There I go again, getting them confused. Okay, I the only thing I do know, and correct me if I'm wrong, Pixie, is that Mormons believe that Satan or Lucifer and Jesus are brothers. I think that's the only thing I know.
I don't know that one at all, actually, but I can find out real quick.
Yeah,
I know they believe that Bigfoot is Cain.
I think Pixie should be designated as a fact checker.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Yes. So Pixie, can you hang on, like for the whole night until the morning, and check the facts for us?
You're correct, Gerd. Mormonism.
Okay,
Mormonism
it is.
thinks
Okay.
Jesus and Satan are brothers. Yeah.
The
Oh,
only reason I
wow.
know that is because as a kid, I actually did have a fellow homeschooled friend who was a Mormon, and I swear I remember them talking about that very thing about how Jesus and Lucifer are
Jesus and
brothers,
Satan
like
are
they're
brothers?
equals. Yeah.
That
Which
flies in
doesn't
the.
that doesn't make any sense to me because
No,
Satan is literally an angel and Jesus is not.
Well,
I
no.
know.
Well,
I
no.
never
If you look
understood
at
it.
Lucifer, Lucifer means light bringer, right?
Well, yes, because as far as I know, like
The
the whole
concept,
Lucifer thing is a terrible miscommunication as far as the texts
yeah,
go.
the concept of Satan came from the Zoroastrians, Shaitan or Ahriman or
Actually, it
whatever.
predates Zoroastrians.
Oh, maybe I don't know, but
Huh.
all I know is that the Zoroastrians had a dichotomy between the good and evil, which is Ahura Mazda and Ahriman, right? Which is
Yes.
the Satan, and then the Jews took this concept from the Zoroastrians back to Judea, and they propagated it, assigning Yahweh as their Ahura Mazda, and and Satan or Hades or some kind of conglomeration between Shaitan or Ahriman with Hades, and they came up with the Satan, right?
Well, yeah, but all of that originally stems from this idea. I guess even the Asians have it in the yin yang, but all of it really stems from this idea of not just light and dark, but as an advocate versus an adversary.
Exactly. And Ahriman in Zoroastrian actually means adversary. Oh, actually, the word Satan, if you look it up, actually means adversary, right?
Exactly. And that's where
Yeah,
that concept came from. But I don't think that he was unfortunately named in being called Lucifer the light bearer,
yeah.
because to me, that almost plays on some ancient polytheistic beliefs
It was
like
Yeah,
the name of
no,
the
no.
Prometheus.
planet Venus, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly, brain bug. Lucifer was the light bringer, which means that
right,
when
but
people,
light could also mean knowledge. So you see that as a common theme throughout all kinds of religions, even polytheistic religions like Prometheus bringing fire to man. He brought the knowledge and he's severely punished for it.
yeah, but if you look at the horizon, people were looking at the horizon in the heavens back in that day. If you look at the horizon in that time, you would see Venus rising before the sun. So Venus is almost like a precursor to the sun. So that's why Venus was considered being a Lucifer, the light bringer of the sun. The sun is the light, and Venus or Lucifer is the light bringer.
You want to hear something even more
What?
weird? Like another weird connection, right?
Well, it's all
So,
astrotheology. That's what I think it is.
right. Well, we all know that Jesus isn't an original story, right? We have Horus, we have Dionysus, we have all of these other pre predecessor gods who were born of a virgin.
That's right.
They had all these miracles. They were brutally murdered or crucified or whatever. So we have all these stories predating him. But what I find fascinating about these stories is if you trace the older stories, it actually lines up with things happening in the quote unquote heavens. For example, the sun changed the U to an O and it matches the solstice, right?
Yeah,
The sun died and rose again after 3 days.
that's right.
So if you look at the solstice, the winter solstice, the
Yes.
longest night of the year, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It takes 3 days after that for the sun to start climbing degrees in the sky. So the
Exactly.
sun died and rose again in 3 days. It's
Exactly right.
all these common
Yeah.
themes.
Yes. Yeah. And people used to
Interesting.
observe the people actually used to observe the heavens and actually make note of these things, right? Even in Egypt, even if you look at even pre 12,000 years ago, you know the Sphinx in Egypt is aligned to the east, right? And the reason why the Sphinx has a lion head or the body of a lion and like a face of a pharaoh is because the Leo was in that constellation at the time. So whenever the sun came up on the horizon, it was in the constellation Leo, right? And this is where the Ptolemaic zodiac comes from.
Precisely.
Right?
Well, and there's also a lot of misunderstandings. It's like we take what we believe now and we try to apply it backwards without looking at what they believed. And the Mayan calendar was a great example of that. People kept saying, oh, the Mayan calendar says the world is going to end here. But they say that without A, understanding that the Mayans believed it was a cycle and we would eventually start at the beginning. And B, the Mayans believed we're already in world 3 or 4, because what it means is they believe that in between each world is a time of unbalance, right? Now, what can bring on a new world can be anything from a sweeping philosophy to a natural disaster to all
Yeah.
kinds of things, right?
Yeah.
So you see this all the way even in like Puebloan Indians, where they would have like sort of almost like a natural observatory. But if you see they have these spirals up on the cliffs, those spirals are actually there for a reason. And it's because during the summer solstice, the longest day of the year, if the world was still in balance, the light from the sun would go down the center of that spiral, right?
Right. Oh
Well,
yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
exactly. It no longer goes down the
It's a
center of the
snake. It's a
spiral.
snake. Isn't it a snake though? It's like a
No, it's a spiral which represents the journey of life.
okay.
But it no longer goes down the spiral. It's off now, and it has been since that massive earthquake. Was it in Haiti?
Yeah.
It shifted the Earth's axis a little bit,
Right.
and so they actually believe we're in a time of like unbalance between worlds. But like I
Yes.
said, world isn't what we consider world, and so it's really weird.
Yeah, but I want to be. I want to make sure this is This is pure speculation, right? I hope you don't take this stuff seriously.
No,
No, I just study a
Pixie?
lot of stuff
Right.
because I'm
What I'm
weird.
saying is because the same stuff is in the Bible. If you look at what Jesus said, he says, "I will not. You will not. I will come back to you at the beginning of the ages," or something. I can't really quote exactly what he said. But what do you mean by ages? He's speaking about the zodiac, right?
Yeah, well,
The
it's very clear that he's speaking of the zodiac, because at one point somebody asks him like, "But how long will you be here?" or something, and he says, until you see the man pouring the pitcher from his
exactly.
doorstep."
That's
But
Aquarius.
yes, that's Aquarius. And so, but it can also be argued that he was thinking his influence would wear out by that time. And so all of these things are just like recycles of the previous thing.
Well, Jesus was considered the two fish, the Pisces. Wasn't he considered that? Jesus
I believe
was.
so, yeah.
Yeah, he was considered the Vesica Pisces. If you look at the zodiac, there's Pisces on the zodiac, and then after Pisces comes Aquarius. So that means that the constellations are actually going in reverse right now, right?
Well,
So
he said I would be there until.
well, no. What happened is they started with Abraham, which is the ram, which is Aries, right? Then they moved into the time of Moses, which is Taurus, the bull, which is Mithras. You know what Mithras is?
Yes.
Mithras, the killing of the bull, and the dog at the Mithras' feet, which is the dog star. It's all astrotheological. So you have Taurus as the bull. That's the age of Taurus. And then what happens is that they move from Taurus to is it what's that? What's before Taurus?
No, not Aries.
No, but eventually they get to Pisces, which is the birth of Jesus, right? So Jesus brings in the Piscean age, I should say.
Gemini was before Taurus.
Well, no, we're going in reverse.
Or yeah, so then it was Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces.
Right.
So in reverse, it would be Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, like all the way back. Yeah.
Right. So I mean, the Bible is basically just the Jewish people were heavily influenced by the Egyptians, and the Egyptians.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter if it's a polytheistic religion or a monotheistic religion. Each of them seem to be some sort of recycled material from the previous.
Exactly. And there was a lot of influence. There was a lot of movement between Egypt and Jerusalem or Judea in that time. So I'm not surprised that there was a city called Nazareth.
It's also a conglomeration,
Judea.
right? It's also a conglomeration.
Because Nazareth is actually an Egyptian term. It's Nazarene or Nazari. It's actually Egyptian.
Christianity was influenced by a lot of things: Gnosticism, Zoroastrianism. I mean,
that's right.
Zoroastrians believed that their God had overlooked this flaw in humans, and in order to correct that, he was going to have to send a piece of himself to the earth.
That's
So
right.
it's all recycled material, but it's like a conglomeration. Gnosticism, Zoroastrianism, the Greeks affected it heavily.
And
The Egyptians affected it heavily.
Yeah.
Real
And
quick, Orgy.
Hey.
What's
Orgy, how are
going
you,
on?
man?
Oh, doing it.
Orgy, I wanna tell you something quickly. Your name in French means barley. Did you know that?
I do now.
So
I do.
barley makes beer. Do you drink a lot of beer?
I think Gert can answer that one for me.
Yes, I can. This is why I like Orgy.
Yeah, I heard someone say earthquake, so I got all excited, and you guys moved
no,
on.
your
I'm
name,
kind of sad again.
No, your name is not Orgy. It just means barley.
Hey, I'll answer to both. How about that?
Good. Hey, I like you, bro. You're cool.
I know.
Good. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I had nothing. No, I think Pixie was talking about Zoroastrianism, so I mean.
And Gnosticism. Gnosticism was kind of interesting.
And I was talking about Egyptians and how the Egyptians actually,
all the isms.
Yeah, all the Egyptians, how they influenced the Jews, right? I mean, the Jews were heavily influenced by the Egyptians, and now the Jews want to deny that they actually have roots in Egypt, when the Bible clearly states that Joseph was in Egypt. He was a prime minister.
That's because we cannot find evidence of a mass exodus of Jews in Egypt.
Exactly.
Now that doesn't mean that they're not influenced, but they were just as influenced by Greece and Gnosticism and Zoroastrianism, but we're not claiming they have roots in any of these places.
No, I agree, but you have to accept that Joseph was actually a prime minister of Egypt, right?
I guess if you believe the Bible.
Yeah.
Or you could believe that it's another interpretation of another book, or that it was placed there in order to make prophecies come true, or it's another reiteration from another story from another religion.
Yes,
and
I agree.
The places got mixed up.
I agree. There was no mass exodus from Egypt. That is a guarantee. There were most likely 3,000 to 10,000 people that came from Egypt and actually moved to Jerusalem or Israel to settle there. But it wasn't 2.6 million people, as the Bible says, right? That's what I'm saying.
If I can, I finally get a chance to disagree with Pixie because we always agree on something. Can I jump back 2 seconds?
Please do.
Okay, but the Old Testament, regardless of how exaggerated the Moses story is, there is evidence of Semitic people called the Hebrews, although it's spelled somewhat differently, but pronounced the same. Yeah, and
the expulsion of the Hyksos. But even if we were to say,
and also the Hebrew.
The Hebrew, yeah, that's the one. That's
the
I'm sorry. Assembly is the one. Yeah, that's the one that I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Okay, but even then, the timeline is way wrong. The timeline is wrong.
I don't think the timeline in the Bible, especially in the Old Testament stuff, is reliable because it's compressed storytelling. So I think it's remembering. I'm talking as someone who reads history, not as a religious person right now. I think the memory of this group of Semitic people leaving Israel is the kernel of truth that develops into the story of Moses.
Well, I can see that, but I don't see how that automatically equals roots, because you can be a conquered people and enslaved, and your roots still be from somewhere else. I just don't find those two things equivalent.
Okay, I want to bring something up here. Alpha, do you know about what's called the Shepherd Kings? Do you know what the Shepherd Kings are?
I'm going to say this because me and you have had several conversations where you reference things that I know, but you reference them in a way that I don't know. And then halfway through the conversation, I'll be like, I know that thing. And then I look like an ass for like the first 30 seconds, and I look smart in the last. So just explain it to me first. Okay,
so what happened is that the Shepherd Kings are basically people that lived in Egypt, but they broke away. They basically... because of the zodiacal sign, they went from Aries to Taurus, right? So actually, no, sorry. They went from Taurus to Aries. So Aries is actually the ram, right? So what they did was the shepherd kings are the people of the sheep and the rams and all that, right?
Okay, so for some reason, whenever you reference things, you make them really broad. Can you bring it down to when were these zodiac signs the signs that this particular culture would have recognized them as those signs?
I
Because
am
the zodiac has changed.
Yeah, I'm talking about the supposed Exodus or the minor Exodus. I'm not talking about the large 2.6 million Exodus. The Exodus is a symbol of zodiacal changes.
But I don't think at that point the zodiac was the same as our
Because
zodiac now.
look what happened at the foot of Mount Sinai. They build a bull out of gold, right?
But
A calf.
it's anachronistic to what they would have thought the zodiacs were. Like if you go to
And then what? And then okay. And then
Okay.
what happens after? Sorry, Abraham comes before the bull.
I'm gonna
right?
mute myself so you can keep going.
Yeah. So Abraham is the Aries, right? It's the ram. It's Aries that comes before. Is Abraham before Moses or not? I can't.
Pixie, can you since you're being our researcher, can you check to see if that zodiac is the same zodiac now? So that way I can see. Okay.
What do you
You're
mean
so
by
awesome.
same zodiac? Like same position, or like
Yeah,
they
I'm
would have
confused
recognized the same shape?
So people identify different animals, different creatures in different times, different cultures. So for our zodiac, we live in a culture where we all agreed on like a specific zodiac. But if you go to different cultures, there are different animals and there are different representations. And they
Okay, so
represent
not
different things.
astronomy, astrology.
Well, no, yeah. Well,
Okay.
yeah, but we still live in we still are in the age of Pisces. The age of Aquarius is coming soon, right?
It's dawning.
Well, the dawning of the age of Aquarius, just like the song says, right?
Yeah, that was my joke. Yes.
But the question is, would the ancient Hebrew people or the ancient
Okay.
people in the Mediterranean, would they have even believed that symbol represents the same to us culturally now?
Well,
I just don't think they would.
that was the mythology that developed because of the zodiacal signs or the sign of the ages. Jesus mentioned the signs of the ages.
But he's not talking about the zodiac.
No, he's talking about the stars will be signs of ages and seasons and all this stuff, right?
Again, he's talking the Kabbalic zodiac is nowhere near the same as the zodiac for a Westerner that's looking at the newspaper. Like they're not even the same symbols.
No, I think the Kabbalah lost the zodiac. I think the Kabbalah subscribes to something else. They subscribe to the Sephiroth, the 10 points of creation or something like that, right? That's different. The zodiac has 12, right?
But again, what I'm saying is, I don't know if your reference is anachronistic or not to the culture that you're saying. So, like, in other words, here's the thing that a lot of mythicists like to do. They like to compare Jesus to Horus, but the two myths, if you want to call them myths, don't work together. They're literally two different stories that don't interlock. So, what I'm worried, because I don't know enough about the zodiac history, that you're actually doing the same thing, where you're anachronistically putting our modern zodiac into this culture that wouldn't even know the ram and the
but you know
whatever.
that the modern zodiac is not really modern. You know that, right? You know that the zodiac that you find in the back of magazines or newspapers or whatever, that's not a modern invention.
Okay, so
That came from Ptolemy and the Egyptians, right? The Egyptian
so
Jews.
no, actually, so it looks like the signs have remained pretty consistent, with only recently them wanting to add the 13th, which they say there used to be 13, which is the black hole in the center of our galaxy, which is going to be between Scorpio and Sagittarius's arrow, and that is Cepheus, the sign of the serpent. However, ever since ancient Greek, the zodiac has been known as the circle of animals, and named after the Greek mythological creatures, which are still used today. And the most important thing to remember about how they viewed this was that it was the path of the sun. And so the most important piece was not actually the signs themselves, but the 9 houses.
Okay, so
But that's Greek, yeah.
So where does the number 12 come from?
I think Orgy can answer this question.
No, I'm talking about zodiacal. where does this mythical number? Because you have to agree it's a mythical number. Arthur had 12 knights. Jesus had 12 disciples. There's 12 hours in the day or whatever. There's 12 this and 12 that, right? Where does that come from?
But you're misinterpreting that because you're taking what we think today and putting it back. Because, like I said, the important number to the Greeks, yes, they used the 12 zodiacs.
Yes, exactly.
On the path, because those were the 12. Because those were the 12 constellations in the path of the sun, the important number to them was actually 9 because of the 9 houses that the sun went through on the path.
Well, no, but
even though there are 12 zodiac signs, there are only 9 houses, and nine was much more important to the Greeks than 12.
But no, it wasn't just the Greeks; it was Egyptian Greeks. It was
right. But our understanding of the zodiac, came from the Greeks and is almost perfectly intact of the Greeks.
I agree with you, but there was also Egyptian influences as well.
But so if you're going to go back to the Hebrew people that before they were identified as Israelites, you're talking about a culture before the Greek culture would have arisen. You're talking about a culture influenced by African Egypt dynasties, not Greek Egyptian dynasties.
That's right.
Okay, but hold on, I don't understand because again, I don't see how like Egypt had astrological signs. Don't get me wrong.
And they were different than our horoscopes.
They were very different. For example, they don't even go by animals. One of theirs is Horus, where they just saw their god Horus in the sky. So it's not remotely related to what we use today.
So I think me and Pixie are on the same page here, Assembly. I get where you're trying to go. I can't make that connection in my mind.
What connection are you talking about? Like what connection?
The direct connection between Egypt's mythology and Christianity. It seems to me that although there are some influences there, they were much more heavily influenced by Greek and Gnosticism and things like that.
Okay, well, but were there Jews in Egypt?
Maybe, but
maybe.
No. Hear me out. Not as many as.
Was Philo of Alexandria a Greek or Jew?
But that's way later. Those are two different time periods.
Wait,
that's like saying I'm a Mexican because I live in an area that used to be
I'm
Mexico.
Just saying,
like it's a way huge. I don't even speak the same language.
Maybe this will help. Maybe this will help.
I'm saying.
Whoa. Okay, I misunderstood you, Assembly.
Hi, Lisa. How you doing?
I find the bitches here. The show can begin. Okay, so I misunderstood you, Assembly. I thought you were talking about the Exodus.
So
no, that's what he is talking about.
He is. So like their concept, the reason I think that the Egyptian concept of the zodiac is not nearly as important to the interpretation you're aligning with as the Greek is because the Egyptians looked at the zodiac in a much different way. For example, like the Greeks would say, oh, you're born under Aries, you're going to be strong-willed, you're going to be this, you're going to be that. The Egyptians didn't view their zodiac in the same aspect. It was, I mean, yeah, you could have daring or adventurous, but like you have the sign of love. Where's the sign of love in the Greek? Like it doesn't translate the same way.
So why did the Egyptians build a sphinx?
I'm not saying they were not astrologically influenced. Most people of that day were astrologically influenced, but that doesn't mean they interpreted it the same way. So if you're using your understanding of the zodiac and applying it to the Bible, you're not applying it to the Egyptian astrological beliefs. You're applying Greek astrological beliefs to the Bible.
No. I'm strictly sticking with Egyptian astrotheological beliefs, because what happens is that some of the Egyptians, specifically the Egyptians that came from Judea or the Jews, they came down and they actually when Aries came along, which is the sign of the zodiac, they broke away from the bull of Egypt.
Again, the Egypts didn't have these signs. Those are Greek signs. The sign of the bull is a Greek sign. Gemini is a Greek sign. Pisces is a Greek sign. So you're not even using an Egyptian influence there. You're arguing a Greek influence.
Wait, so you're saying that?
Whoa,
No, wait.
whoa.
No. Are you saying that Moses in the Bible? No, are you saying that Moses in the Bible when they made the golden calf, was that a Greek or was an Egyptian sign?
If you're trying to attach astrology to it, then you're arguing a Greek influence.
No, the golden calf is not Greek.
No, okay. Whoa. I'm already. Yo.
It's not a Greek symbol.
Wait, Assembly's got. Let Lisa go, Assembly.
Go ahead, Lisa.
She won't stop yelling.
Okay. I've already studied this. If you take the Bible seriously, which you shouldn't, by the way, okay, you can take.
Which I do, by the way.
I'm sorry, Alpha. I'm sorry, Alpha. I forgot. I did. I forgot. I actually forgot you were there, Alpha. Okay.
Brutal.
So, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Alpha.
Okay, Lisa. Okay, we accept your apology. Go ahead, Lisa.
Jump on me, why don't you? Anyway, shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
bro.
fuck Alpha.
But anyway, okay, you shouldn't take the Bible as history, okay? Because I mean, it's just not. All right, you can take it as theology. Fine, Alpha. If you're there, you can take it as theology.
Parts of it are history.
But you should not take it as history, okay?
Parts of it are history.
Parts of it are, but the parts of it that you can get history from, you get the history from secular sources. Okay, back to my point. First of all, the golden calf was a Canaanite god. Well, not a golden calf per se, just a calf of anything was a god.
It was Hathor. It was Hathor. It was Hathor.
No, it was a bull. It was a bull
Assembly,
calf.
I am looking at the Egyptian zodiac signs right here, and there's not a bull. There's Amun, Anubis, Bastet, Jeb, Horus, Isis, Hapi, Mut, Osiris, Sekhmet, Set, and Thoth. None of them are represented by a bull. Not a single one of them.
But Lisa just said it was a Canaanite god.
Okay, right? But that's not Egyptian.
Well, it's Canaanite.
Well, yeah, but Canaanites.
What?
Right, but it's not part. I'm saying it's not part of the Egyptian zodiac. There is no bull that is part of the Egyptian zodiac.
Yeah,
that is in the Greek zodiac.
Yeah, Taurus
is Greek. The Egyptian zodiacs are Amun, Anubis, Bastet, Geb, Horus, Isis, Hapi, Mut, Osiris, Sekhmet, Set, and Thoth.
Taurus is not solely Greek. It's Egyptian Greek.
No, it is in the Greek zodiac signs. Nowhere in the Egyptian zodiac sign.
Like back up his claim at all?
No.
Because Pixie listed off the zodiac, and then Assembly says, "No, you're wrong."
No.
Pixie found a source. Where's your source, Assembly?
No, Taurus is Egyptian. Is a conglomeration between the Jews and the Greeks. We know the Greeks were in Egypt, right? We know that, right? That's a fact.
Okay, well they were still in. You're still arguing a Greek astrological influence, not an Egyptian astrological influence, because they don't have a bull.
This is the Egyptian heaven, man, right here. Nut's on the top, nude, or Nun's on the top, nude, and these are the gods of the Egyptians.
They're cats, jackal heads, birds. There's one that looks like a lion. The others are human. There's another like.
And the sky is a woman, is a nude woman with a lot of freckles.
Okay. Real quick. Okay.
Listen, but Lisa
wait. Hold on a second, Assembly God. Hold on. I want everyone to enlighten the audience, not me, because I know I'm following, but enlighten the side chat. What y'all are talking about?
He's trying to interpret the Bible as phases of the zodiac calendars, basically, like the ages, the zodiac ages, age of Pisces, age of Aquarius, but he's arguing that it's an Egyptian influence and based on the Egyptian astrological signs. But I'm looking at the Egyptian astrological signs, and there is no Taurus, there is no Pisces, there isn't a bull or a fish. They don't have that. They have a completely different set based on their gods.
I hope everyone in the side chat is following along.
And Gur, can I give my
Please
input to
do,
that?
Assembly.
So what happens is that I agree with Pixie in most part, but I am saying that we know that the North African peninsula was actually the breadbasket of the Greeks in Rome or Italy, whatever. They actually that was their main source of commerce, right? So the Jews actually settled there in Egypt. This is a fact. This is indisputable, right? So what happened is that there was a multi influences between the Greeks and the Jews and the Egyptians to come up with these zodiacal symbols that are not necessarily confined to the Egyptian symbols. That's what I'm saying. Right?
Yeah.
So I'm not negating Pixie's point. I'm just saying that there could have been some kind of influence from all of these three, the Greeks, the Egyptians, and the Jews.
And more.
And also, why is it
more.
just Pixie's point? I also said the same thing.
Yeah, that actually came up. That came up with the golden calf.
It's so unfair.
That came up with the golden calf, which goes back to Lisa's point, which is the Canaanites, right? The Canaanites is probably an offshoot of the Egyptians and the Jews, right? Right, Lisa, what would you say about that? Lisa, are you there?
I am here. No, the Jews are Canaanites. The Jews. The Jews. The Jews did not exist until after the collapse of the Bronze Age.
So the land of Canaan occupies modern Lebanon, Israel, Jordan, and Syria.
Yes, that's right. That's Judea.
That's right. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
All right, so
am I better now? Am I better now?
A little.
Yes, but there's an echo.
Hopefully you are.
Define better.
But, okay, hold on, wait, because I have it right here, and I drew it myself. It's all terrible. So you're gonna have over here.
Is that next to Gur?
Which these are the people who are going to leave because of Hammurabi. In real history, these are the Semitic people that leave because of Hammurabi. Now, we record it in the Bible as a single family leaving because of oppression. Doesn't matter. Then they get over here, and you're going to get to the land of. Wow, you're going to see my bad spelling handwriting. Thanks, Gur. You're going to have the Canaanites. Okay, and this is going to be the Canaanites. It's a split between the Jewish people that go to Egypt under Joseph, I guess, and then the Jewish people that stay. Then they're going to develop over here for, I don't know, I think 700 years in actual history, but I think the Bible records it about 1,000 years. Right. And then they are going to leave there's a stele that records them arriving. There's a stele that records them leaving. Right. They're going to leave in real history, they're going to leave as a group of basically mercenaries that are kicked out. But in the Bible, a group of slaves that are kicked out. They're then going to come out here to Canaanite. Then for another, I don't know, 500 years until they get to 1000 when the kingdom actually starts. Then the kingdom starts trying to tell this story from memory, from basically stories that have become epics. And
so
that's what becomes the Old Testament.
Wait.
So when they go to Canaan,
Wait, Assembly, Pixie was talking first. Go ahead, Pixie.
Yeah, sorry.
And take me off the big screen.
So when they go to Canaan, right? When they go to Canaan and they send the spies, the whole 10 were bad and 2 were good, whatever. So they send the spies in and they come out and they're like, oh, they're giants. They're just killing themselves? Like they're just killing their own people that settled there before? What's going on there?
Listen, guys, we have Digital Hammurabi in the chat. Can we fucking get him in here, please?
No, nobody wants to talk to Josh.
Guys, Israel came out of the Bronze Age collapse. They did not exist before the Bronze Age collapse. Look it up.
Okay. No, but we're talking about the people here. He said we're not talking about the culture or a group that calls themselves Israel. The group Israel doesn't exist until way later. Even the Bible acknowledges that. We're just talking about the genetic ancestry. And the Bible is trying to say, if you want to take the Bible literally, which again, I'm not a literalist, but the argument that the Bible is trying to say, if you're a literalist, is that these exact characters existed and these are the characters that happened. If you're someone who's a rabbinical rabbi of the Reform School, or if you're a modern day Catholic, and you're not a literalist or a traditionalist, you're going to make the argument that these people are representing larger groups or larger cultures. So there might have been a real Moses, but the Moses in the book is a composite character. But we're not even having that argument right now. We're just we're putting the groundwork of, did these people exist in this time period in these locations or not?
Okay, great point, Alpha. Thank you. But do you think the Exodus, as described in the Bible, is mostly hyperbole?
I think it's a composite story about different things.
Oh, it's a composite. What do you mean by that? That's not an answer.
That is a direct answer.
Yeah, that's an answer.
No, is it
not
hyperbole or not?
But it is an answer, yeah.
Is it exaggerated? Is it an exaggerated story?
Then you'd have to argue that all stories are exaggerations. Then we have no history, we have no truth.
Well, I imagine most. I don't think it's unfair to say most old stories are exaggerations, right?
Yeah.
I'm just confused.
But you can still gain something from them.
If Canaanites are Jews that left Israel, right? Then why did the Jews have to fight the Canaanites for the promised land?
The Canaanites are the ones that stayed.
Egypt.
The Canaanites are the ones that stayed. In the Bible itself, it actually, so part of the Jews come down to Egypt in a way to avoid the great famine, but really to join Joseph. And then part of them stayed behind. And this is
magically became giants.
No.
And they went and killed their own people.
No,
there are no giants.
That's a
the
different
giants,
story.
even in the story, the commentary states very explicitly, and this is even like old Jewish commentary, that they are exaggerating. That the reason why they're calling them giants is because they're cowardly and they don't want to go to war into this land. So that's
they're the ones who didn't wander in the desert with them.
Right, they're the ones. Well, no, they're the ones who didn't even go down to Egypt. They stayed. So the Semitic people came, and this is genetically bears out. The cultural people that are there are Semitic, and you will see Muslims also use this argument because genetically it bears out. Is that these group of people, the Semitic people, there's a group that stays behind and a group that leaves.
I just want to say to Jay that he said he doesn't understand what the argument is about.
I'm with you now.
No, the argument is about biblical historicity, whether the Bible is true or not when it comes to secular scholarships.
But I think you can use the Bible stories to find the truth, just like you can use the Iliad to find the truth about the war. You're not looking for the real Achilles that came down and is descended from a god, but you're looking for battles and for maybe a certain amount of ships. You're looking for certain things.
Alpha, you know Achilles and Troy was way before biblical times, right?
Actually, the stories are written at about the same time. They're both written at around 1000 BC.
1000 BCE?
I'll still say BC.
BCE.
No, parts of the Bible may have been written earlier than it was compiled, but
yeah, but I'm saying Troy.
Whoa! Let me finish.
Sorry,
Lisa's in a mood tonight. Damn girl.
I should know better than to interrupt you.
Okay, let's get this straight. Did Alpha leave? Did he did his internet drop?
He's not here for me to ask that question. Sorry.
So anyway, okay, I've studied this. Okay, the Jews were Canaanites. They may have had other, like around the time of the Bronze Age collapse, there were also people like the Mycenaeans who came over to Canaan. Okay. But so some of them may have joined this group called the Jews, but by and large, the Jews are Canaanites, period.
Okay, Lisa, I have a question for you. Do you think that the 12 tribes of Israel is actually inaccurate? Is accurate? Or is that a fabrication?
No, they are not accurate.
Huh?
At the very most, the 12 tribes of Israel is an allegory.
Oh,
Look
really?
in the Bible.
Oh, okay.
Look in the Bible. 12 is repeated ad nauseum, as is 70. This is
That's
Jewish
right.
numerology.
Exactly.
This
So,
is
yeah, I
Jewish
agree.
numerology.
I agree with you.
Hey,
And
okay.
that comes
So-
from the constellations and the zodiac.
Yeah. Okay. So the whole astrology conversation, I've become bored of it. I was bored
Wait, I gotta get a
when
drink.
it started.
Okay,
you
continue
get
on.
yourself a drink. So anyway, is there any other topic? Hey, Orgy, do you have any topic you want to talk about? Anything you want to ask a Catholic like Alpha? Because fuck Alpha, right? I'm just kidding. But Orgy, do you have anything you want to say?
Beta Gore, what's going on? What?
Exactly. I don't know if I
agree
got
with
too
him?
much tonight. I'm on kid duty, so I might have to bounce out whenever. But
Boo.
yeah, I know how
Little
their
Rugrats.
children exist. No, but I don't have anything questions for a Catholic. No, why would I want to talk to a Catholic? They're gross.
Hey, Alpha.
Okay.
Alpha, what do you? Okay, obviously, I know you don't condone like all the scandals in the Catholic Church, but do you feel like the Catholic Church has responded appropriately to all the sexual misconduct and whatnot, inside the Vatican and Catholic Church?
I mean, inside the Vatican, sure, but inside the church itself as a whole, no. It's definitely not. I don't know too many Catholics, public or private, that would say there was an accurate response. I don't even know too many priests that would say it was an accurate response.
So the Vatican has gone about this poorly, then, to put it lightly.
No, the Vatican's made and I'm basing this on two reports one from Catholic Answers and one from a Catholic Media Center. So just be aware there's bias. But according to both a Catholic news source and to a Catholic apologetics, corporation company, the Vatican tried to issue out reforms and the what we call conferences, which is basically every section, like Canada, United States, Mexico, has its own group of bishops that are in charge of that area. The bishops of each area voted down the reforms that the Vatican wanted. So the Vatican wanted investigations and arrest for even accused. Like they wanted the accused people. Now, by the way, they weren't saying for them to go to jail. I think they were like sending them off to like an island or sending them off to the Vatican to be tried or something. But the point is that they wanted to have a system, a justice system, and the conferences themselves are the ones that voted down the proposals, and then some bishops and some, I should say, minor bishops and priests then got together and set up their own reforms and tried to do it up the food chain, and those also got turned down at the same level. So that exact level is the level where there's some corruption, obviously, because why are they fighting both the Vatican and the militant, the laity of the priests?
Wait. Go ahead, Lisa. Then I have another question for Alpha.
Okay. Are you talking about the level of the diocese?
No, the diocese is
talking about?
no, diocese is the local level. So diocese is basically my church.
Okay.
That would be the diocese. Diocese is very small. It's
Okay,
I belong to the Diocese of Brownsville, for instance.
Okay, so what about the archdiocese?
The archdiocese doesn't. The word doesn't actually mean anything. It's just a word to mean It's like a mega city. It just means city. It just means a diocese.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do have a question. Well, Sassy has a question, and I want to piggyback off of Sassy. Have a question,
I was
Alpha.
gonna
Do
ask
you
the
believe in
question, too.
exorcisms or in exorcism?
So I actually had this. So I did a thing last night. I converted somebody. Yay!
They must not be. Never mind.
And
I was gonna take a cheap shot.
You converted somebody to Catholicism?
Oh yeah, apparently I've converted a few people, but
I
one
feel
in
sorry
particular.
for them.
Yeah, boo
But,
on them. But go ahead.
They
Sorry.
their argument, and
Just a
they
cheap
actually
shot,
watched the show, by the way.
just
They
a cheap
actually
shot,
watched the
Alpha.
show. I'm just gonna let you know they do watch the show.
shot.
They were saying that the only thing that was holding them back for them was the fact that they didn't believe in God, but they believe in demons. Okay, and they want to believe in exorcisms. And so I told them, look, me personally, I don't believe in demons or ghosts or magic in that way. I'm not saying that demons aren't a thing or that ghosts can't be a thing, but as far as I know, all the evidence that we have of what we call a ghost or a demon is either mental illness or, so everything that we can find can be scientifically explained. So I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying I can't find evidence for it.
Yeah.
And so that was his holdup. And so what I told him was that, look, there are exorcists, there are priests who are exorcists. So if you want to go with the church's answer, the church is, yes, there are demons, exorcisms are real. But even an exorcist, because I've watched a few exorcists talk on interviews, and they'll say your first step is to go get counseling. Your second step is therapy. Your third step is medication. Your fourth step after that is prayer. And then if all of that doesn't work, then that's when you try exorcism.
So are there any exorcism cases that you find to be authentic? By authentic, I mean they were possessed by a demonic deity.
Look, it's never interested me. So the only one that I find authentic is the one where Jesus took the demons and threw them into pigs, and then the pigs killed themselves. That's like the most authentic exorcism I can think of. Again,
Okay,
you're talking to a guy who basically sounds like an atheist to most people. So I'm not gonna be anything.
Okay.
But that's a good thing, though.
Yeah. Okay. What you think about Annalise Michelle?
I'm not familiar with who that is. If Alpha knows, if he doesn't know, can you explain to us? Because I don't know who that is.
She's the girl the exorcism of Emily Rose is based on.
I don't know about that one, but I do know that the exorcism in the movie The Exorcist was based on a real priest story and real priest
Yeah, that was Bobby Doe.
documentary.
That was Bobby Doe.
Hey, Alpha. Titan Uranus says, what is a reverse exorcism? When a demon drives out the priest of a child.
Well, just to be clear, like okay, I'm gonna have to change topics because I got an audience now, and he doesn't like this kind of stuff.
Okay, fair enough.
So I suppose I got something. If we want to change topics, I don't know it's political, but
I got the headset. He can't hear anything, so that's fine. I just can't talk.
Okay, well, go ahead, Orgy. What's your question?
So,
what topic?
As you guys know, some of you know, I back on education. I've never had a CRT conversation before. So I don't know if anyone here has opinions
CRT.
on.
I'm down. I'm down for that, but I don't know if anyone else here is even political like that.
CRT. What is this?
Critical.
Oh, critical race theory. Okay, what's your opinion on it, Orgy?
I have no qualm with it, and haven't talked to someone who is opposed to it yet. So I want to, get a human as opposed to a talking head to explain to me their issues.
I'm opposed to it, but I don't have a strong argument for why I'm opposed to it. I just have a light argument for why I'm opposed to it.
That'll work.
Okay,
That's more than I've had in the past.
Let's hear it, Alpha.
So my understanding of critical
Why
race.
are you racist, Alpha? No, I'm just kidding.
So my understanding of critical race theory is that it's a way of addressing basically systemic ignorance is the wrong word, but purposely ignoring minority races in education. So like, for instance, when I was a kid, there was only like 2 stories ever about Hispanic people. And it was the House of Mango or something like that. It's a terrible story. Don't
It's a
ever
great
read it.
fruit, mango.
No, it's a story about a girl who goes to a quinceanera and gets molested by her uncle. Then
Mango is
there's
too much sugar.
And then there's another Hispanic story, and that's it. And that's your entire education for Hispanic people. So the idea with critical race theory is to address the shortcomings in the education system. The problem is the application of it. So I don't want to learn that white people are evil. I don't want to learn that white people have power over me. I don't want to be told that I'm somehow helpless because I'm Hispanic. Because I can tell you that my lived reality of being a minority has not been racism.
Hey,
and
can I
terribleness.
respond, Assembly?
Hold on, Assembly. Go ahead, Orgy.
Okay, so this is kind of what I was hoping for, because your answer seems to be based on application, and I have wondering, have you ever seen the application, or is it people telling you this is how it's going to be applied? Like, have you seen this lesson where they say white people are evil?
I've seen
Assembly of God, hold on. Alpha was asked a question.
The only thing I've seen of it are the 3 or 4 leaked videos of when people were doing the at-home lessons during the beginning of the year, and the other and that looked bad. I'm gonna be honest with you. The lessons that the teachers were teaching looked really gross. It was really disgusting what they were saying about white people. And then the other thing that I have is from that book, White Fragility. I'm familiar with that book, and I don't agree with that book at all.
Okay.
Okay,
Assembly, do you want to go? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. Quick question, Alpha. Is CRT? Isn't it just a federal thing? Like, isn't it just involved with the government employees, and it doesn't really trickle down to the educational system?
No, it's actually most commonly used in specific college fields. Like I think the most common way I've seen it used is, and it goes beyond the education system.
Well, no,
the most common way I've seen it used is actually in economics college courses, where they use it as a lens to see like why minorities, like, okay. The problem is it says everything is inherently racist, that our institutions are inherently racist, and that bothers people. But if you look at like in Jim Crow, right? Like a lot of those laws, those Jim Crow laws.
Sorry, I didn't finish my point.
Go ahead.
Is CRT only relegated to federal and administrative duties?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not. It's a teaching tool that shows people through the lens that minorities were held back institutionally because of racist laws that they haven't been able to keep up. Like, even if it's just in housing, if it's in jobs, if it's in education, it's saying that all of these things have been affected by racism, basically, and by racist laws.
Okay, Pixie, I want to ask you a question. Do you know what redlining is?
Doesn't everyone?
No, do you know what redlining is?
Did I not answer that?
Okay, what is redlining?
What is redlining, or how do you view redlining? Just give me what you think it is, because that makes the whole conversation go so much easier.
You do that a lot to us, man, and it makes it really hard for us.
Okay, you said that everybody knows what redlining is. Alpha, do you know what redlining is?
I'm not going to answer, dude, because I'm going to say something and you're just going to twist it around. So
Assembly of God, how do you define redlining?
Well, okay, Gord, do you know what redlining is?
No.
None of us know what redlining is. Please tell us.
Yeah, so explain it to us, please.
Well, it has to do with real estate, right? That's what
Okay.
redlining is. That means that whenever a city develops or whatever, every city has an impoverished part of the city, right? So obviously, the real estate values in that city is not going to be, um, 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 what do they call, you know, reliable. The real estate values are always gonna depreciate, right? So
But
I
no,
think
no, 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 because you can't. That. Go ahead and finish before I assume where you're going with that. I'm
so. What
sorry.
I'm saying is that in most, I'm not saying in all. I'm saying in most southern states.
That's an investment. It's an investment term. It's basically you would use critical race theory to look at redlining as it applies to investments in certain areas.
Exactly.
You have
Exactly, Jay. You got it.
Well, there's that, but
An
there's
investment in
also
real
the
estate, right?
CRT. No, but hold on. Critical race theory studies that in society. It doesn't say whether or not.
No, I understand,
right or
Jay.
wrong.
I understand.
right, but
But
redlining,
critical,
but in critical race theory, it's going to go further than that, though. It's going to say
no.
these people were not allowed in white neighborhoods. These
But
people
Jay, but
were not
Jay, you
allowed to
agree?
have their own
No,
communities.
I
They
don't.
were forced into poverty
No,
situations.
I don't think critical race theory makes any moral proclamations that people were not being allowed here or there. It
Right.
will look at the
No.
society, whether or not the society allowed certain individuals in or not. It will identify that. But
So
as
are
to,
you saying that critical race theory does not address redlining?
I just said it would. That would be one thing that it wouldn't just address redlining. Redlining would be something that you could use critical race theory to look at because it's an investment thing.
So
right?
can I go?
Because you're looking
I'd like
at-
to go after Jay.
Yeah, you're looking for inherent. You're looking for basically systemic racism in
Thank
given.
you, Jason,
in
by the
given
way.
social- in given social structures.
Right.
So if you have
Go
this
ahead.
practice that's happening in a society of redlining, where seems like certain individuals who we've identified as a particular racial type are being excluded from investing in particular things, and that whites and blacks and other particular groups may have more opportunity in these other.
Exactly.
So-
Exactly, Jay. Exactly.
Okay, so can I answer the question?
actually,
Orgy had a comment or question. Go ahead,
Alpha, my
Orgy.
point actually was to you. So the idea of critical race theory be infiltrating schools is that we have a framework to bring up these conversations when relevant. Because without the ability to look at something, you're in an economics class in high school, without the motivation from building upon this stuff, it's really difficult to get to this conversation using the standard school textbooks. Redlining is a very confusing issue. It's got a lot of history to it. Critical race theory, the idea behind it is it allows us to have that conversation.
What I was going to respond back to you,
and do you have an issue with what I just said?
Well, yeah. So I was actually going to address that. I wanted to do the assembly thing first, but let me do yours because yours is actually was on my mind earlier, which is when I used to tutor at a school. I used to be like a TA for philosophy, and we would have to address certain issues, right? And mind you, this is like 20 years ago, so this is before all the hot topics of today. But when we would have to address things like feminism or other things,
CRT was around 20 years ago.
I'm just simply saying from my experience, when we would have to address certain hot topic issues, we couldn't address things directly, and we would have to say things. We would have to imply what it is that we were saying, and go based on, like, someone would ask us, "Well, what do you think about this person?" And you'd be like, "Well, this is what this says, and this is what that says." So I can understand.
And we lost him.
I think he dropped.
That wasn't me.
Well, because the reason I posted that link in there from the American Bar Association is because it said that outlines a few key tenets of CRT, including recognition that race is not biologically real, but is socially constructed and politically significant. It recognizes that science, as demonstrated in the Human Genome Project, refutes the idea of biological racial differences. According to scholars Richard Delgado and Jean Stefanich, race is the product of social thought and is not connected to biological reality. Then it goes on to acknowledgement that racism is a normal feature of society and is embedded within systems and institutions like the legal system that replicate racial inequality. This dismisses the idea that racist incidents are aberrations, but instead are manifestations of structural and systemic racism, and then on and so on. But it's looking at something that already.
The key word there is embedded. It's embedded in our society.
But that would be yes. CRT is looking at that. CRT isn't saying CRT doesn't make that happen and doesn't say it's necessarily wrong. It's just looking at it.
So for Orgy, what I was going to say is that yes, I can see where a system that has developed now for what we're calling CRT now in schools, where that would be good because it helps you address those issues.
No, hold on.
But the problem is
CRT was not meant. No, hold on. What you just said there. Wait, just hold on. That's an inclusionary practice that would be an inclusionary kind of thing. But CRT is not meant to teach people about inclusionary anything.
But I didn't say it that way. I think Alpha's on a good point. Then finish, please.
So the problem to me is the way that it's being applied now and I'm gonna use the only example that I have, the only real example, which are the 3 or 4 teachers that I saw hit YouTube and saw hit Facebook and TikTok, Twitter and TikTok. And when I saw their classes, being streamed out, what they were saying, they were using CRT ideas to blame white students for minority students not understanding things. And to me, that would be super insulting.
Is that mostly anecdotal? Is that anecdotal?
Well, it's misrepresentation because it's basically saying that the CRT is doing this.
I don't think the CRT. I'm saying the way that these 3 specific teachers used it.
Why is CRT viewed as a collective, as some kind of collective thing?
Who says it's viewed as a collective?
He asked me if I have any experience with it, and I'm saying this is the only thing that I've seen. I've read the book and I've seen these 3 teachers try to apply it.
Well, that's anecdotal to you, right? That's your personal.
It's not.
Well, it's not even that. The thing is, just because someone took some points from CRT and twisted it doesn't mean CRT is bad or it's being applied bad. No, it means they misapplied the point.
I was just answering Orge's question. I wasn't making a broader point. He asked me a direct question.
He did. We all should remember Alpha said at the beginning of this, he's against it, but very weakly. He's not. Yeah. That's not pile on him because
I'm not. I'm sorry if I'm piling on you, Alpha. I don't mean to, but I'm just trying to clarify things.
Yeah, I don't think CRT is even that. I don't think it's that big of a. I think the way we look at it today, it's just become like a dog whistle for the right to throw on the left, and it's fucking retarded.
So that's kind of what I was getting at, and that's what I took from Alpha's sentence is that he is worried because he's seen these few specific examples, and he's worried that individual example will become the mandated standard for teachers, which is, and as Alpha says as well, is not really an accurate way to go at it, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it shouldn't become the collective.
Because if I saw the lesson plan that says in big bold letters, white equals evil, yeah, you'd have a point there. But when people go over this framework at a university level, that's not exactly how it goes, to my knowledge. So if it filtered down and simplified, you shouldn't necessarily expect it to filter down in the way the Alpha is talking about. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I understand. Okay. So what do you think the main goal of CRT is? What do you think the main goal of it? Is there a panacea? Does it have a panacea? Does it have a main goal?
Well, are you talking about the main goal that the author who wrote the paper on it said it is, or you mean what it looks like?
Well, I'm just saying
from the outside's looking at it.
Well, yeah, isn't CRT being implemented right now?
So let me speak about something that I know more about, because I don't know enough about this to give you a clear statement. So I know about how critical historical method is being used in the Bible. And a lot of evangelicals don't like it because it negates key concepts of biblical truth. And as someone who was a deconstructionist and as someone who has read Derrida and Hegel and has read Marx and Nietzsche. I don't have a problem with breaking down the Bible to its most basic parts and then rebuilding it back up. But I understand that part of that process is rebuilding it back up. So when me and you, Assembly, are having a conversation about the Bible and you start trying to come at me like I'm a fundamentalist, I can very quickly shift modes and say, well, here's what the real history says, and here's how it backs up my claims. And if that is what the goal of CRT is, then I don't have a problem with it. But if the goal of CRT is not to build back up, but simply to destroy the modern system, because they feel that the modern system is completely against against minorities because white people have to be lifted up. If that's the goal of CRT, is to just demolish it because they don't see any equality or any progress, then yes, I have a problem with it.
I don't think that's the goal. I think the goal is just to recognize that it's kind of like the idea of looking at before CRT, we had obviously racism when it came to the Ku Klux Klan, and then we see plus with antebellum slavery and stuff like that. So you see racism. So while CRT, according to this article, has in its tenets that they don't recognize that racism is a social construct, not an actual biological one.
But Mr. J, if I can ask you a question,
no. This is the thing. I'm saying is CRT an agent for transparency? Can we get transparency in society?
To do what?
Yes or no? Just be transparent about things. Be honest about the history.
How about well, Assembly? Have you read anything about CRT?
Well, yeah.
How much have you read about it?
A little bit.
You might want to read a little bit more because I think you're applying something to CRT that CRT wasn't intended to do. It's not meant to make. It's not a social. It's not like an SJW tool that's getting whipped around. This is something that's been around for a long time. If we're looking at this from a sociological standpoint, or from a psychological, it'd be more of a sociological standpoint, then we're just looking at the fact that this is what society has done. This is a theory that recognizes how people's mentality when it comes to race has what it's done within particular social groups.
Well, it's there to make people aware of their history, isn't it?
Well, that mentality, yes, and whether or not it does have an effect on certain groups, given.
Right. So do you agree that if people have more awareness of their history, that the future will be better?
No, because I think people are inherently stupid and self-centered.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
well, I would agree with that. Yeah.
So are you saying that?
I don't think. I think.
So are you saying that people? So you're saying that people cannot learn from their past mistakes?
Yes. Yeah, and I think the problem with the CRT thing that we're seeing now today is, like I said before, it's a dog whistle to basically reinforce an us versus them mentality, especially in this country, because everybody here is fucking retarded.
Well, how about CRT being just a matter of people learning from their past mistakes?
Sure, I guess you could use it that way, but that's not how it's being used now. I have no problem looking at CRT as, yep, it's a theory looking at these, like I've talked about before. No problem with that. But that's not how it's being used in society now. People are whipping it around like for some weird reason. This CRT thing is supposed to be taught to teach fucking white kids that they're bad people and that look at what you've done to black people. You nasty.
Okay, well, I don't
agree. What CRT was about.
Well, I definitely don't agree with that.
Yes, but that's what I'm hearing from some other people as well.
Well, that's
they're
bullshit.
Misunderstanding the application.
Well, I think that CRT should be a tool for recognizing humanity's mistakes in the past and moving forward. That's what I think CRT should be.
Well, it's also recognized as society plays out as well. Like I said, it's been around for several decades, so it's not. This wasn't anything.
No, I understand. I was there during affirmative action and all that shit, right?
Yeah, I just want to apologize that I had to step away like that. My dad has dementia.
Yeah. You know what affirmative action is?
This really sounds like you guys are agreeing with each other, but don't want to admit it.
Yeah, I don't have anything. I know what affirmative action is.
Yeah.
What about it?
So, I mean, that changed a lot. Don't you think it actually brought a change in society?
Only for the states that accepted it.
Okay, fine.
California didn't accept it.
Yeah,
California Supreme Court saw affirmative action as being inherently racist.
Okay, maybe affirmative action brought a lot of changes to a lot of secular countries.
Assembly, can I ask you a question?
Like that. Yeah.
As the minority here, how am I being oppressed right now?
The minority where?
As the minority on this channel, How am I being oppressed right now?
You are a minority.
You're in
Yes,
the
I
bottom.
am.
You're in the bottom left.
Jason's a Christian too.
I'm not just a Christian. I'm also a racial minority in two
Yeah, you're
two ways.
You're being oppressed because you're in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen.
Well, I don't really.
You're in line with Gurr. You're directly underneath Gurr.
I don't really care. I don't really care about.
But that's what CRT cares about.
Racial.
I care.
But do you feel like you're being oppressed?
No, I don't, and that's the whole point that I'm making.
So it doesn't matter what you feel; it matters what the statistics and evidence shows.
Well, okay, so let me ask again. I want to keep it on.
But do you consider yourself a minority, Alpha? Are you a minority?
I most definitely am. Mathematically.
Okay, but
yes.
is the question? But then I ask, even if you're not oppressed, like 30 years ago or 50 years ago, were you guys oppressed? And how did that affect the minority's ability to gain wealth that they could pass to the next generation? Not just you today.
Where were you 50 years ago? Answer that.
Yeah,
still here. My ancestry goes back to here, so we were good. But okay, so here's where I'm going to continue going on this. So during and I don't want to talk about Kyle Rittenhouse. That's not what I want to talk about. During the trial, I saw a lot of people on my feed, people who I consider my friends, saying a lot of racist things against white people, not against Kyle Rittenhouse, but against white people in general. That somehow the gun culture and the white culture and the Republican culture, and that's only because I'm a Christian on the internet, so therefore I happen to have a lot of two sides on my Twitter. I have Christian Twitter, and then I have everybody else.
So Alpha, let me ask you.
Wait, let Alpha finish though.
Okay, fine. Go ahead. Sorry.
And so I got to see people who I consider my friends or people who I know personally bash the other side simply because of their race. And it was this weird, politically motivated bashing of white culture and white society.
Oh, I have a real quick point. Oh,
Okay.
When you're done. Sorry, when you're done.
I was going to say, to me, even if critical race theory as the original theory, not how it's being applied by these three bad teachers or by this one person over here, if the original theory, even if it's correct, how does that change the fact that people right now are using it? Just like how you would say to me about my religion. How does that change the fact that people are using to do horrible things like racist things against a particular group?
Okay. Quick question. Let me ask
Orgy did have a follow-up question, and then
my point, the thing I wanted to say is all the people in your Twitter that are bashing white people, critical race theory had nothing to do with them bashing white people, right? They were doing that. None of them were taught any critical race theory, anything, unless they all have PhDs in some sort of ridiculous economics or something. So you can't connect that to critical race theory.
Here's where I'm going to anger people. Here's where I might anger you just a little bit, Alpha. But could I not use the same logic about religion? Given the number of wars it's caused, the number of deaths it's caused, how is religion any good?
I literally
I'm
just made that
sorry.
argument. I just said the same
My dog
thing.
was barking, so
It's
I didn't
okay.
hear you. I apologize.
Okay, Alpha, quick question for you.
But yeah.
A quick question for you. Do you have a problem with the assimilation of white people?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So white people should be assimilated in the multicultural society. Is that right?
Well, they're the dominant society, so we'd be assimilating into their
What's
society.
the dominant society?
That would be the culture that's in control. Or
Because, really? Because what it comes down to is basically assimilation, right?
No, I don't think so. Unless
it
you
does.
want to completely
I'm
wipe out
losing
my...
you too, bud.
Yeah, it does, because didn't the whites that came from Europe want to assimilate the natives and the Indians into their culture?
No, they wanted to wipe them out.
But they also wanted to assimilate them, right?
No.
Like
They wanted to
300
wipe
years
them out.
later when they put them into schools.
And assimilation is a good thing in that sense.
And assimilation is a good thing.
In that sense, if you're talking about developing from wiping out people to then saying they be one of us, that's a big step.
For which people is assimilation a good thing for?
Everybody.
Is assimilation good for blacks during the antebellum slavery?
I would hope so.
That was assimilation.
No, I disagree with just the assimilation part for the natives because, yeah, on one side you can say, oh, they're here going, let's join us. But what they're really doing is kidnapping kids, forcing them in boarding schools, punishing them for showing any
But
signs of being native.
but those are outliers. Those
Well,
are
that's exactly.
anecdotes,
Well,
as
no.
you
What
as assembly would say.
what
No,
I'm
those were
saying is that
universal across the U.S.
what
No,
I'm
they were
saying
not,
that
because my ancestors, that didn't happen to them, and my ancestors are
After
also Native
Assembly and God
American.
talks, I do want to hear from Conrad and also Jason. But go ahead, Assembly.
Yeah.
okay. What I'm saying is that assimilation has its roots. I'm going to make a bold claim here. Assimilation has its roots in religions.
Okay, but Alpha,
That's
you
a
can
that's a bold claim. What do you think of that?
Wait, before you respond, this might be off the rails. But Comrade, did you have anything you want to say? And then after you, preferably Jason, if anyone has anything to say, go ahead.
I think I'm gonna hold off for just a moment. I want to hear a little more input from everybody because I'm just kind of getting here, and I don't.
Also, can I just restate you? I don't like the fact that you guys are asking me to defend a thing that I know very little about. My opinion of it is based mostly on my experience with it, which is so limited that it's
that's fair.
That it like, I mean, if you're asking me to defend religion, I have 30 years and over 100 books to defend it on. CRT, I have one book that I know about and 3 videos, and then plus maybe Adam and Stitch. That's it.
Alpha.
Wait. Assembly got. Hold on. Jason, do you have anything you want to add here?
Well, I don't want to interrupt the lively discussion.
Do it.
I mean, I think Jay gave a good definition. You guys are talking about CRT, but it's important to be like everybody agrees on what CRT is, which is like that race is a social construct, that the aspects of discriminatory aspects with regards to this socially constructed racism is purposely meant for the oppression of minorities, and it's baked into many of the systems that we have. So when somebody's like, "Hey, wait a second, how am I oppressed?" You could be like, "Well, the oppression is systemic. It's all over the place. It's in the way people have explicit and implicit bias. It's the way organizations hire. It's how much money you make. It's how your area is policed. It's how oftentimes you get pulled over because of your racism or your race. It's all of these things combined that end up getting to these issues of like, why are Black people like arrested more? Like, it's because just wait a second, let me finish. It's because more crime is occurring in their area. Why is more crime occurring in their area? You could trace it back to a lot of these systemic issues. So CRT is essentially just the theory to explain and think about those issues. So okay, I'll stop there. Yeah.
No, because I want to talk to you directly. So in my area where I live, you would be the minority. Okay, just very clear. Okay, so if you were to come down here, and this happens to a lot of people that come down here from up north, they come down and they immediately are harassed. Immediately, you're going to get made fun of for being white. You're going to be made fun of for being tall. All the girls are going to come up to you because you have blue eyes, and there's like, hey, why do you have blue eyes? And yes, I do want you to. But I'm
all right, good. Okay, all right. I'm just saying.
I want you to as well.
I got the response.
I have neighbors who are in law enforcement, and they talk about how their kids would get in trouble with the law here.
Sorry, I just had to say that.
They would get in trouble with the law here just because of them being white. So it was the reversal. The reverse.
Okay, good. Okay, stop right there. I'm glad you ended. I'm glad he ended on this topic of the term.
That's still anecdotal, though. That's still anecdotal.
Fair enough. He's making an anecdotal claim, but we can talk about the specifics of that anecdotal claim. That when you talk about reversal, that inherently is thinking about like reverse racism, that somebody can be white and be discriminated against. And the problem with the fact that like reverse racism is not an actual legitimate term is because people who are white in white societies, typically in the United States, white people are in control. So if I go down to your location and I'm white and everybody else is of a different race or background, et cetera, and I may be personally biased, discriminated against when I walk into a store, the fact of the matter is I'm of a race where those people, I bet if I went down there and I looked at the minority population of the white people, guess what? I bet they're all the richest people. They have the best education. Like they're in a position of power. So even though there may be 80% of this certain class, if the white people are a minority, but they have all the power, then it's difficult to say I'm being discriminated against when I have all the power. So that's my answer to the reverse.
I gotta jump in real quick and say I gotta poop and feed my cat, so I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Anyways, it's an I agree. The one thing that's really kind of disheartening is that the CRT thing has been like welded as like a political weapon by both sides. Probably more the Republican side, just because they want to wield this theory as some quackpot leftist theory where we want your 4-year-old to be taught certain things, when in reality it's just an effort to explore the systemic racism that has existed in our country in many places for hundreds of years. We're just now starting to say we acknowledge it. And here's the last thing. The other really twisted piece to this that some people really disagree with is that if you're a white person and you're doing research into that area, there would be a question as to whether you as a white person actually can do legitimate research in that area, given you don't have the lived experience to understand, and that your inherent racism will taint your research. That's a very controversial topic. I'm not sure I agree with it, but that is a facet of CRT.
No, I agree with Jason wholeheartedly. And it is a systemic problem. I agree with you. It's definitely is systemic. So Alpha, I want to understand, based on your neighborhood, right?
Well, my entire region's Hispanic.
Your region, is your region oppressing people?
Yeah, we're not a very nice set of people. We have problems here.
Okay, well that's a problem. I'm sorry.
All right. That's a problem. All right.
That is a problem.
Okay, so Jason, I wanted to ask you a question.
Alpha wants to respond to me.
I don't think anybody should be oppressed.
All right. So, Jason, I wanted to ask you. So, what do you think? Because I get asked this on this channel all the time about what do I think about the Christians or the Catholics that are misusing the Bible? What do you think if you're going to defend critical race theory, which again I've already told you I have a limited knowledge of?
Yeah,
but,
right on. That's good.
God damn it.
God stepped in and was like, Alpha needs to shut up. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I love Alpha.
He'll be back. Wait. I think here he is. There he is.
If you're going to defend it, how would you answer to? And again, my example is exactly 3 teachers. How would you use it to these people who are using it as a weapon against another culture or another race?
Well, what do you mean by using it as a weapon? Like,
they
give
literally.
me an example.
So one of the examples that I remember, and you could probably go back and find the video and have a much better version of it, but they were saying tell me how you were oppressed. The question that I asked, that's why I asked that question. They're saying, tell me how you were oppressed today. And then they were asking the white students, how were you privileged today? To me, that's like really fucking loaded, especially if you're talking to like, 5th graders.
Why?
I asked it in here and everyone got upset.
I'm not upset. I'm saying why. I'm saying why is that loaded? Why is
Alpha,
that?
I don't think you're being honest right now. Where are you getting this information from?
I already told you. I saw like a few videos off of Twitter and off of.
Oh my God! Are you fucking serious?
And TikTok.
You got videos from Twitter and TikTok?
Yes, the teachers themselves. Like when it was trending, it was trending on a national level, and I watched their video.
And that's your empirical information.
Oh my God! Fucking org asked me if I had any experience with this, and I said that's it. And I'm asking Jason. I'm saying
let's grant it. Just grant it. Yeah. Just grant it. Like let's say that's actually the case. It's not.
And all I'm saying is, just like you asked me about my religion, about there are crazy people in my religion who will do bad things and use my gospel to hurt people.
First
how would you answer this? Because on the right, and again, remember, I'm on the right. We sometimes look at what's happening in woke culture and it's like, wow, that looks a lot like religion. So I'm asking the same question. How would you respond in that same manner?
All right, I got it. You don't have to go over.
Sorry, Assembly got to me. Sorry,
I can grasp concepts. Given what your example, first of all, I would say that a lot of people take the position that CRT is a college methodology and it's not taught at elementary schools. However, my particular perspective, and I think I can defend it, is that components of CRT are important and should probably be educated to kids at certain levels. And in the example you're talking about of like white students, how have you been privileged today? Guess what? That's not necessarily a bad idea for a fifth grader, because you want because guess what? We have racism is seen everywhere. It's seen on television. It's seen every day. It's seen everywhere. And you know what? It's important for kids to have the perspective that as a white person, you do have a level of privilege that you may not even be conscious of the fact that there is that privilege available to you, because guess what? You've never been a little black kid who's been accused of stealing when the white kid wasn't accused of stealing, or that, I mean, there's a multitude of examples. So I would say, I don't think they're welding it as a weapon. I think it can be welded as a weapon, but I think it's exaggerated. And I think that there are some aspects of CRT that are probably important to teach to younger kids.
So one of the just on that note, one of the most, it is interesting because I actually I met someone today that's actually from that time period. One of the most weirdly racist things that have ever happened to me is, and I'll show a picture of a younger me so you can see exactly how I looked, because this is a different fake tone that's not really here. When I went to Mississippi and Louisiana to visit my cousins, my aunt had just died of cancer, and we went to the mall. And my second cousins, blonde hair, blue eyed cousins, not directly related to me, were in the mall, and we all went to go buy, music and whatever it is you buy those years ago. They would not sell me anything. They said, you can't buy here, you can't do this, or you can't do that.
Okay.
Again, this is in the late 1990s. Okay, this is not like 40, 50 years ago.
Yep.
And I had to go get my cousin. I had to go get Karen, and I had to ask her. I said, hey, can you come buy this stupid CD for me, or this stupid movie for me? They won't sell it to me. And so she bought it, and they didn't give her any trouble. And it was just the weirdest experience I've ever had in my life, because it wasn't subtle racism like you'll see down here, or you'll see somewhere in San Antonio. This was like overt, like no, based on your skin tone, we're not going to sell you something.
How old were you? How old were you there?
I was like 18, 19. Something.
Okay, I mean,
like
but did the CD have some kind of explicit warning on it or something?
No. I just simply wanted to buy. I think it was the Romeo and Juliet soundtrack, dude. They just wouldn't sell to me.
But can you understand, in today's modern world of social media, that and of being so connected, that in and we know this for a fact, situations like this happen, and that information explodes. People are like, kid was at a mall, wouldn't sell him this and that. He records it on his phone. It goes viral. He was Hispanic, blah, blah, blah. Guess what? If we were educating our kids and being like, look, we want you to have a recognition that a systemic racism is a fact of the world. Guess what? Those kids would start being like, you know what? Maybe I don't want to shop at that store that did that.
Is that the game we're playing there, Gur?
That's me.
Sorry, I recognize everybody's opinion. I'm
sure
willing to change my mind.
The point that I was making to you is that wasn't my experience though everywhere. It's not like everywhere that I went, I had that experience. And I've been all over the South. I've been from Florida to California. It was in Louisiana and Mississippi, specifically in those two places, where I experienced racism.
Is this your argument? Is this your position that because you only experienced it in select places,
I'm simply again, I didn't go that far. I said,
all right, okay.
What I'm saying to you is that I have real experience with racism in multiple ways, not just in this one way. But this is the most overt way. The other one was a police officer who followed me and my friends who were in college for hours until they saw that we came into a rich neighborhood. And when they saw that we were in a rich neighborhood, he was like, oh shit. And I was like, yeah, I live here. I don't.
So are you agreeing with me then?
No, I'm just simply giving you an example of two real examples of racism that.
All right. Okay. No. I
Alpha,
think those,
Alpha. But those are
that's horrible.
But those are all anecdotal experiences, man.
Wait, I think
Nothing wrong
Comrade
with that.
had
I'm
something
sorry.
he wanted to
I'm
say.
sorry to say that.
And then I think Lisa wants to chime in. Comrade, did you have something you want to say now or later?
I feel like a lot of the points I was going to try to make have already been touched on by Jason. I think he did a phenomenal job.
Comrade, he's my comrade.
He's good like that.
me and Comrade, we're tight.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm just kidding. So whatever.
It's all good, man. One thing I kind of just wanted to touch on is I think a lot of the fear of CRT is from my side of the fence, at least, like the white community, Republican community. They're all terrified of painting white people as bad or in a negative light through a history of tormenting other races. They're afraid of any kind of backlash that people are going to have for that and making kids feel bad for a history they had no part in. And I don't think it's not looked at the right way. Like, people are terrified of how the kids are going to look at it. Like, we don't talk about, in World War II, the Nazis, how horrible these people were and all the shit that they did back in World War II. You go and look at that kind of history. Germany doesn't try to hide that kind of stuff. They teach their citizens, they teach their people all the history about what happened there. Why can't we do the same kind of thing with something that happened 100 years ago, 150 years ago in our country?
Yeah, fair enough. Lisa, I know you've been quiet, which is unusual. So what did you have to say?
Well, I really don't know anything about CRT, so I've been keeping silent. But I will say this. I'm white, okay? But I'm treated like I'm white because I look white, and I don't think that's fair. That doesn't mean I'm all white, you know what I mean?
You broke up, Lisa? What did you say? You said you're of a certain race, but you're perceived as white. What is that? What you were saying?
I look white. I'm all white.
Okay, I still.
Lisa, I think you're gonna have to like jump out and come back in.
Yeah, your connection is not super good.
Your connection sucks.
So real quick, this is more for Jason, but also for Assembly. So this is who I was back then. So that's me and my Native American grandmother.
Ah, God damn it! Hold on, keep it up, keep it up. That's what she said.
Yes, I am. This is the kid who got kicked out of the thing. Yes, I am wearing a Malcolm X hat. Yeah, that's the kid who got kicked out of the.
Okay.
What the hell is that on the photo?
Yeah, my cat threw up on it. My cat threw up on it.
Oh, lovely. Okay.
Hey, Alpha, you were a handsome guy.
Yeah, exactly. He was.
Nice days.
What happened?
You look better with hair, Alpha.
I'm just
I
kidding,
agree.
bro. I'm just kidding. You're still handsome.
But I just want to say, like, I have experience with those kind of things, and I do agree with Comrade actually on his little warning, which is
Go away.
which is my concern.
Turn this camera off.
My concern about CRT is not CRT as a theory. My concern is about how it will be used,
What is
and
sassy
if it's ever used against people.
Wait. I want to just comment one thing on the two things about people are concerned how white people's kids are going to be affected by this or that. I just keep thinking, wait a second. There have been this discriminatory activities for 200 years where people have gotten lynched and just the most horrible things that America's done. And now we want to teach the history of that. And when look, white people have done this to people in the past. They did it to Native Americans. They did it to Black people. They did it to Asian people. They've done it across the board. It doesn't mean that you yourself have done it, but this is the history. To say we're concerned about teaching that stuff because it's going to hurt little Timmy's heart on the topic, I'm just I don't know about that. I think the kids are tougher than that. I think we ought to be able to say, this is the history of this, and we want people to be conscious of that. The one thing that really irritates me sometimes where people are like, you know what? I'm friends with Black people, but oh, you know what? I people oftentimes, I'm white, but people think that I'm this and I'm akin to the brotherhood. I'm like, you know what? I'm a white person. there's shit that I can't possibly understand about the
Pixie
lived,
Wings is on
lived
cam.
experience of some people. Some people I can't
Hi,
understand.
Pixie Wings.
That's
Oh, yeah.
that's like one
Yeah, well,
thing. I'm
whatever,
always
I'll-
jealous.
I'll shut up.
I actually have a school child that has been taught some of this, so I do have a little bit of input.
All right, let's hear it.
Because I'm in Canada, so we don't really cover a whole lot of the black on white that type of racism, but we do have a lot of racism for Indigenous. And recently they have started teaching some of the atrocities that have happened to the Indigenous people, especially with, I don't know if you guys all know, but about, the children that have been found at residential schools and things like that. So teaching
I've
our
heard about
kids
that.
about this stuff is not traumatizing them the way that the people that are against it think it's going to. Because I have a little 6-year-old who sat here and listened to lessons on what happened to those kids in the residential schools, who did it, what happened to them and all of that. And they just sit there and they learn about it, but it's not traumatizing them like they said that it's going to. They're they're learning about history.
I agree. There's 2 points to that I agree. Well, I agree, but like kids are probably the most open to learning about these things without it triggering them. It's the older people who have a problem with it, which is why I loved the meme that went around that said people who threw rocks at Ruby Bridges for trying to go to school are now upset that their kids might learn that they threw rocks at Ruby Bridges for trying to go to school.
Yeah, like my little one is 6, right? So she doesn't have those kinds of biases built in her from society yet. So she's not going to see it the way somebody in their 40s is going to think, oh crap, when they've been conditioned all this
I'll tag
time.
on to Sassy Pants' statement there, and part of the reason I'm bringing this up is I teach a geography course at my local community college, and you can't teach geography and history of the world without talking about the ridiculous stuff Europeans have done, right? And none of my students knew that America had a colony in the Philippines. None of my students knew where the term Banana Republic comes from, right?
Yeah.
And they're graduating high school and they're not understanding the vast majority of their American history because it's been isolated from them because it might upset them, right? And they're going to learn this stuff anyways. So, why does it take till graduating out of high school and going into college to learn where the term Banana Republic actually comes from?
Exactly. I know people my age who still don't know that A, the US has territories, or B, how many we have.
Yeah. And these are all things that I fail to see the reason why this can't be brought up in a decent, and again, Alpha, I agree with you if these topics are being brought up in the way that white is bad because, that's a poor teaching methodology. But
that's not the way they're teaching it, but that's the way the Republicans want us to
I
think
very
that
much
it's being
feel you
taught.
got the exception and you're basing your opinion off the exception.
Now that being said, I don't think
Okay,
that Alpha is necessarily saying.
But I think his original but one sec. I think his original question was, if we all agree that CRT is not bad, right? How would we respond to, how people say, oh, but religion did this and religion did that. How can you defend religion? So even if we can agree that CRT is good, how would we handle the people who misuse it?
Yeah, that was my question. Thank you, Pixie.
So I can try answering that as someone who's taught high school before.
They get fired.
You can misteach lots and lots of stuff at every single level, and when it's mistaught, it's handled on a case by case basis. Like people misteach history nowadays, right? I want to say there was something about a health teacher telling. There's like a health teacher down south that was teaching the girls to some ridiculous opposite of safe sex, whatever that thing is, abstinence. Some ridiculous put your legs up or stuff like that. You'll catch herpes from the first time you have sex. She was teaching that in the classroom, and she was a health teacher. And when it came out, she was fired, right? Mm-hmm. So you're kind of asking for an answer to something that already exists to me. Mm-hmm. Someone teaches it poorly, they're a bad teacher.
it's also driving more parents to be involved in the education that their kids are being, right? So like if you look back in the 50s and 60s, parents just dressed their kids up, sent them off to school, and that was it. They weren't involved. But now we need to really pay attention to what our kids are learning in school. And if there's something that's being taught that way, like look at the math teacher that dressed up as, you know, a
Oh, the
native.
Indian one, Sokotoa.
Yeah, that. Like, I mean, parents have to speak up and be like, hey, this is not
Sorry,
okay. We
Native
don't want our
American.
kids being taught like this. Yeah.
Don't you think CRT should be legislated?
Well, none of that stuff's legislated at a federal level. It's all state by state bases, but
So how that's a logistical nightmare.
Yeah, that's the U.S.
I mean, this is this is the problem with the United States. Like, I have a real problem. I have a problem with the United States education system. We have a fragmented, localized
Jason Tolan
education
is a
system.
communist. We all heard that. Here we go.
Yeah, you know. I wear my Hasanabi like communist flag in the background.
Can I answer Orcs? Because I think
Fine
someone
with
else has
that.
asked me this question before. They wanted to know about my Native American ancestry because that's not as well known.
I didn't ask that.
No, not
Ox did.
Orcs in the chat.
Oh, screw that.
So my actual bloodline is, and I have to look it up. Okay, is Colochian, but my cousins are active members of the. I believe they're the Apache, and they are the ones out of Corpus Christi. That's where my cousins are active members of.
No wonder you guys were never beat upon by the U.S. You just killed anyone who came after you.
Yeah. In fact, we're written about in a. There's a book of the two Spaniards, the Nunez book. They write about walking through our territory.
I know about
they
the
describe
Apache.
it. They describe
Alpha,
it as terrible.
Alpha,
There's they
they-
eat lizards.
Alpha,
We,
they named an attack helicopter
Yeah,
after you.
we literally the AH-60 is named after.
Yeah. The Apache attack helicopter.
Well,
So
I was
you
thinking more
are-
about the Colochian people, which is where my ancestry is from. I literally live in the same area where my mother's ancestors are from. We're described as lizard eaters and the worst people ever imaginable. And they describe this place as hell. And then about 100 years later or 200 years later, when the guy who led the Confederacy was stationed down here in the valley, he actually writes, why the hell would anyone want this territory? When we conquer the United States, let's make sure this territory is never part of the U.S. That's how much that we were hated. So yeah. Anyway, sorry.
Don't you want my children to know that?
Well, I mean,
Exactly.
okay. So I was actually gonna ask you, Orge, on that note, actually on the same note. Hopefully, my brain brings it back together, which is, and I lost it. Nope.
Boo. That's what Catholicism does to your.
Hey,
I didn't know your people are lizard.
Jesus just pushed it right out, didn't he?
Catholicism rots your brain.
can you hear me now?
Nope.
Beep boop boop beep beep boop.
Yeah,
Who says something? Did
0110.
somebody say something?
You got a
Boy,
mic
beep boop.
problem.
At least try again.
Yeah, Lisa
Can
problem.
you hear me now?
Yeah,
Did Lisa say anything? I didn't hear anything.
yeah, we can hear you, Lisa. Go for it.
Who said that?
Okay.
No.
Oh, there we go.
Hey, Orge, I remembered what it is too. So she
Oh,
jumps
yeah,
out
what's
again. I'll do it.
Lisa, I think your cat is interfering with your Wi-Fi. Can you upgrade your cat to 5G?
Okay, stop for a second. Stop for a second. I've had this happen so many times with Lisa's mic. I gotta ask, Lisa, do you have a wired mic?
Yes,
Is your
Sue.
It's a wired mic. Okay. You need to troubleshoot that. There's something going on with your mic that is maybe it's the gain on the mic on StreamYard or something because it keeps cutting out. I don't know if it's your mic's too close to your face maybe. And when you
It could be a
speak,
short in the wires too.
Yeah.
yeah,
I think your Chinese mic is wearing out.
I haven't. I actually have on the way.
It's pretty
What?
bad.
It's bad, Lisa. It's bad.
What way?
maybe
Was
it's
it
the
made in
internet.
China?
Wow. Yeah, I don't
Wah,
know.
wah, wah.
Okay, Orge. While she's fixing that. Okay, so what I was going to say
Trump was
is,
very
Hey,
well
there's
aware.
I
nothing
had-
wrong with
Only
there's
get
nothing
US
wrong with
made.
Chinese products.
okay, I had this experience, and this is something that maybe you can talk on. I
Yeah,
hope you
Orge.
can elaborate on. So when I was in college and I was going to my university, I was taught by one of the premier Latin American philosophers. And when
Premier.
yes, premier. And when her books are actually the books you go to for understanding a certain trend in Latin philosophy.
Yeah.
And when she was talking about how the Spanish influenced native, Mesoamerican philosophy, she hit really.
You can fuck right off.
She hit really hard on
Hey, look,
the
the money tree's
influence
still alive.
of the Casas and
It
a few
is still
other
alive. Thank you.
and a few other
Sir, you're an
Spaniard
asshole.
liberators. But their reaction in the class.
God damn it! What the fuck happened there? That's
Relax.
not what I meant.
You offended. Did you?
I'm telling you, man.
God
I'm telling you, man.
damn it.
I'm telling
Sir,
you,
you're drunk.
Alpha goes
Get
on
drunk,
these
go to
long.
bed.
Alpha goes on these rants, and God is like, dude, Alpha.
It's like enough of that.
You gotta make it. You gotta make it succinct, my dude.
All right. So they went crazy. They went apeshit
Without
crazy.
even missing a beat.
When they got so angry, and I was like, "What is this about?" And it's because they had never heard how the Spanish had destroyed the books. Everybody has the same idea that Native Americans never had books, but in actuality, there was a lot of writing. The Spaniards just burnt them all, and they flipped. Wow, that's weird. They flipped them. They just completely flipped out. Can you answer? Can you talk about that, Org?
Yeah,
Dude, like between everyone giggling like a bunch of damn monkeys and Lisa roboting
It's
her
not
way
even
through the
everyone, it's
building,
just
I have
fucking
no
Bert.
idea what you just said. Something
Short version.
I second that.
God damn it! I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Distracted by shinies.
Sorry.
ADHD.
When
brain
I
is
was in college,
broken now.
Yes.
the in Latin American philosophy class, my co-students, my fellow students, flipped out when we got to the part where there was actual writings by the Mesoamericans, and the Spaniards flipped it out. They didn't know about that. So
Okay.
now all the philosophers, all the Spaniard philosophers, now they hated them. They started to come to school with Shea shirts. They started becoming anti-colonialist, anti-American, anti-Mexican, like anti-Mexico.
Yes.
But that's because they had never heard that history. So
Yes.
they couldn't hear the positives of like the Casas. They could only hear that he wasn't a slave. They couldn't hear that he was fighting for slave rights. Okay. So like they couldn't hear the positives. Could you talk about that?
So,
Can you
so I understand what you said back to me. Your college students got very anti this dude who had pro parts
Jesus,
to
girl,
him
put that
because
away.
of one example, right?
I feel like I'm committing a crime by just looking at that.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Wouldn't that be an argument for teaching them younger so they don't have this crisis when they're older?
Well, yeah, that's what I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear how Orge was gonna, if that's how he would view his version of CRT, if that's what he thinks it should be used for, or if he thinks that it shouldn't be introduced for that at all.
I guess that seems like a very localized thing, which is actually perfect for this conversation because CRT is going to be very localized if and when it gets implemented, right? By definition, because as Jason said, America's terrible school system. So the idea that I would phrase that with is having a robust and true understanding of all the facets of your history is only going to make you understand the history better. If you decide to hate colonialism because you know more about it, how is that a negative?
Quick question.
And if you hide those factors,
I want to chime in here.
then you have less information now. You hide it because you don't want them to hate someone who's dead.
I think I'm literally gonna get seasick while watching this stream.
I think Gur,
Tell me you're bored without telling me you're
Gur's
bored.
pissed, not a trash fire. That's the problem here.
Do you just want some craziness to happen, Gareth? You want anger?
How much have you had to drink tonight so far, girl?
We have a decent
No,
topic,
no.
and Gur's got to go all keyboard warrior on us. Like
Anyways, continue.
I'm the only
for the lack of
opposing
sleep.
view, and I'm not even completely opposing it unless Comrade has something better to give. All I'm giving is anecdotes from my own life. But
Comrade, is that Jason?
yeah.
Oh.
Comrade.
No, Comrade and Jason, two completely different people. Trust me. I
Or
know.
are
I'm very
they? I've never
Comrade.
seen them in the same room at the same time. So,
I mean,
there's
Can
that.
you hear me now?
Who says that?
Can
was
you
that?
hear me now?
I heard robot.
Yes, Lisa, go ahead.
Oh, motherfucker.
Okay, I'm stepping out. Go ahead, Lisa.
Leave your own damn stream already.
Lisa, go ahead. Oh my God, Lisa, go for it.
She muted herself.
Lisa, he was messing with you. You're fine. Go for it.
I'm trying to fix it. Can you hear me?
We can hear
We
you.
can hear you. Gur was messing with you.
Gur's just being Gur.
Okay. So, got
Oh no!
God fucking damn it!
Gur, stop
be better.
Namaste.
Serenity now. Serenity now.
I'm gonna go listen to my.
Please, God, come upon this poor spirit.
Up. Can you hear me?
Yes. You crackling though.
Okay. Okay, I've got a mic on the way.
Wiggle your wire.
Jason,
Wiggle the
breathe,
wire.
breathe.
Go back.
Wiggle the wire. Make sure it's connected properly.
I've got a new mic on the way.
Wiggle it just a little bit.
Not too much now.
Lisa, all you gotta do is wiggle it.
Wiggle it.
Shut the fuck up, girl.
Okay. So,
Wow, do you it must be the internet. It must be your internet that's cutting you out. I don't know.
Your internet sucks.
Firmly grasp it.
Firmly grasp. Okay, sorry.
I have a new mic on the way.
Okay.
Okay, I don't think we learned anything this night, and I gotta go. This is something. This is an experience.
Don't you go anywhere.
Lisa,
This
stop all
was
the
fun until
downloads.
Lisa's mic showed up.
Stop all the downloads in the background.
Lisa,
Lisa, what are you downloading?
wait, Alpha, don't go. Lisa,
I have
Lisa's on Pornhub. She's downloading porn.
Lisa, did you have a question or a comment?
I have a new mic on the way.
Yes, we heard you the first 4 times you said it.
This is great.
Lisa, can you restart your computer?
Oh fuck.
That's not gonna help, dude.
Yeah.
Wait, Lisa.
So, I just want to recap. So I've defended something that I don't even care about. Gar's
your
defined
computer's
things that he
too
knows
hot.
nothing about, and Assembly's been argumentative. This has been great. This has been excellent. This is perfect.
Wait, I heard my name. You have my attention. What was that?
Lisa, your computer's too hot. Restart it. Let it cool down.
Lisa, get an ice pack. And put it on your computer.
You
my God.
guys are terrible.
Gur's been smoking some ganj. He's been
I'm so sleep deprived. It's okay.
Gur's been pulling tubes.
Pulling tubes?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, you know what?
I've
Pulling a
never
tube
heard
is?
that term before.
Gur,
Oh my
Gur,
God!
are
You
you-
never
are
heard
you
that
on-
tube?
Girl, are
it's
you in a
not
sugar
nice to
high?
host so many people and not share.
Yeah.
Okay.
Explain to me what pulling a tube is, but do it in like Lisa robot voice.
Pulling a bong tube. You know, like a bong tube, like a bong. You know what a bong is?
Oh, okay.
You pull the thing out, and you know.
Okay.
That's
got it.
Exactly.
that's what I
Yeah.
need.
See, Sassy knows.
Okay.
Lisa, restart
It's a nice
your
vase.
computer.
Sassy pants. Very nice with flowers.
Oh my God.
That's not
feel
gonna
like-
help.
Okay, so did anyone have any final questions for Alpha before he leaves? Hopefully he stays.
Relevant questions that I know anything about, preferably.
Hey, Alpha, I still need to talk to you at some point about your video where you're trying to make justifications about abortion.
Yeah,
So-
Alpha.
So I got. We don't have to talk about it now, but we
No,
should
we're
talk
going to
about
talk
that.
about it right now, Alpha.
Alpha doesn't want to talk about it.
Alpha's
I think essentially Alpha. I can't even remember, but I think like the video was.
It was an
like-
argument for authority. Yeah, that's what it was.
I need a link to that video because that's one of my hot topics.
Who's talking? I'm sorry. Was it Ceci? Oh, hi,
Is
Ceci.
your hot topic or your hot pocket?
I have hot pockets, but that's not what we're talking about.
If you're gonna watch it, Sassy, I would
Hot
recommend you watch another
pockets.
video before that where I explain that my views have changed, and then watch that video because that video is really just addressing Gar and Jason.
Can
They
you
would
throw
have
up a
no-
link to your channel in the private chat for me?
Probably not.
Alpha, we have
I
a
don't know.
question
Or
from
somebody?
the side chat.
Okay, what's the question?
Okay, the question goes. My computer is really slow. Question for Alpha: how can anyone ever spend any amount of time in a stream with orgy? Oh, I'm sorry, girl streams.
So, so the way that you tolerate Gur is first you remember that you and him are brothers in Christ, and then you love him.
That's
from
right.
there.
I'm in Christ, y'all.
Oh, that was such a good answer.
That was. Mr. Penguin, what are you trying to share? I'm scared to put on the.
Yeah, it's just gonna be like.
No, okay, I see.
We know
what
who
it
Mr.
is.
Penguin is. It's probably a penis.
Yeah,
Mr. Penguin.
Mr. Penguin, you're out of
Okay,
here.
I'm gonna share my channel on the main thing on the main chat because that's the only way I can get in.
Thank you.
I mean,
Then again,
essentially, you were like you were pro-choice. Now you're pro-life because
Right, of authority. But
because
have,
the church told you to.
Sassy, when if you're gonna tear into my views, please, like I said, watch the video where I explain my views changing, and not just the video where I'm trying to dunk on Jason. Okay.
Okay.
wasn't really.
Nah,
a dunk.
fuck Jason.
Girl, you're just heading for trouble tonight.
I've had what? Oh my,
You're heading for
who is
trouble.
talking right now?
Somebody's got the
Listen,
screen playing.
listen.
Listen, Linda, listen. Yes.
No,
Go
Linda,
ahead, Sassy.
Linda has broken headphones. She can't hear us.
Did you say Linda? You mean Lisa?
Yeah.
Linda for truth.
Linda for truth. Yes.
I'm going to call you Linda from now on, Lisa. You're Linda.
Linda.
I call
She
her
can't
Lisa
talk.
for nice. All right, here's Alpha's channel.
Thank you. That way I can subscribe.
I'm back in
It's
my.
too lazy to type.
This is my regular voice. This is how I normally talk. In a
Like
world
that you guys
gone
are
mad.
bashing on poor Lisa. She can't even respond to you.
I know. I love Lisa.
Lisa for lies. Anyway, Alpha. Okay, so you did put out a video that was pro-life, aka pro non-abortion, whatever the fuck. I don't know what I'm trying
So
to
are
say.
you
Anti-abortion.
Are you?
Yeah. So what's your
choice
point?
or pro-choice now?
Yeah. What's your
So,
point?
all right, hold on. I'm looking for the actual video where I do the explanations. I can also put it in the link. So in the Catholic world, there's I didn't know it was a Catholic heresy at the time. At the time, it was just a belief I came to on my own, which is the term that I use, and apparently it's also the term other people use. I don't know how that's possible. Is pro free will. So pro free choice. I'm sorry. So the pro free choice argument in Catholicism, and it mind you, it's not proper. I learned recently it's not proper, but the argument is that because in Catholicism the rules are only for fellow Catholics, just like in Judaism the rules are only for fellow Jews.
Mm-hmm.
The argument for pro-free choice is that you're still responsible for your actions. So if your actions are wrong, you'll have to answer for God. But because I'm not you, and you're not a Catholic, you're not assenting to my point of view. You don't have to follow what I'm doing.
So that just basically means that the rules are for you, but not for me.
Oh, Daddy!
What the fuck?
No, so basically what the rules are saying is that if you choose to become a Catholic, then you have to be pro-life for yourself. But if you're not a Catholic, there's no reason for you to follow our rules because you're not even agreeing that our rules are correct.
Gotcha.
That's the argument that I had. That's what I believed for a very long time, like from 18 to like 33.
Right. Okay.
And then before that, before I was 18, or maybe before I was 22, I was pro-choice. So I was pro-choice. Then I became pro-free will, or whatever the theological argument is. And then recently, where I've read more about the church fathers and about intellectual assent to authority, I've now intellectually assented to authority, which means that I'm going to take the Catholic stance even if I don't understand it.
Damn.
So what exactly? So what does that mean that your stance is now? So are you
Now I'm
still?
pro-life. Now I'm pro-life.
So you're
simply
pro-life
because,
across the board for not just for you and Catholics, but for
right,
everybody.
but for everyone,
So you're
because
forced
that's
birth, basically.
because of the argument for, well, again, just because that's what the church says is true. So I'm not giving you an intellectual argument there. I'm just on.
No, I was just
Yeah,
trying to
yeah.
establish what your stance is. So, but you believe that everybody that gets pregnant should be forced to carry to term.
Not in those words, but roughly, sure.
Well, no, like, I mean, either you believe that somebody that gets pregnant should carry to term or not. If you believe that somebody else should carry a baby to term,
Well,
regardless of how they feel about it, that's forced birth.
There are exceptions for like life of the mother and stuff like that in there, and bioethics and stuff like that. But I'm just saying that I consent to the Catholic Church's opinion.
Okay.
But that's not where I was for like 20 years. For like 20 years, I was in a different place.
Damn. So essentially, the church tells you something, you're going to believe it.
Mm-hmm.
The church tells me something. If I want to be an active member, I have to assent. Yes.
What if like it's some crazy thing that you just like can't reconcile? Like you're like they're telling you something, you're like, there's just no way I can believe that.
Then you have to leave the church of your own free will.
Why would you want to be part of an organization that like that? You have to believe what we believe, whether you like it or not. That doesn't.
Well, I mean, in just in simple parlance, my goal, just in a very blank way, is that we're all one. We're all one existence, one being, one everything. Therefore, all life is precious, and therefore, I have to respect all people and all life, regardless.
No, but I mean, like in general, like the authority of the church, whatever they say, you are going to believe. Like, why?
That's so we're all one, as in we're all part of the mystical body of Christ eventually, and so I have to assent to the head, and the head is Christ. That's the argument. I left out a little part there, but yeah, that's it. I'm a cell in a body, and I have to consent to the rest of the body, or assent is the actual word.
So you're basically giving up your own free will of thinking and coming to your own conclusions and just going on based what the church says.
I'm giving up my individuality. Correct.
Why? What appeals to you about that?
Nothing. It's just what the church asked you to do, going all the way back to the ancient church.
So do you agree or disagree? Well, obviously you agree with it because you're with the church. So what? There's something there that would have convinced you that, yeah, hey, I agree with this. I'm going to go along with it. What was that?
No. So what convinced, and this is the video that I made for Jason, which was that in reading the church fathers. So there's an idea in Protestantism where it's like regular individualism, you can find Christ on your own. The idea in the ancient church is not that. The idea of the ancient church is that you should not have wild variant opinions. It's all about fighting heresy.
Right, because that's basically where the Catholic and the Protestant conflict really started.
Correct. And so
a quick question. What do you think of George Pell being released from prison?
I'm not going to go there. I'm going to keep answering Sassy's and stay on topic. So because she wants to.
This is on topic.
No, it's not. So basically, what you're being asked to do is to consent to people who have higher authority or more knowledge than you. And so the argument of the Catholic Church has been from the beginning, and this is again what I was telling Jason in the video, is that the earliest writings, literally the Didache, like one of the earliest church writings, long before the Bible was written, long before the liturgy had even developed, and the liturgy is older than the Bible. There's a ruling in the Didache on like page 2 that says, and this is where we get the idea from, that abortion is not going to be allowed. And it doesn't use the word abortion, but it describes very explicitly what abortion is. And it says, we're not doing that in the church. It's not something that we do. And I was like, wow, okay, so if I'm going to be part of this church that the earliest members, the founders, the people who built the church, actually said this is the rule. So if I'm going to say I'm part of that body, even if I don't like this one particular thing, but I like everything else about it, if I'm going to accept all this other stuff, then I have to also accept this. Otherwise, I'm being incongruent. I'm being hypocritical if I say, okay, yes to everything except for this one rule that I don't like personally. I can't do that and call myself fully Christian.
So do
So-
beliefs not evolve? And if they do, what happens when one authority contradicts another?
Well, that's actually what most of reading the Church Fathers is about. It's why a lot of people will say to learn history is to become Catholic. What that means is to read the Church Fathers, you get this very rigid definition of what Christianity is. Again, this is Christianity before the Bible. So you get this really rigid definition of what Christians believe. And once you get to that, you either accept and stay Christian, or in this case, stay Catholic or Orthodox, or you realize that you can't assent to these opinions. And if I agree with 90, 99, 98 of the opinions, and only one opinion I have questions about, it's easier for me and easier for most Catholics, that's why they stay Catholic, to just assent.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like, given that beliefs can evolve over time based on society, do you ever have like an authority from today who is saying the opposite of an authority from 30 years ago? And if that happens, who do you default to?
So we have what's called councils that actually deal with that, which it's very anti-individualism. I want to be very clear, very anti-individualism. So the idea is that the council will discuss any evolved ideas and decide if they're heresy or not. And if they're heresy, they're thrown out. If they're not heresy, they're brought in, and you find a way to mix them. And it causes a real big problem. And this is something that I thought we were going to get to talk about, but we didn't, but now I guess we do, which is it's a big problem with the Old Testament, the way that we handle the Old Testament. Because if we're saying that tradition is set from the Church Fathers, this is just a real problem that exists, and that tradition can't change. The tradition from the Old Testament to the New Testament has changed. So if we're going to say that tradition can never go into heterodoxy, can never become heresy, can never become heterodox, then what do we do about the tradition between Catholicism and Judaism, in that in-between gap, when you did have the evolution, when you had ideas like Satan enter Christianity? Because that didn't come in with Judaism, it came in with
Wow,
Christianity.
you make this shit as complicated as possible.
Alpha,
I swear to God,
quick
this whole
question.
thing you're talking about is just, I mean, I swear to God, I feel almost like you're trying to make it as complicated as possible.
No, I'm just telling you what's interesting to me about it.
Yeah, but Alpha,
All
do
right,
you really,
okay, fair enough. Yeah.
do you really think the Pope gets revelation from God?
That's not what that's not what papal infallibility is. So no,
So how
it's
does
not.
how does the Pope make decisions?
Apostolic succession.
Okay, I have a follow-up question. So, if the council can convene and decide that if these changing beliefs are good or not good and all of this, are they not admitting that previous authority is just as fallible? And if so, then why does that make them an authority you have to abide by?
So it's levels of. It's called levels of doctrine. Is actually what the theory is. It's divine theory. So the idea is that dogma is the one that can't be changed. So anything that's dogma cannot be changed. The ruling on abortion is not dogma. It's doctrine, which is like a level below dogma, and it goes down and down and down until you get to custom, and then you get to tradition. So it's not. I want to be very clear. It's not the highest level because you can't find it word for word in the Bible. But because it's part of the oldest tradition, they consider it like so close to being dogma that they don't think it's wise for a lay Christian like myself to fight it. You'd have to do a lot more research, know a lot more about the ancient development of that idea, and that paperwork doesn't exist.
Perhaps it's my personality, and perhaps it's because like I am just anti-authority. But once I see that this group has like switched beliefs, right? Like, and they've not only switched courses, but they've somehow justified that authority before was an authority and I'm an authority. At that point, I'm like, why do I listen to anything you say? Because you're just going to change in 30 years, and that new authority is going to be the new authority. And B, what point is there in establishing that hierarchy if the hierarchy is capable of being just as faulty as the layman?
Exactly. This is exactly what happens in Islam as well. Islam has their caliphate and their authority figures in the hierarchy, the Ayatollah Khomeini or whatever they call their higher ups there, and then they just make shit up as they go along. There's no divine providence there. I don't see that.
I guess I'll say to Alpha's behalf, and I have to go head out for about 10 minutes here a little bit. But I do, yeah, sorry. I will say that if it's in a religious context, I don't think there's a I'm losing this is not the correct word, but like a justifiable reason not to believe what he's saying. Because if that's the way God wants to do it, that's the way God wants to do it, and revelation over time and all that jazz. So it's not that his opinion is incongruent. It's just that I don't like it. I mean, but I don't think it's like unjustified to have given religious beliefs. Because that would be my 2 cents on that.
Yeah,
I agree with that. I was just saying I have a hard time relating, but I tend to be very anti-authority and anti-hierarchy. So
yes,
that could be why.
I'm the same way. That's why I can't. It's hard for me to wrap my head around. I'm going to believe whatever you tell me to believe because you said so, type thing. Like
Exactly.
that. Just
do people even know the origins?
That.
Do people even know the origins of the revelations? Where these revelations come from? I don't think they investigate that. They accept it as written law. I mean,
sorry. Go ahead.
I have a question for Alpha.
Yeah, the Book of Revelation has a long history, a successional history of historical figures that have written these books. It's not that like it came out of divine revelation. I'm sorry to say that, Alpha, but I mean, I don't think it's divine revelation.
So, first off, I have a series on the Book of Revelation that I do recommend everyone watches, and I do actually talk about all the development that happens. Most Christians, when they get to the level that I'm at in Catholicism, and by the way, I'm not a monk or anything like that. When they get to the level where they're doing the liturgy of the hours and that kind of stuff, they do that level of research.
Bowl cut. You know you do.
Oh, I was thinking about becoming a monk till I met my wife.
Really?
I had done 3 years.
The pussy is too good.
I did 3 years of intense. Basically, it's called liturgy of the hours. So I would pray 5 times a day, and I'd study biblical literature 5 times a day. And by study, I mean like actual academic study, not like memorizing a passage. Yeah. So yeah, no, I took it very seriously, and I read. I have the Vatican documents in my library. I have the catechism, and I do read it and have read it, and I do read all the ancient sources, and I do read the sources of the sources and that kind of stuff.
Okay, I have a question for Alpha. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
For the next 2 seconds, yeah.
And I'm probably going to get booted again, like I always do. So yay.
Okay, Alpha. What is apostolic succession?
I'm glad you asked. So there's a really good video by a guy called Breaking the Habit, and he explains it really well. I do recommend you guys check out his channel just for that. He's challenged atheists a few times. He's part of this new thing of Catholics, which I belonged to at one point. Not his group, but this kind of way of doing Catholicism. And what apostolic succession is that Jesus himself in the Bible, in Acts, actually lays hands on the apostles. The apostles actually lay hands on the next set of apostles or disciples. And this line goes all the way forward and all the way back from Christ. And that's where you get apostolic authority. Now, here's the thing. From Jesus onward, you get like 500 years of history. So you can track it for about 500 years. And from today, you can track it back to about 1,500, which means that there's a gap of about 500 years where there are spots of people you can connect to one line or another line, but there's some spotty spots right in the center, right around the Dark Ages.
Spotty spots.
But it basically what the argument of apostolic succession is that because Jesus himself taught this person and this apostle, and each apostle was known, and each apostle taught this person, and they're called the 72, and each one of those documented when they taught the next person. And those people are the church fathers. The people who they taught are the church fathers. They're the people who wrote the Bible. They're the people who came up with the rules for the church, for the original church. So that's why people like me go to them to hear what they actually meant when they wrote these words. It's not considered inspired writing. I want to be very clear. They can be wrong about things, but they are the ones who wrote and compiled the Bible. So their opinions very highly referenced. And there is some question on the authenticity of some of their writings, but that's a different story. And you can track them all the way for 500 years, and then you jump up ahead and you can track the line again for another 1,500 years till you get to today.
So, Alpha, quick question: Why wasn't some of the Nag Hammadi library gospels included in the canon?
I don't know, dude. I'm talking about something completely different. Even if I have the answer, my brain's not going to recall it.
No, I know, but you're talking about the canon of the Bible, right?
No, I was talking about apostolic succession.
Well, yeah. I mean, apostolic succession doesn't have a connection with the canonical biblical text.
Only as in the text references it.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the Nag Hammadi library. I mean, these are books or texts that were buried in caves of Egypt.
I have two different translations of it in my collection. Yes.
So
fine.
So what do you think of the Gospel of Mary and the Gospel of Thomas?
They're Gnostic texts. They're literally not. They're written way too late, and they're written against by almost every single church father.
So they are heretical.
Yes.
So a gospel that actually proclaims the mother of Jesus Christ.
It's still heretical.
It's a heretical gospel?
It's still heretical.
Why is that? This is the mother of Jesus. Even Islam has a chapter devoted to Mary.
Well, I don't believe in Islam, so it's not
I know you don't, but I mean, this is important stuff. Like
how is it important stuff that some
like
people
why is the
wrote
mother
in
of
fiction?
Jesus? Why is the mother of Jesus omitted from the canon of the Bible? I don't understand. Is that misogyny going on there? What's going on? I really don't understand that. I think that's blatant misogyny right there.
Mm-hmm.
Bye, Gur. See you later. Get out of here. We don't need you.
Shit, I was muted. I was talking. I was like, why is no one acknowledging me? I'm talking here. Anyway, I was muted. I muted myself. I do have to get going, but I will leave the stream going.
I'm probably going to leave too in the next 5 minutes. So, Assembly, I know you want me to answer something. You can ask me something that I can answer instead of an opinion about what someone thought about something when they were canonizing the Bible. Like, ask me something that I know about or something that I can give you a direct answer on. Not an opinion that's going to try to trap me into a different opinion.
Okay. So,
is what? Okay, go ahead, Lisa.
So, Alpha, can I hear me now?
Nope.
Jesus. Okay.
Who said something? What was that?
So Alpha, who has this apostolic? Is it just the Pope?
No, it's all the bishops.
Well, you're talking about this apostolic.
Lisa,
just give up. Seriously,
Lisa, perhaps you should
never
try
work.
typing your question
all
into the
bishops
chat.
and all priests that
I
are.
swear to God, I think Gur's doing this, man. Gur, are you blocking Lisa?
No, it's not me.
Why are you laughing?
Lisa, just to answer your question, all popes and all bishops that are, I forget, there's an official word, but as long as they're legitimately, and that's not the right word, as long as they're legitimately ordained, they would have this apostolic succession. That's how that works. It just means that you can directly draw a line from their teaching to the teaching of Jesus, and it's a literal laying of hands and breathing on someone. They also will add later on schism and a few other different things to it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Blaster Master asks, question for the panel. how should we address people that victim blame? As in, she shouldn't have dressed that way. I don't know if that was relevant to anything that was being talked about because I stepped away for a little bit. But if it is relevant, go ahead. Or if it's
Well,
not, yeah, go
I
ahead.
don't know that it's relevant, but let's see if they're an atheist trying to victim blame, I'd probably just punch them in the face. If they were religious and trying to victim blame, I'd remind them of the verse that says when the guy asks him, you know, if I see something and I lust or whatever, he says, if thine eye causes you to sin, pluck it out. So yeah, worry about plucking out your eyes and stop staring at the girl.
Yeah, yeah. Nice victim blaming is very cowardly.
Yeah, good point, Pixie. Pluck with your fucking eye.
Pixie, that's great.
Yeah, take your knife or your pocket knife or your Swiss knife and fucking gouge out your eye.
Essentially, what Jesus said. Yeah.
Yeah, and stop looking at that girl that's wearing scanty clothing.
Well, I don't know if victim blaming they just mean that. I think it's just mean anything, but I think victim blaming in general is just cowardly.
Well, in general, yes. But yeah. Okay. I am going to go, but I will leave y'all at it, and I'll just end it later because I've got to eat and do a few other things around the house, and then
How long are you gonna be away? How long are you gonna be away for, girl?
45 minutes to an hour, maybe. And then
I'll be gone by there, Gar, because I still have to work tomorrow too. So
okay,
and I still have things to do tonight. So good night to Gar.
All right. Well, thank you. I will step away, and if y'all are still going when I'm finished doing shit, then cool. If not, it's whatever.
All right.
Gar,
If I don't,
have fun.
if I'm gone, night, girl.
Gar, have fun. Remember, lots of lube, okay?
Thank you. You know what? I'm gonna leave the stream hold on. I'm gonna leave the stream like this.
I'm gonna hop out at some point. What are you gonna
do? Okay, I'm just kidding. All right, good night, y'all. Stepping away.
Night, Gur.
This is a recipe. This is a recipe for disaster right here.
Absolutely.
That's why it's a Gur streams, brah.
He's done it. He's done it enough times now that it hasn't been too bad. Even though it goes on for like 8 hours, 9 hours.
So what do you guys want to talk about?
Let's talk about Gur. He's not here anymore.
Yeah.
No.
That son of a bitch. That little.
Is Gur a secret MAGA chud?
Well, so if Alpha, you're leaving soon then?
I'm gonna leave in about 5 or so minutes, yeah, because I got to work out and I still have to clean the house.
All right.
But
Is there a non-alpha conversation to have or not? I don't quite know. I mean, I'm game for having one, but you know, if no one wants to talk if Alpha's not here, then
I don't have any good conversation points.
No, and I smoke my bowl, so I'm not going to be good in 10 minutes to talk about anything. So,
well, I have so many questions for Alpha, but I think maybe you should go.
I do too, but like, because I'm really interested in Catholicism, even though I know practically nothing about it. I was never raised with it, so
well,
I definitely have to go check out your channel.
If I can give you a kind of a brief synopsis of the positives and negatives of Catholicism, I can do that, and people can respond.
No, what I want to know is how did Christianity come out of Catholicism?
Again, that's way too long of a thing. Yeah, I'm about to run out, so let me just do sassy.
Yeah, do the sassy pants thing.
Yeah. So the positive and negative Catholicism and Orthodoxy in Coptic create the original Christianity, and that version of Christianity is sometimes in the Protestant world called early Christianity, and then it develops into a mega organization. And the negatives here is that when it does develop into a mega organization and it breaks away, or in the Catholic term, the other churches break away from them, you then have the Pope getting more and more power to where the authority, instead of the authority being 12, and it's men, but instead of it being 12 men and then becomes one, and so then you have what's called a magisterium. So the positive and negative to the church is that on one hand, you're going to have really strong authority and you're going to have really strong tradition. So that's the positive and the negative. So really strong tradition and really strong authority. So if you're not into authority, that's going to kind of be a problem.
Well, I am not considering converting, but I do like
Mhm.
to learn. Like, I'm interested in all kinds of religions. I love learning about religions. I may not believe in God or any type of God, but that doesn't mean that I don't want to learn about what they are, how they work, the
Well,
people
I
that make.
second that.
what I want to do, Pixie, maybe you might even be interested in this. I would ask Jason, but last time I asked Jason, he said it'd be the most boring thing ever. What I would like to do is
Alpha, get your
actually,
pussy off a stream.
what I would like to do is
I was
actually
just
go
waiting
through
for a butthole to appear.
the Book of Mormon, because I've already read all the Hindu stuff. I've already read all the Taoist and Confucius stuff, but I haven't done the Book of Mormon yet. So what I want to do is I want to finish the Quran on my channel, and then I want to do the Book of Mormon, and maybe even the JW Bible. I just can't. I just don't think that's worth it. But I do think reading the Book of Mormon would be fun to do. But I'd like to do it with someone instead of just be me talking to myself all the time. So if anyone wants to do something like that,
That sounds
let me
like
know.
fun.
Yeah, it does. Sounds interesting.
It does.
All right, Assembly, ask me one question and try to make it something I can answer in less than an hour because I'm going to jump out.
Impossible.
Impossible.
Okay. All right. He didn't say anything. So I'm out. Sorry, guys. Have a good night.
Take care, Alpha.
Hello. Were you guys talking to me?
Oh.
I was getting a snack.
Not allowed to
I
get
was just
snacks.
saying, was there anything you wanted to ask me that I could answer in less than an hour? That isn't like a very long, historically Christian thing that I'd have to answer.
Okay, so what God did Constantine believe in before Catholicism?
Before he believed in Christ, you mean?
Well, yeah.
I mean, he was a pagan, so my guess is he believed in Saturn because he was a Roman.
Saturn? What about
Yeah.
Apollo?
I do not know if he was big in Apollo or not. He was the emperor, so it would be the emperor god. So he would believe in. My guess would be Saturn, and would also be the Caesars. He would believe in the divine Caesarhood and Venus, obviously.
Yeah, well, Apollo was a sun god, right? At that time.
Apollo was a sun god, but he wasn't Hyperion. No.
Yeah, and then his mom already converted to Christianity, right?
Well, his mother, in that time period, you don't convert until your deathbed because they don't want you to sin again. So you actually don't really convert in that way. You don't actually get baptized or be confirmed in your faith until you're about to die. Okay. That changes later on.
So when he went into this battle against this army and he saw this cross in the sky, right?
We don't know that it was a cross, but yes, that's the way that most Christians
or some kind of
project it.
symbol. It was he painted that symbol on the shields of the soldiers, the X with the P.
Well, yeah, in this sign you will conquer. Yes.
In this sign but it wasn't the cross though. Was it the cross?
Not necessarily. There's no proof that it was the cross now.
Right. So then when he said in this sign you will conquer, it does not mean that in the sign of the cross, the Jesus' cross, right?
Not necessarily, no.
Right. So I mean, what's the deal with that?
What's the deal with what?
So I mean, why do Christians always say like, that Constantine
who are these hypothetical Christians that you're talking about?
No, most Christians say that the reason why Christianity is true because Constantine saw this cross in the sky.
I've never heard any Christian say that.
Yeah, and then some Christians say that, and that's the reason why Christianity.
What type of Christian? What denomination? What is their belief system? Where do they get their ideas from?
All of the denominations.
I'm Christian and I'm Catholic, and I debate Protestants on my channel, and I argue with them. None of them do this.
But where does this myth come from? That in this sign conquer? Why do they use that as an argument?
It's in his story. Well, I don't know any Christian that uses that as an argument.
But they use it as a confirmation of Christ.
I've never heard any Christian do that. In the Orthodox Church, where he's a saint, they don't do that. I'm sorry. He's one of the most important figures in Christian history, but he's not someone that we talk about. I talk more about Joan of Arc than I do about Constantine. It's just not something that we do. Now, maybe you're interacting with Orthodox Catholics who hold him as a saint and hold his mother as a saint, because Roman Catholics don't. So maybe you're talking about Orthodox, where they believe that because their church, their home church, the one that was destroyed, what used to be the capital of the Catholic Church, which was Constantinople, not Rome.
Yeah.
And the Roman emperor was once higher in the hierarchy than the Pope.
But
And the
Constantine
Pope
was
of Constantine and
right.
the Pope and the Pope of the Constantinople was had more authority, and that and he would submit to the Jerusalem Pope.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're talking about that specific event, the reason why he's important is because that's the height of their that's the beginning of what they considered their empire, of their kingdom of God on earth.
Right.
That's why he's important.
So Constantine was also there at the Council of Nicaea. Is that right?
No, there are some apocryphal stories that place him there, but no, he didn't call it. He didn't do anything of that. He did encourage it. He did physically tell the people to do it. I think there's a really cool story where him and one of the saints of the early church get into an argument or to a fight or something.
Bishop Irenaeus.
There we go. Okay, yeah. But that's again, you're conflating history with mythical apocryphal stories with biblical
wait.
knowledge.
So are you saying the Council of
Nicaea?
Are you saying the Council of Nicaea was mythical?
No, the Council of Nicaea is real, but again, you're conflating different aspects.
So Constantine was not there, present at the Council of Nicaea.
He might have been there for one of the, because the Council of Nicaea wasn't one thing. It took years. It was a long process. He wasn't abdicating the throne to go oversee a 30-year process of creating new rules for defining the way the religion works.
Did they solidify the canon of the Bible at the Council of Nicaea?
No.
Where was the canon solidified?
It depends on who you ask. The earliest solidification, I believe, is Irenaeus, I believe, or one of the other early church fathers.
That guy had some weird arguments, just saying.
Oops. He's gone.
Aww.
Alpha, come back. So many questions for you.
Bishop Irenaeus had some weird arguments.
Yeah, he did.
Really, really weird arguments.
There was also Marcion. There was so many other fathers there that had their own interpretation of the Gospels and the preceding texts.
Is Bishop Irenaeus the one who said there are like 4 main directions of the compass and 4 main winds of the heaven? Therefore, there are only 4 Gospels, and these are it: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and read a scathing dissent of the others? That man had some weird arguments.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but I know that Marcion was later on. He said that the Christians should disregard the Old Testament because the Old Testament is only for the Jews. That was written by the Jews in Hebrew. So forget about the Old Testament. The New Testament is the one that Christians should actually take into account. But but they didn't want to listen to Marcion. They included the Old Testament and the New Testament in the canon. That's where it was
Remind me
developed.
to ask Alpha if it's true that one of the influences in dwindling down the books during the time of Bishop Irenaeus was to separate themselves from the Jews of the time.
Well, yes, there was what's called a separation of the goats and the sheep, right? That was one of the points that Bishop Irenaeus brought up. He said we have to separate the heretical texts from the true text, which is the sheep, and the goats is obviously the evil people, right?
I'll be back if you guys are on in a bit. Toodles.
Yeah. Okay. So that's why I think this whole schism. There was first of all, there was a schism in the Roman Empire between the four emperors that tried to rule, and then there was a schism between the religious aspect. There was actually schisms there as well that happened because of theological doctrine. That's
to be expected, though, and some of it's not even theological doctrine. They just pretend it is. Like, you see a lot of that in, like, okay. So my grandfather was a preacher, right? So for a long time, I was interested in why churches split off from other churches. And I am not kidding. When I ran into the anti-peg Baptist church, I about gave up. Because what happened was there was a preacher who was going through a hard time. And one of the members of the congregation, he was like, well, I'll get up, I'll print off all the bulletins, I'll do all this stuff, make things easier on the preacher. Another guy did not know what to do. He didn't know what he could do for the preacher. So he hammered a peg in the wall, and so the preacher would have a place to hang his hat. And the preacher was all excited about it. And it made the person who printed off the bulletins really angry. So then they said that putting the peg in the wall was a desecration of the church and started the anti-peg Baptist church.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. I know anything can cause a schism in religion. Anything. Okay? That's the weak that's what makes me think that these religions are just man-made. I mean, it's like people coming up with their own opinions, and then schisms come along, and they try to adapt and go along with it. It's weird.
People are weird, though.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the true history as to where the digital harmony, Dr. Josh can talk about this. I mean, you can look at the history of these stories, the biblical stories. I mean, it's just plain as daylight. You can see it. You can see the connections, but yet these Christians hold on because I don't know what it is. Is it cognitive dissonance? Is it bias? It's probably bias, mostly bias. I think it is.
I'm fixing to say something really controversial, and I'm probably going to upset any theist around. That's okay.
Welcome to Atheism Plus.
I have tended to look at religion like, okay, Santa Claus is a way to get people to behave, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of, right? So I think religion is a way to control the population, and B, a way for man to deal with their own mortality.
But does that make it wrong?
Yeah, but not only that. Not only that. It also has a component of wishful thinking.
Right, you get to deny your mortality.
Well, yeah, but it also gives you this hope, this hope for the future, right? And that's very powerful when it comes to the human psyche.
Sure. I mean, I think people fundamentally need to place hope in something, whether or not that thing is actually going to turn out to actually work.
And that's a product of survival. That's what I think.
I think so too. I mean, I think the case that could be made is like, are people being sold? Are the people selling it know that they're being disingenuous, or know that that they're selling people on a false dream? Because I don't think necessarily a lot of religious preachers are, right?
I think there's both.
You just said two key words there: false dream. That's what it's all about.
I think there's both. I think there are people who really believe it, and there are people who think it's a widely accepted con and an easy way to make money.
Yes, I think that religion has captured this part of the human psyche or the human brain that is involved with the survival mechanism of securing their future.
I think it captures part of the human condition in the sense that people want some sense of direction, and so what other way are you going to try to humanize that? Instead of beyond just making something that kind of acts as a placeholder for that.
Yeah, that's right.
Take for instance the Greek gods, right? There's a god of there's a god for the seasons, there's a god of rain and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it's oh, well, you guys want rain. Well, you better make sure this thing that controls when things are going to rain and make good on harvest is actually happy.
Yeah.
Or else we're not going to have a good, harvest.
Right. You have this anthropomorphic qualities, right? Of the human. That's inherent in human beings, I think.
And I think it's a tendency for humans to project our nature onto the world.
Well, no, I mean humans are natural. They want to assign agencies to inanimate objects.
Yeah, I mean, and I think partially that's because, when people thought that weather was something that was controlled by deities, right? They probably thought that it was something they did wrong, right?
Yes,
That
that's That's another factor where religious is actually successful at, is this instilling these feelings of guilt,
Yeah.
right? Exactly. That's one of the parts or the mechanisms of getting a religion together.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of, for me, like one of the more notorious aspects of it, right?
Yeah.
Where it's everybody makes mistakes, and instead of having people correct, it's like, oh well, you better, like you fucked up, you better make sure like nothing bad actually happens to you, like you better make sure you don't burn in hell,
Yeah.
like you
And
better
and
make sure
and
you.
yeah, and you better not do it again. Instead of teaching people, listen, this is the consequences of what you did. You killed somebody. Look at their family. Their family's devastated by this. You're going to jail. You're going to get punished for this, and don't do it again. But no, the religion teaches, okay, you killed somebody or whatever you did, just ask for forgiveness from God and you're fine, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think since you
Let's
brought up the
escape.
whole justice system, I mean, I think it's an issue with our justice system itself, right? That our solution is, okay, we're going to put somebody behind, like this brick wall for X and X number of years, and it's like, great. That's the ideal solution to having people like who, for some of these people who are psychopaths
Yeah.
and who are like, very, very intent
Yeah.
on harming specific people for, no good reason, or reason that is not well informed.
Well, and you think about the current penal system in the United States, especially the prisons, right?
Yep.
I mean, these people have made it into a business, right? It's
Oh yeah,
become
I mean,
it's become a business, and the reason and some of it is due to um, um, it's based on some of it is based on religious aspects. I wouldn't be surprised if Sheriff Joe Arpaio in Texas or wherever he is, he's definitely a freaking fundamentalist Christian, right?
I
And
it, I guess so. I mean,
and his roots are in the Bible, and he wants to basically, the Bible says, to tame the savages or have dominion over the land or whatever, and that's his main goal. That's what I think.
are you talking about like the NIFBs, like the New Independent Fundamentalist Baptists, who
Well,
are kind of
well, that too, but
taking on this attitude of like, okay, we're gonna kill the homosexuals and we're gonna
yeah, but
just like,
I'm talking about the the people that came to America first, and they said we have to tame the savages, right?
yeah, the whole Manifest Destiny thing.
Yeah, that's the same kind of attitude that still persists in the South, I think. In some, not all of the South, in some
I
parts of the
think in a
South.
lot of I think in a lot of South that's correct. Like there's still this very, I'm not sure if bitter is the correct word, or just this kind of attitude of some Southerners that are like, oh well, some like X and X people shouldn't be here. Like
Well,
this
yeah,
is our land. Like this land is made for us, not for those
yeah,
people.
exactly. And they create so many divisions, right? And some of these divisions are actually biblically related. I'm sorry if that comes off as harsh, but it's there. I mean, even Dr. Josh says this. The antebellum slavery was exactly the way it was practiced as in Exodus 21, right?
I'd have to look that up, but I would take his word on it.
It's exactly the same. They followed the biblical law as to how to beat their slaves, how not to beat their slaves, and all this stuff to a T. The judges in the antebellum South were even following biblical law, right? And you know what happens when people follow biblical law, and say, for example, a white owner beats their slave, right? And what do you think the judge is going to say if the slave dies? It doesn't matter if it's 3 days or whatever. If it's a white guy that beat his slave and he goes to a white judge, what do you think the judge is going to do? Is he going to say, "Oh, yeah, we got to punish this guy. We got to kill this white guy for killing his slave," as in the Bible? You think that's going to happen?
Probably not.
Probably not. Yeah,
Unfortunately.
yeah, exactly. So I mean, there was that's the thing with the antebellum slavery, man. It's and it comes down to basically religious doctrine and just obfuscation of laws in general.
I think what's more scary is like I've been on this community in this community for like several years, and I still remember like there's people who did argue for it, and there's still people that do argue for it, like that slavery was never like that the thing we're calling slavery never existed in the Bible, and even if it did, like it wasn't wrong, and it's just like, oh my fucking god.
Yeah, I heard
Like
that too. I heard that too. Especially Praise. You know Praise?
yeah.
Oh my god, that guy's horrible.
The thing I just like remind myself is like, how ironic is it? Because I'm white, and I'm pretty damn sure Praise is white as well. I'm just like, how ironic is that coming from a white person?
Right.
It's just like, yeah, you should talk about slavery, given.
I mean, and then they want to bring up the defense, like, okay, George Washington and Thomas Jefferson have slaves, and all these freaking forefathers had slaves and stuff like that. What I'm saying is that, I mean, those are the early days where people were still fucking figuring out, morals, right?
Well,
They
I
were
mean, it was still an era, like it doesn't justify it, but it was still an era like
I
where
know.
slavery was morally acceptable.
Exactly, and people learn from those things, right?
Yeah, I mean,
George Washington learned from it. Thomas Jefferson, their forefathers, Abraham Lincoln learned from it, right? These people learn from what they did to and their inhumanity to man, right? They learn from it, but some people don't learn from it, right?
well, and some people, like to your point, right? Instead of acknowledging the issue and saying like, yeah, this is extremely fucked up, like we need to like take notes from it, we have these these apologists who are just saying like, oh well, it wasn't really that bad of a thing, and even if it was, and it's like, no, like you guys like this is exactly the way like that the mindset for slavery like recapitulates itself.
Right.
Like,
and there were white people back then that were actually fighting for were being anti-slavery. There were white people there that were actually advocating for that, and they just got either put down or sequestered or something like that. Something happened to them.
well, what's really ironic, because like one of the other hallmarks like of this community is kind of like this ongoing, well, it's not even a debate because there's not anything to have debate over, but the whole creation versus evolution thing. And like one thing people point out was like, oh, Darwin supported slavery. Like Darwin, endorsed slavery because you can't read his book and think otherwise. And it's like,
yeah, but even if he did, right? Even if he did have slaves, right? I mean, those are the times where people were still learning about, humanity, right? And the thing is, though, they had the solid Christian or religious foundation that they had to adhere to. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The thing is, funnily enough,
if you
Darwin,
step outside these boundaries, you're gonna be met with opposition, right? So if you say anything about if you anti-slavery, you're gonna be challenged on that by your religious peers, right?
Well, and the thing is too, like what people forget a lot of the time is that for a very large portion of like human history, and it's still fairly true, I mean, not to the same extent, but for the majority of history, most humans were illiterate. Right? Most people didn't know how to read.
Right.
And unfortunately, like part of what that means is like when bills were passed and people like were asked to vote, if like in cases where that was a thing, they probably didn't understand most of the time what they were voting for. Because even if they could read or write, like what are the chances that your average Joe, right, is very skilled like in understanding and interpreting law?
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Like
and it was even worse than it is now, because now you have the internet. Now you have no excuse to get educated about the voting laws and all that, and which candidate to vote for. Back then, it was even harder, right?
Oh yeah, I mean,
so can you imagine the vote fixing that went on there?
Oh yeah, I mean it must
Oh
have
my
been hell.
God.
I mean
Yeah.
even like trying to get resources together to like try and fact check things would have been horrible
Right.
because
Yeah.
certain resources were locked to certain were kind of landlocked to certain regions,
Mhm.
and trying to travel to certain areas for that purpose is just unfeasible, right? It's either too expensive or whatever the case may be.
Right. I have there's a question in the chat or a comment from the chat here from Fish at Salad. It says the Americans were not the first slave owners. Well, we
Oh
know that.
no, I mean
Well, we know that. We all know that, and and slavery is not always based on so-called race. Well, yeah, we know that. We know that the Arabs enslaved people. There was a lucrative slave trading business in Judea and Jerusalem, and I'm sure it was in Babylon or even Persia. Persia had slaves, right? So yeah, I mean that's an accurate statement, right? But I mean, does it make it right?
I mean it just the point is like all forms of slavery are wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, like it's true that slavery is not an issue specific to race. I mean, it's an issue. It's an issue like with humans and relating like to superiority, in my
Yeah,
understanding.
exactly. And then you get these arguments where it's all about genetics and who came out on top and survive. Because what these apologists would say is that it's survival of the fittest, right? So that
Yeah,
means
and
the white,
they're
yeah,
misappropriating the term.
yeah. So that means the white race was the fittest. So that means they could enslave people, and they could develop all these fancy technologies that we had whatever. Yeah, that's I mean that's not the case because if you have a farmer in Sudan today or African farmers that are pretty good at maintaining their lands, right?
Yep.
If you take a farmer from Sudan and put him into Wall Street and say, hey, listen, you're a hedge fund manager now. This is what you do. You're giving 3 months of training. I'm sure he'll do well, right?
Right.
It's not. It doesn't come down to genetics or intelligence. It comes down to circumstances and environment.
And I think it also comes down to education as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Right, because like you can teach people like certain skills that are not overly hard for people to acquire, but what's difficult, like what might be more expensive and why certain jobs are expedited is it's just cheaper like for certain areas to do it for you, right? Like the cost of wage and stuff like that might be more efficient for
Oh yeah.
something to be done in India and then
Right.
exported back to the US or whatever
Yeah.
the case may be.
Yeah.
Like
That comes to down to logistics and cost
sure.
benefit analysis and all that shit.
Right. I mean, I think my point is that like it's not like white people had I think a lot of it is the fact that like a lot of white people like had a lot of power at their disposal, and in addition to that, right, they also had a lot of education. Like they could develop technologies at a fairly quick rate compared to other people in some of the world like that was not as modernized.
Yeah.
And that was not as well developed.
Yeah. This is the thing. This is why this is how I think that new technologies come about. Like especially in the ancient times, is like when people settle down and they don't have to worry about where their food comes from, or their shelter comes from, or their clothing comes from, and all of a sudden their mind is free to explore other things. You know what I mean? So they
yeah,
have this,
to an extent, yeah, sure.
yeah, they have this freedom to experiment. They have this freedom to make lenses and to experiment on different types of spontaneous generation, like this guy did. Putting a mouse and straw in a jar or whatever, a
Right.
dead mouse, and see.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And see if life comes. I don't know what the guy's name was.
I forget now. I should.
Yeah.
Louis Pasteur was the guy that disproved it. I forget the
spontaneous generation or whatever. But this is where people started to refine their thought processes, right?
Yeah, I mean
And
these
most
were
of
people that had enough time on their hand and enough
yeah,
education for that time to think like, huh, I wonder what happens if I put rotting meat in a jar and just, like, and put
right.
this filter over it to see what the fuck happens.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if I grind two pieces of glass and put water in it, and what do you think is going to happen? And I shine a light through it. You think it's going to magnify things? Like
Right.
Anton van Leeuwenhoek, the Dutch lens
Yeah.
maker that invented the microscope.
Right.
I mean, these are all, and then you have Faraday, and you have all these guys that you know that experiment that Faraday did with the frog or whatever. He
Yeah,
put
putting salt. Yeah.
yeah, and also he put
Frog
electrodes
legs.
towards frog legs, and he saw the frog leg twitch.
Right.
And he said, okay, well, the human body must be electrical, right?
Yeah.
There's got to be some kind of electrical impulses in the in the human body. And these are all people learning things and developing new technologies, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of it is like the luxury of having, of being able to have resources that are easily accessible to
Yeah,
people,
right,
and basic like necessities for people having been fulfilled.
right. And a lot of Christians would say that these people that all developed all these technologies, they were all Christian, right? And I go, listen, I mean, yeah, okay, they were Christian, right? But I mean, a lot of the things, or for example, the Protestants, Martin Luther, gave people the ability to let go of the iron fist of the Catholic Church, right?
Right.
And after that, they allowed progress to happen, right? So
Yep.
because people were kind of like free thinking after that, they were no longer subjected to the rigor of the Catholic Church, so they could explore, they could travel, they could do all these things, and yeah, they were Christians, but I mean, in essence, their discoveries are humans' discoveries. They're not a Christian discovery. You know what I mean?
I mean, the point, like, even if it's true, is it's just so what?
Right.
Right. It's
I mean,
like
I just hate when they say that. It's like
I mean, I think it's just a childish point because it's like, okay, what are you trying to imply? Right? That only Christians can make that only
yeah.
Christians
Well,
can make scientific
Well,
discoveries
that's
that
exactly what they're implying. That's exactly what they're implying, that they have a gift from God.
yeah, they have a monopoly on science all of a sudden, and
Right.
it's just like even if that were true, it's not.
Yeah.
Right? Like the thing is, I mean, science doesn't care about what religion people come from. It
That's
just
right.
cares about, what is your hypothesis? How are you testing it? Does the experiment you show
Yeah.
uh does the experiment you show give you enough, data? Does it give you enough reason to embrace this new theory or to kind of say this theory is valid to some extent?
Exactly. Gregor Mendel, he was a monk for Christ's sake, right?
Yeah.
And he's the father of
Of genetics.
genetics. Yeah. I mean, he cross pollinated fucking pea plants to start the genetic revolution, even though it is in its infancy. But I mean, that's what free thinking people do, right?
Yeah.
When they,
I
when
mean, it
they
was a revolutionary discovery. I mean, despite us looking back on it and saying,
yeah,
"Oh yeah, that's fairly fucking obvious," but
yeah, I don't think
nobody had ever taken note of it.
I don't think Gregor Mendel went down on his knees one day and prayed to God and said, "Hey, can you reveal the secrets of genetics to me?" Do you think that really happened?
No, I mean, I think the way it's been described is like he was experimenting, like he was cataloging different plants, and he noticed, like, when he crossbred different strains
Yeah.
that had different phenotypes, or what we now call phenotypes, that a certain fraction of those plants would acquire characteristics of their parents.
Right.
And he noticed that there was some kind of like some element of heritability that's associated with that.
Yeah, and I mean, didn't he also discover artificial selection?
Um,
I'm sure he must have.
I think what he was kind of doing was artificial selection. I don't know. That's the thing. Like, I kind of want to study like more like the history of evolution, because it's not quite clear if Gregor understood or was aware of like Darwin and his theory of evolution,
Uh-huh.
because I
Well,
believe
no,
Darwin
he
was
was.
the
Yeah, he was way before Darwin, though, wasn't he?
yeah. So he probably wouldn't have been familiar like with what artificial selection is. He probably didn't know
Yeah.
what it was,
I
but
think
that was
Linnaeus.
that process.
Yeah, I think Linnaeus got it from Mendel. Carolus Linnaeus, and then Darwin got it from Linnaeus, right? I think there's a history there.
It could be the case. I know that the notion of evolution for a very long time was kind of understood by people, but it was never formalized. Like, people understood that there were different types of organisms that existed.
Mhm.
Like, there were fossils before Darwin existed, but they thought, okay, well, these must just be, this must just be a creation like of God, that, like a proto dinosaur or a proto bird or something like that.
Right.
Right. They weren't thinking that these organisms had any kind of like ancestral relation
Right.
to the animals that we observe in modern times.
Yeah.
And I think it was Darwin who kind of pieced together this idea of the fact that it seems like that when you study some of the anatomical characteristics and some of the fine details of these fossils and compare them to modern characteristics of organisms we have,
Yeah.
it looks like there's a relationship between them, right? It looks
Right.
like that some traits are more derived, more derived in modern species, but there's precursors, or like there's a different form of that, like that's less derived in
Right.
like in a prior generation. And it kind of seems weird that these organisms would be completely unrelated to each other,
Right. Exactly.
if they
So
share so much in common.
exactly. So I mean, he saw the rib cage bones, right?
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
saw.
there's only one way that the rib cage can attach to the spine, right?
Mhm.
I mean, sometimes they found incomplete fossils, but at least they had some kind of rib cage. If you find a rib cage or a bone of a rib that's freaking the size of a mini car or whatever, that doesn't exist. That didn't exist on Earth when Darwin was alive, right?
Nope.
I mean that assume you can't. And then some people will go to the Bible and say, "Oh, that's Leviathan." What the fuck?
Right. Yeah, and that's the weird thing too. Like, I
it's
don't know
weird.
where people got like the fact that got this idea of like some of these really like bizarre freaking creatures came from.
Yeah.
I mean, I think part of it may have been like looking at fossils, or kind
Yeah.
of like just not being exposed to certain organisms.
Yeah. You
But
know what? You know what other argument I hate about
Hmm.
creationists is when they say, "Okay, well, they found these fossils, but they found some of the bones scattered all over the place, right? So who knows what this creature looked like? They're just taking bones from wherever they found it and then pasting it together. So we don't even know if those fossils are accurate or not. Like, I mean, we know that we have
I
that.
just think that's a really weak argument, because it's like,
Yeah.
look, if you have bones that are diagnostic of a certain animal, right? I mean, granted, you don't have the whole skeletal remains of that, but you have enough at least to say like what type of animal it was. And even if you don't have the complete like skeletal remains for one member of the species, usually it's the case like that when we have like some like that a fossil of like say some hominid, right? We don't just have one fossil for like that species like for whatever species of animal that thing was.
Right.
We have many, and they tend to be different, like in the types of bones that we have. So
Oh yeah.
you can assume that there's going to be variation, like within the length of a bone, the length of one person's arm bone compared to the other. But you're going to understand that for the most part, right, the structure of those bones are going to be fairly freaking similar. And so even though you don't have all of them for one, you can still kind of piece together what it's going to look like.
Right.
And that's sufficient, right?
Yeah.
And
I mean,
it's just one of these things where it's like, okay, fine, we don't have all those things, but we
yeah.
don't necessarily need it, right? Like
Right.
we need, when you're looking for a body, right?
Yeah.
Or like if you're discovering, like looking for a murder investigation, let's say, right? You don't always need the body for a conviction, right?
Yeah.
Like if you find like blood stains all over the freaking place, and you find that there's two contributors to those blood stains, one from the victim and one from the perpetrator.
Right.
Well, okay, we know that a murder, we know that there's a murder that's
Right.
occurred, right?
Yeah.
And
yeah, that's true.
it's just like this idea that we need everything to know, that we need everything to draw a conclusion. It's like, no, we don't. Why?
Yeah, I know what you
why do
mean.
we need that?
Yeah, and also that other argument about where they found these whale skeletons or partial whale skeletons in Egypt, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what they call it. It's like a transitional species between land animals, quadrupeds, going into and the world was inundated with water, or their environment was inundated with water, so they had to adapt their environment, and that's how whales came about, right?
Yep.
I mean, if you think about it, like fish move their tails from side to side, right? That's
Right.
what a fish is. Like a shark is a fish, right? But if you look at a dolphin or porpoise or killer whale, their tail goes up from down and up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's exactly how a mammal runs on the ground, right?
Yep. For sure.
If you look at that, runs up and down, its spine bends, and So I mean, it's. I mean, are we talking about billions of years here for this to happen? Right? For land mammals to go into the sea and adapt to the sea, right?
Yeah. Usually, I think it's like hundreds of, either tens or hundreds of millions.
Yeah, but I mean, you can see the clear transitions between their bone structure and the simple fact that fish swim side to side with their tails, and dolphins and mammals, which are mammals, right? The dolphins are
Mhm.
mammals, killer whales are mammals. Their tail go up and down, and which is a remnant of their ability to run on land, right?
Yep.
I mean, that's pretty strong evidence, I think.
I would say so too. I mean, it's just I like arguing with creationists, but I don't understand why. Well, I do understand why, but I mean, it's just a shame, like that the hallmark, like that one of the hallmarks of creationism is dishonesty, right? The fact that like when I argue with creationists, at least,
Yeah.
they are always dishonest about facts and about kind of like even like scientific articles, right? I'll ask them for like a quote from an article like that they're referencing, and you put that into Google, you find the article, and it's like, this article doesn't say what you said it says. Like the conclusion says the exact freaking opposite.
Right.
Like, do you think I'm stupid? Like, do you think I can't read an article and tell like that what the article is saying is different from the conclusion that you're drawing from it?
Yeah.
Like, it's just, I get that creationists are trying to play the scientific game and like try to make science, try to make it seem as if those science comports to their view and to their understanding of reality.
Yeah.
But it's just like, guys, there are good ways and not so good ways to do this.
Yeah.
And like lying about what an article says, especially like when people can find the article
Hmm.
and determine what the article is and is not saying,
Mhm.
that's bad. Like that's really
Yeah.
that's really bad.
Right.
Because now it just raises the question to people who are actually interested in an honest dialogue as to like, well, why would they lie about like what's already clearly out there? Like why
Yeah.
why wouldn't you just say you don't know what the conclusion is instead of trying to make one up?
Right.
And it's just, to me, that's the most puzzling thing, because it's like there's probably good ways to argue for things like design and stuff like that, but it's just when you have to be dishonest about what people are saying, and when you have to lie about things that are factual, it's just I don't know.
I just don't
It just
understand.
rubs me the wrong way.
Yeah, I just don't understand why creationists aren't willing to go past that comfort level when it comes to history. You know, like for example, they say 6,000 years or whatever. What the hell happened before 6,000 years? Did you try to find out? Or was that your stopping point? Right? That's weird, man. There's so much history before 6,000 years ago, right?
Yeah, and the thing is, like, what's really amusing to
Very
me,
strange. I mean, I don't know. Maybe mainstream. Maybe the creationist mainstream has tried to block this information from mainstream society, right? So that's why it's not easily accessible. I don't think that's a conspiracy theory. I probably shouldn't go there, right?
no,
But
I mean, I don't. The thing is, right? What's really, I to your point, I think what's really ironic about this is if you look at like Kent Hovind and stuff like that, right? One thing you'll see them do all the time is they'll make this point of like, oh well, don't listen to the evolutionists; they're just lying and trying to get you away from Jesus and yada 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 yada. Right? They're giving this whole speech about why you shouldn't, like, what they are the enemy. Don't trust the enemy type of thing.
Yeah.
But the thing is, right? If you look at evolution and stuff like that, or any scientific article, what you'll find is that at the conclusion article, and even now, like in modern literature, right, scientists have to cite their work. And sometimes scientists will cite people that even disagree with them, because especially if it's still if it's an area that's not fully settled,
Right.
you need, like, people need to be aware of the fact that people don't fully agree, and so
Well,
hey,
and
here's some of the
that
models that came before us that disagree with our conclusion.
right,
But
and that only stimulates more research, right?
exactly, I mean, it's stimulating productive dialogue.
Yeah.
Essentially, it's just saying, hey, look, these people come to this conclusion. We're looking at a different set of data, or we're re-looking at this data, and we're saying, there seems to be a different conclusion that can be drawn from this, and here's how we're tackling it. Right?
Yeah.
In science, it's encouraged almost for people to look at data honestly, well, and to expose people to data so that they can say and look at it and think, that's interesting. I don't know which is the most compelling, but at least it's here for me to look at it. Whereas like with creationists, mostly, a lot of it, and this is the sad thing about it, right? A lot of it is the same material that's been fleshed out over and over and over again. A lot of the arguments that creationists are making, outside of kind of recently with John Sanford and the whole genetic entropy crap, is the same stuff. It's the exact same. It's the exact same arguments, but it's just being repackaged and trying to be resold to people. And it's
It's weird. How the hell did they come up with a T-Rex ate watermelon. What the fuck is that about?
Well,
That's
the
weird.
thing is, it's just for people that study any form of like the remains of those kind of organisms and look at it, they just laugh because it's not. It just can't possibly be correct.
My God, they have to cut and paste their Bible to fit science. It's weird. Yeah,
And
I have a
that's the
comment.
thing.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
That's the thing I find the most amusing, where it's like, oh, well, this can't be right because the Bible says yada yada yada, and it's like,
Yeah.
no, that's your interpretation of what the Bible
Right.
is trying to say. Like,
Yeah.
why?
Why would your
the
mind
thing
even? Why would your mind even go there? Like, I don't understand. Like,
what I don't understand is
not your mind. I mean, a person's
no,
mind.
no. I get it. Like, what I don't understand is this, right? If you're trying to say something doesn't exist, like especially if you're a theist,
Mhm.
what that essentially boils down to is you're saying effectively that your God is either number one, a liar, right? Or that your God is like some kind of deceptive trickster God that's like putting things there that shouldn't belong there.
Yeah.
Because according to the Bible, God is the author of all creation. And instead of like trying to make that evidence instead of trying to make that evidence cohere with scripture,
Mhm.
right? What they're doing is saying, "Oh, well, this isn't like this couldn't have been an actual organism. This is just something like that evolutionists are trying to bring up as propaganda."
Mhm.
It's just like that's not. I think
Yeah.
that poses more problems than it does solutions for.
Yeah. Hey, I have a comment here from Fish at Salad in the chat. It says the creationists lying say it's not true.
I'd love to. I would
and,
love.
and he
The
says, I
thing
love
is,
making videos busting these guys publicly in their lies. And then he posted a video. It says, oh, immutable, agree 100%. Check out this vid where I watch these assholes flat out trying to lie. I'm clicking on the video right now. Yeah.
I wish creationists didn't lie because I enjoy like certain conversations with them, and it would be interesting to.
Oh, it's on his channel. So actually, Fish Chat Salad made a video regarding this.
Nice.
Uh,
The thing is, like, I would actually like to have good conversations with creationists, but it always resorts to them quote mining or them misrepresenting data or them just flat out lying.
Right.
And it's just like, I'm sorry, I can't have a productive dialogue when this is how you're going to when this is how you're going to operate in conversation.
Right.
Like this is just not going to work. Like if you're going to lie about facts and to lie about what people are saying, right? How am I going to trust the conclusions you make, right? When basic things that people can fact check are clearly wrong.
Yeah.
Right? Like, how am I supposed to trust you as an interlocutor for making good arguments when we're not even at the stage of an argument and you're presenting something that's just blatantly incorrect?
Yeah.
They all lie. That's the problem. I know. I've dealt with many a creationist, and they all have that exact characteristic. I wish they didn't.
Yeah.
Right? I wish it was the case.
Right.
That
I wish
creationists.
Yeah, I wish Gur was here because he could let Fish Head Salad join. He seems to be very knowledgeable about this.
Yeah, I mean, it's
in
just
the chat.
The thing is also, I just don't understand it because creationists also want to push this mantra of like the truth is on our side. If that's the case, why are you lying?
Yeah. And this is oh my God. And this is the biggest things. Like people are actually supporting these lies. Like look at Ken Ham.
Yeah.
With these freaking oh my God, you go in there and this guy discussed with these scientists. He's paid scientists that signed the Declaration of Faith to his organization, right? and they have baby dinosaurs in the cages on the Ark Park.
Yep.
Like, how did they come up with this?
I mean, you think about it, it's like the easiest job in the world for people to do.
What is
It's
the
like
research? What is the research involved with that?
I genuinely have no clue. Like that's a fantastic question though.
Yeah,
Because
Alden Ra went to the Ark Park. He said it was a disaster.
oh, I can imagine. And I mean, I think one of the better critiques of the Ark Park that I've heard is just conceptually, it's just a bad idea. Because think about it this way, right? Museums thrive off the fact that, like, when you come in the next time, there's going to be something new. Because museums are going to, like, have new information from, you know, the scientists or whatever organizations are funding or supplying supplies to those museums and stuff like that. So there's always something new, you know, for the season that comes around. So when you go to like a conventional museum, there's going to be something new for you.
Yeah.
But with these creationists, right? That can't be the case because all you're teaching people is about like the creation model and what you guys believe has happened, right?
Yeah.
That model, right, that you're claiming is correct, can't change because apparently in the mind of a creationist, change is a bad thing. So the thing is, like once you've seen it once, you've seen it all.
Well, yeah.
There's no reason for you to go back.
Yeah, because the Bible is absolute, right?
Precisely.
Yeah.
And it's just like there it just seems like a very bad marketing model.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I don't understand why. How could they fund that stuff? Like it's so much.
Because they're feeding on they're taking influence from the whole culture wars bull crap.
Yeah,
right.
probably. Yeah,
they're
that's
saying
right.
their whole thing is about like, look, these evolutionists, these atheists are taking over the government. They're trying to make our children, believe in something that that our tax dollars are going to in their education.
Right.
Right? If you give us blah 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 amount of money, right, we're going to put up this beautiful rotting ark. This beautifully rotting ark that's going to explain to people in a very dry, dull fashion with tons of billboards. Creation science.
I think that's basically what the narrative is. I think so. That's what you nailed it on the head. Is they are and I think they are going all the way up to Congress.
They are. I mean,
to lobby for these things, right?
I'm pretty damn sure. The last time I checked, like there are people in the House of Congress that are like young Earth creationists or that are very sympathetic to young Earth views.
Look at Mitch McConnell. Isn't he a Kentucky governor or something like that? Or he's
probably
that's his home state, right? And he siphons so much money from the federal government for his state that I'm sure it goes into funding creationist bullshit. It's got to go there. Like, where's the art park? Is that in Kentucky or where is it? Ohio?
Kentucky.
Is it Kentucky?
Yeah, it's Kentucky.
I'm sure Mitch McConnell had something to do with that.
Could be. I mean, it's just.
I think there was some. He took money from the federal government, and he siphoned that money into Ken Ham's art park.
I think a lot of it was given by the state, actually.
Well, he's in control of the state, isn't he?
Yeah, that's probably correct. I mean, I wouldn't put it. Let's put it this way, I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what happened. But that's where the South is funneling their money. I mean, even though you have these mega churches, which obviously are mostly private, right?
Yep.
But I'm sure they're getting lobbyist funds from somewhere as well.
Wouldn't doubt it.
So they're getting money from the private money from the congregation, and they're also getting support from the federal government. That's fucking crazy, right?
It is.
Millions and millions of dollars, man, tax free. Riding on the
Yep.
coattails of the federal government. Wow.
It's absolutely insane.
Yeah.
I mean, you think about it for the scientists too, right? Like,
Oh yeah, for sure.
This is some of the easiest, outside of doing teaching and stuff like that. This is some of the easiest work you could think of, right? Because what do you have to do? Okay, well, put a few people together. Let's think about creation for, for some time, and let's spit out a paper, explaining why our model of creation is correct, and why the evolutionists are still trying to murder babies and whatever.
Yeah.
Right. And what's more, like especially with Ken Ham, right? Every now and then you'll get to show up, you'll get to show up on one of his televised, sessions and essentially bitch and moan for an hour and a half about news articles that that you disagree with and that you think are destroying the world.
Right. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. It's like they don't want they don't want to create paradise on this earth because they think paradise is somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean it's
and you can
trust
only
me,
get.
Man, I think it's bizarre too. It's
wow. I don't know. That's what.
It's bizarre.
Yeah, that's why I think if you don't know, even if you're an agnostic humanist, I would be okay with that, right?
Yeah,
I'm fine I don't
with that.
know. I don't know if a God exists, but at least I'm gonna, treat people with dignity and respect, and I'm gonna try not to be violent in any case whatsoever, right?
Yeah, precisely. I mean, I think one of the scariest things, and I don't know if all people that are religious, I'm fairly sure most people don't think this way, but the people that don't recognize this are the ones that really scare me.
Well,
and
yeah,
exactly. It's this aspect of like essentially it's this aspect of like separating people and like waging war with people on the basis that like you guys disagree on a particular thing, and it's like,
yes, well,
okay, look,
religions inherently foster an us against them mentality. Inherently, it's built into it, right?
Yeah,
it's embedded into their philosophy. It's an us against them mentality. That's it.
Yeah, it seems to almost necessarily do that. I mean, it's like,
look at all the religions of the world. I'm not just going after Christianity. I'm looking at Islam and Hinduism. It's an us against them mentality. If you're not in the in group, you're in the out group, and we're gonna kill you.
Yeah, if you're not with us, you're against us, and if you're against us, get out.
Yeah. And that's why I always say, man, that religion is like the cancer of society.
I mean, it's just, I think the thing I have trouble with as well with it is the fact that, look, people are going to like there's going to be issues that occur, like in terms of people not agreeing and there being infighting and yada 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 yada.
Yeah.
That's fine, right? People will, create new social groups, break away from new social groups, and just stuff will happen. But there's a difference between that happening and once you're done with the relation, and once that relationship is done, right? This religion now saying, oh, well, that's not enough, right?
Yeah.
You can't be with any of the people. You can't be around any of these people. Like, you need to get out of this area. Like, if you try, talking to anybody or whatever, like, we're going to call your job. Like, we're going to, like, make your life a living hell.
Right.
And it's like, okay, that's just fucked up.
Yeah.
Like, that to me, that goes beyond like the extent that religion should have as an institution that has power.
Right.
Because now it's not just about like personal choice. Because people can leverage that like to ruin a person's livelihood.
Mm.
And I don't care what religion you're from, that is just messed up.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Seeing that you're an educated guy, and
I try.
I've heard you on all these streams and stuff. You seem to be pretty well informed. Now, say for example, religion didn't exist, right?
Yeah.
And we in this current situation, do you think by natural means that ethno states or cultural or ethno states will develop?
Oh, sure. I mean, I think they would develop for different reasons. I think the fact that like socioeconomic inequality exists, right?
Yeah.
Is probably one reason ethno-states develop. I think, does religion fuel that process? I don't know. Like, I don't think it's, even if it were to, like, I'm not sure how you would necessarily determine that, in the sense
Right.
that, like, let's say you could somehow determine that where there's religion, there's somehow like that there's also other ethno-states that are formed with it.
Right.
Well, there's all sorts of dynamics that occur on a state level, right? And I'm not sure you could really say reliably that, it's just due to religion and not this other stuff.
Well, it will be a logistical nightmare or ethnocentric nightmare, because I mean, some people are light skinned.
Yep.
And and there's so much mixing that an ethno states right now would be immoral in my opinion. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
How do you decide who's white or black? Like,
I mean,
some person can be really white skinned but have like black hair or really curly hair, or like, it's weird. Look at the diversity in humanity right now. There's no way that an ethno state could come from that.
I think a lot of it is just the fact that, like, what we tend to call race, I mean, I think is just, it's, if nothing else, it's a useful label for us to use.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's not trying to say like that races don't exist, like that there aren't like distinct races of people. I mean,
yeah.
But I think when people are trying to describe that, they're using something like, they're using that as a synonym for stuff like culture.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, yeah, I agree with you. Yeah. And the thing is, so I'm fine with different groups of mixed race people going off and develop a certain culture. That's fine.
Sure,
right?
I don't care if people do that.
If you want to start a state based on a certain kind of not theology, or some kind of ideology that you believe in, that's fine. And then one group goes another way, believing in their ideology, but they'll all be mixed groups, right?
Sure. I mean, I'm perfectly for the idea that, like, if people want to like split off and form, their independent state or stuff like that, sure.
Yeah.
I don't have anything against that. I mean, there's a difference between that and saying, like, if you don't, we're going to drag everything down with you.
Exactly.
But
exactly. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, if people want to try, if people want to try doing that, I don't have any grudge against people playing that kind of, trying to play that social experiment.
Yeah. So
That's
these nationalists, these white nationalists, they want to go on spewing their venom about establishing ethno states and all that shit. What a load of crap, man.
I mean, it's just I think a lot of it, unfortunately, is coming from areas of people, largely white, that are not very well developed in terms of like social resources that are available to them, in terms of educational resources, probably not very good family lives, probably working 3 to 4 jobs that are minimal, that are minimum wage, and probably getting milked and fed this fodder from part of their churches.
Yeah, that's true. And also, they're also very isolated, right?
Oh yeah.
And some of the isolation can breed a lot of in grouping or confirming of your of the in group. You know what I mean?
Well, it can do a lot of things. Like it can number one, it can cause like a lot of vitriol to occur. It can cause and it can also cause paranoia.
Right. And when you throw the Bible in there, it even makes it worse.
Well, yeah, because the weird thing about it with the Bible is that it feeds off this persecution complex, right? Like Christians, when they're being persecuted or when they feel they're being persecuted, they take that, right? They just take it and they gobble it up, right? Because they think it's like, oh, well, the Bible tells us we're going to be persecuted, so we're doing something right.
Oh, yeah,
fight on.
Yeah.
Fight on, fight the good battle. Let's go.
The
Type of
book
thing, and it's like, whoa, okay, that's kind of a different response.
Book of Revelation, all that shit. Yeah, fuck that. It's crazy. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. Like the whole thing with like apocryptic text and stuff like that are just like, okay, I've read some pretty bizarre things.
Yeah,
that is among one of them.
Yeah, you know how many wars have been started because of that book of Revelation?
Probably quite a few.
Yeah, I mean, look at recently George W. Bush when he went to Iraq. His justification was the book of Revelation.
I mean, it's one of the most damn complicated books in the Bible.
Yeah, he quoted words from that. Shock and awe.
Oh, really?
That's a direct quote from Revelation. We're gonna go in. We're gonna destroy the Iraqis. We're gonna use shock and awe. That's from Revelation.
Boy.
And Hitler even had commanders, even a female commander that was very religious and were actually using the book of Revelation as guidance.
Yeah.
So these Christians that argue whether Hitler was atheist or religious, he was definitely. I don't know if he was definitely religious, but he was influenced by a lot of religious people around him, right?
The thing is, like, I understand like that there's a debate, but like between, like, oh, was Hitler a Christian? Was he an atheist? Because Christians are going to say no. They're going to say, fuck no, he's not a Christian. Like, look what he did. Right? And atheists are kind of like, no, he wasn't an atheist either because he was very devoutly Catholic. And if you read some of his personal writings, it definitely was not. He was definitely not kind to atheists or gypsies or gays or anything like that.
Yeah. I'm sure he was Catholic, right?
I think so. I think he was. I think he identified as Catholic.
Yeah, and he also had a lot of people, bolstering him in that faith, right? He also had a lot of support from the Pope, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but the fundamental thing is like, and this sometimes comes across as people the wrong way, but I say to people, it's like, look, I don't give a fuck. Like if Hitler was a Jew, if Hitler was religious, or if he was not, Christian or an atheist.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't. The thing is, right? Like people that are fucked up are fucked up.
Yeah.
Like let's not try to blame, religiosity or lack of religiosity on the underlying issues at hand here.
Right.
Right? Because it's like, okay, so what if he was an atheist?
Yeah.
Because not all atheists are psychopaths.
Well, yeah.
Right?
I mean, look at Stalin. I mean, Stalin. Okay, yeah. I would admit he was an atheist, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, his ideology was based on garnishing control of that region.
Yep.
You want to control. So I mean, if you're gonna compare, if you define the word atheist, I mean, there's a lot of definitions going around these days. But I mean, there was no. He didn't say, "Okay, I'm going to conquer this land in the name of atheism," right?
Right.
He was going. I'm going to take away this land from the orthodoxy, these religious orthodox people that I think are actually being a disservice to the land, and I'm going to assume my dominance. So he's actually a dictator. That's what I would
Right.
classify him as, right?
Yeah, I mean that's a fair assessment. I mean, and the thing is too is it's like, you know, I I've heard Christians say this point before, and to me it just doesn't make much sense because
Mhm.
Christians will say like, oh well, the atheist worldview leads to like death and destruction and yada 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 yada. And I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, how is atheism a worldview?
Right.
Because it's all atheism is, right? Is it's the response to one question.
Exactly.
And that question is there a God? Right? Atheists and people who, you know, who subscribe to atheism will say no.
Mhm.
Right? Either I don't believe a God or no God exists. Right? For the sake of
that's not that easy though, because then you have your hard atheist and your soft atheist though.
yeah, the hard atheists will say hard atheists will say
There's
there's no
definitely no
God that
God.
exists, absolutely not.
Right.
Soft atheists will say there might be, I'm just not convinced there's one.
Exactly. Right.
Functionally speaking, both of them hold the position there's no God.
Right.
At least
So
to the
that,
best of our ability to tell.
But then, if the hard atheist makes a claim, they're gonna have to shift. They can also have a burden of proof, right?
Sure, and that's one of the reasons I get kind of like
and sorry, that's what theists are actually going. Even Darth Dawkins are doing the same. Is doing the same thing, right? He wants to determine first if you're a soft atheist or a hard atheist. That's what he wants to do.
my big thing is like I'm not sure I have a bias against soft atheists, but my big thing with soft atheists, and it seems like they want to do this. It seems like they want to do it for this reason, and let me be careful about what the reason is. When I've seen a lot of soft atheists interact, especially like with people that are religious and trying to be reasonable, right? What soft atheists will do is they'll bring up soft atheism, and in a lot of cases it seems like that they're wanting to do so to avoid the burden of proof.
Right.
Right? They want to do sometimes it seems like they're trying to do it to avoid justifying their position.
Right.
And to me that's just that's just wrong. It's just like, guys, I understand like that maybe you haven't been an atheist for a long time or whatever the case may be, but whatever your belief is, right? You could be a flat earther for all I care.
Mhm.
Right? My big thing is I'm not concerned as much as what people believe, although that can be important sometimes, but I'm more important as to why people have the beliefs that they do. Right? What is the reason you say that there is no God? What is the reason you think like that there is no God or that there is a God that's involved in the in the inner workings of our universe?
Right.
Because that's a question where we can actually have some kind of maybe productive dialogue occur.
Yes.
But you using this idea of like soft atheism and just saying, oh, I'm not saying there isn't a one, but I just don't believe in one. Well, that doesn't really change much, right? It doesn't explain why you have the position that you do. Right? And like I get that some people are kind of just not very satisfied with the current definition of atheism.
Yeah.
Or like the way it's been defined philosophically, but it's like I understand there's only one of two responses you can give to that philosophical question, which is either you do believe that there is like that you functionally speaking there's either one of two positions. Either you do believe there's a God or you don't.
Right.
Right? It's kind of like if I ask you like if the sky is blue.
Yeah.
Well, either you think the sky is blue or you don't. There's not many other options that are available to you.
Yeah, well, that's a true dichotomy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, and to me, I don't understand why.
This is exactly what Darth Dawkins banks on. He wants to establish that you have a true dichotomy. Either you say yes, a God exists, or no, a God doesn't exist. He doesn't want you to waffle in between those two, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's better for people to answer that question, being it being a dichotomy, for sake of conversation being simplified.
Well, but do you think that how if you were a hard atheist, right?
Yeah.
And a Christian asked you, okay, you asking me to demonstrate whether miracles or the supernatural exists, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that means you're putting a burden of proof on me, right? But then a Christian
Sure.
comes back and says, well, you making a claim that there's definitely no God and physicalism is all that exists, right? That means the burden of proof is back on you. So we both have burdens of proof.
Sure.
Right? So what happens, like in a court of law, what happens in that case?
Well, I mean, in the case where somebody asks me, like, what is your justification that physicalism is all there is that exists? Well, let's take any given phenomenon you want to name, right? Like weather. Okay, we have climatological models that tell us how weather changes and how that type of thing is going to occur. It's not perfect, but we have ways of predicting it. All right, what about biological species? What about yada yada yada?
Right.
We always have, right? We always have, and importantly, like it's always been the case, that when there is a gap in our knowledge, right, that gap gets smaller by means of scientific methodology and scientific justification, right? There's some kind of physical aspect of the universe which offers an explanation to those things. Not once has the explanation of a god or any kind of spiritual or supernatural deity thing ever once contributed to our knowledge of the world in a significant fashion. Not to say it can't exist, but I don't have a reason to believe that one does.
Okay, well, wait a second. When you say that, not to say that it can't exist, then you're switching to soft atheism right now.
Right. I'm not saying that gods can't exist. Right. I mean, I think it's conceptually plausible for them to exist.
Well, the way I would address that, I would say, well, do you think that if somebody says an agnostic atheist, they are atheistic towards the Christian God, and they're agnostic towards the Creator God? Do you think that's fair?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean, I would say they're atheist towards the Christian God and agnostic towards a Creator God, because to me, right, I think the way the Christian God is portrayed by apologists and the way that it seems to be portrayed by the majority of people I've interacted with, that type of God is more or less impossible.
Yes.
Like, I just can't see it being the case that type of God exists.
Right.
But does that automatically rule out the idea that there are that there's other creator gods, or that there's some type of creative agency to the universe that that brought it into existence or whatever? I mean, maybe, right? I give it the same credibility I do the Christian God, in the sense that it might be true. Like, sure, there might be elves under my shelves, but I don't really have a reason to adopt that belief, because that's a really bizarre claim, and I don't really think there's enough reason to hold a belief in that currently.
Okay.
So, for all intents and purposes, they don't exist.
So then, for example, if you tell Darth Dawkins, okay, I'm an agnostic atheist, right? And you say that, I'm atheistic towards your particular God. How the hell is it gonna, counter that?
Hey, he's just going to say, "Oh, you can't be logical without the Christian God," right?
So he's
Because he's
gonna.
going to ask. He's going to go down the precept route, right? He's
That's
going to
right.
say like,
Yeah.
"Oh, what are your reasons for, rejecting the Christian God?" And you get the reasons, and he's going to say, "Oh, well, you can't be an atheist then, because without theism or without
Yeah.
this particular brand of Christianity, you can't have
Yeah.
logic."
Well, that's if he gives you a chance to talk, because I think the whole philosophy behind his precept with Van Til and Bonson is that you don't give your opponent a chance to talk. You use brute force tactics in order to convince them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, essentially, it's just a lot of precept is just utilizing and weaponizing the tag argument.
Right.
And it's like, look, I've heard the tag argument before. It's not an overly convincing argument, and trying to like weaponize it in the way that you're doing is just not impressive.
Right.
Right? It's like, if you want to actually talk about foundationalism or coherentism or whatever, that's fine. Like those can be interesting conversations that can yield potentially interesting conclusions and what have you.
Right.
But, like waving around a beat stick and, like trying to, and trying to utilize, presuppositional apologetics, to me is just, ultimately, it's just not impressive.
Yeah.
And it's cringeworthy watching like some of these like acolytes of Darth Dawkins try to utilize this argument, because a lot of them don't understand basic philosophy, and they don't understand basic logic.
Right. I was on Ghost Streams a few nights ago, and I mistakenly made this point that the Christian God is, or any other God, they want to be, they don't like being eternal, right? But
Right.
obviously, in the scripture, they say that God is eternal, right? So I didn't clarify myself on that night. What I meant is that some of these apologists right now, what they're doing is they are saying that their God is eternal in scripture, right?
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as it comes to philosophy, right? They say that in philosophy you cannot have any infinite regression, right?
Right.
So that's weird, because if you have an infinite regression, they reject that. So that means your God is not eternal. Am I right there or not?
I think so. I mean, I think the biggest question I've had with people is just the fact of like, Christians will say something like God is timeless and spaceless and yada 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 yada.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay,
Yeah,
but how does he do any? But okay, if that's the case,
Yeah.
how does he do anything in time?
Right. But
right,
when he switched to philosophy, all of a sudden you cannot have an infinite regression.
Yeah.
Right? It has to have a start.
Yeah. Otherwise, I think it just becomes incoherent.
That's really strange. That's one thing I cannot get. Like why
Among other things.
why are they switching back from theology to philosophy like so willy nilly like that?
I think part of it's like they're ashamed. I mean,
that should not be allowed.
you would hope. I mean, but in the same sense, I mean, you would also hope that like people wouldn't lie about Darwin, or wouldn't lie about certain other things, and it's like
because
they do.
Yeah, because you run into these arguments and they say, well, if a sharpshooter is aiming and about to take out a target, and he's waiting for a command from his senior official, right? And that senior official is waiting for a command from that senior official, and so on and so on and so forth, right? So the shooter is waiting for a command from the senior official above them. That there has to be an endpoint, right?
Yeah, there has to be some point where a shot is made at some point for it to work.
Yeah, and according to them is that there cannot be an infinite regression, because there has to be a start, a beginning, right?
Yep.
And that's where they also plunk the Kalam in as well.
Yeah, it's the Kalam. I'm actually more sympathetic to. I mean, I think it's not a great argument, but it's a decent argument. I mean, it's simple. It's not hard to follow, and I mean, I just disagree with the first premise of the Kalam.
Yeah, I mean, everything that begins to exist has a cause. If you apply that to the sharpshooter fallacy, right, or the guy that's trying to make the shot, there has to be a cause. So that's a finite cause.
Right.
That's not an infinite cause.
Yep, I'd agree.
So then that God cannot be infinite.
Right.
I mean, am I wrong there?
No,
or-
I think you're making a good point. It seems like everybody else is gone though, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop out. I'm not sure what Gur's doing, but it looks like
Okay.
people have kind of got a little tired with the stream.
I'm gonna stick around. I'm gonna take a break and have some liquid and replenish myself. Hey, nice talking to you, man. I'll see you around.
All right, I'll see you around.
Okay. Cheers.
Cheers.